Chapter 1 The Return of the Immortal, a Mind Numbed. P.S. Adenoti for the readers its besto engagio brins while reading otherwise, the author may faces and backlash. Infinite reverence to the heavens. Har, I, Jiaxing her, hey finally ascended to immortality, Jiaxing emerged from a spatial rift, unable to contain his exuberant laughter. Immortality. Thys ist the ultimate dream of countless cultivators, a pursuit that has consumed the lives of many, however exhausted means I that success, yet, this traveler of time and space has archived it in really over 100 years. Jiaxing Husensi, student of architectural designate University of Magic City in Summer Kingdom of Earth, unfortunately, upon graduation, he faced hegrim reality of unemployment, and his girlfriend of Toyoko Seto part ways with him. With neither options, he precedent for liar whereof the sacrifice his parents shad made tozy him through college, understudel to while the struggle he endured. Tojavi vined the bustling metropolis of Magic City, Henu would Davito pay a far greater price than others. As far kindling his relationship with his ex-girlfriend, he did not entertain without any more halak at the time, energy, and financial means stoppers with her. He har become a mekajin the corporate machine, each month, after paying grant hand bills, his earnings dwindled to almost nothing. However, as a freshly graduated university student, he clung to belief that with his degree and knowledge he will surely seek a job in his field. He envisioned himself face a master architect, or he'll find handsome figure marrying gay beautiful highest, and reaching the pinnacle of success. But reality proved to be a series of disappointments. Employers at experienced workers, not recent graduates who needed to metal and therapies. After 2 years of struggle, aside from the envy of others during his annual trip for the holidays, he felt utterly unremarkable. The costs of travel and gifts consumed his savings, leaving him with a major balance. Thus, after 2 years, he found himself guarding a 6-digit password for a bank account that barely held 2 digits. To make matters worse, the bank frequently sent him messages, suggesting that this password was Susan planned offering to assist him in creating a more complete cone. Every time he received such notifications, Jiaxing felt harping of heartage, he betrayed her bank's trust. One fateful evening, while gazing at the nice scape of bund, he struck by bolt of lightning. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in thrall of cultivation. After assessment by Cultivation's Act, he was identified as Earth under God physique, immediately becoming a direct disciple of a prestigious act. In just over 100 years, he had cultivated to tribulation crossing stage. The appearance of crossing the tribulation fell taking 10 to go in good divineth under bath. Having successfully crossed her tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm, Heather T. hard achieved eternal life. However, before a fulfilled triumph, the sky darkened ominously, swirling clouds roiling with wind and lightning, heralding the arrival of yet another tribulation. Jiaxing was taken aback. What was happening? Hadn't he already crossed her tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm? Why was facing another thunder tribulation upon his arrival in the immortal realm? Was this a standard procedure for ascending to the celestial realm? The realms of cultivation and the immortal realm were disconnected, leaving cultivators who know of the true of time immortal realm. They believe it utter even immortality guaranteed eternal life. I twice the life along aspiration of ever I cultivator. Thus, even when faced with another thunder tribulation in the immortal realm, Jiaxing he hard nor yasun to doubt it. Moreover, as a possessor of the thunder god physique, he naturally had a strong resistance to thunder, which would be life-threatening ordeal for other cultivators becoming a experience for him, enhancing his thunder god physique. However, the tribulation lightning of time mortal realm was expected to be stronger right. Before he could finish this thought, a bolt of tribulation lightning struck him. Anthony Hughes utterly bewildered. Thys was the tribulation lightning of time mortal realm, its intensity was serving wicked hand that of the cultivation realm. What was going on? How could her tribulation lightning of time mortal realm be weaker? The mortal realm was supposed to be a higher planet than the cultivation realm. Surely, the lightning here would be at least 3 to 5 to mesmer powerful, right? But what was happening now? This lightning barely felt like a refreshing shower. Above him, a colossal appeared in the sky. This was the eye of heavenly punishment. Upon seeing this, Jiaxing Hughes of Enmara confused. What kind of world was this? He hard properly crossed her tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm. He hard not smuggled his way in. Why was the eye of heavenly punishment targeting him? How quickly realized he thought her previous lightning strikes were no genuine tribulation lightning. They were clearly manifestations of the old swill, expressing dissatisfaction and intent to destroy him. But was this eye of heavenly punishment really so feeble? He couldn't believe it. Unbeknownst to him, Thieven Sunfold Injun Thevered were being captured bis a telites from various nations on earth, there quartered not unlike the lightning and thigh of heavenly punishment beteven his figure. Countries like its Summer Kingdom, the United States, and the motherland were reallocated to Theno Marlis and Thevered. Initially, the speculated Tarty might be a nation testing new weapons and Thevered. After some investigation, there lies it was merely thunderbot under of a terrifying nature. Even Marie alarming waste figure standing amidst feared. It are poor human, but cold eaterly human. Observing the bolts of lightning striking this figure without an eye reaction raised many questions. Was this the expected behavior of a normal person? Certainly not. Thus, this figure in the sky was an ordinary human. But Waris? As the eye of heavenly punishment manifested, several majorpo escapable of observing the phenomenon were left in a state of shock. They hastily uminerdero spacey perts to explain the bizarre occurrence. Upon seeing the phenomenon, the perts were equally bewildered. How on earth am I supposed to explain this? Seeing the eye of heavenly punishment seemed relentless, Jazinga sangerfloud. I ascended to the immortal realm through legitimatimians, and I diretto ambush me, you're asking for death. With a powerful punch, he struck the eye of heavenly punishment, shatterangight into fragments. Then the dark clouds dissipated, and sunlight on sea gain illuminated hesky. Jowsing cold and thelper chuckled. Wast histrally eye of heavenly punishment in the immortal realm, it were shardly impressive. At this burnt, he finally had a leisure to observe the massive air planet below. Ash gazed, he felt an unsettling familiarity. This looks remarkably similar to Earth. Although he had never seen Earth from such heights, the countless images of Earth captured from space are readily available online. Could this be fate? Jowsing couldn't help but speculate. With a thought, he began descending toward the planet below. Ash's consciousness can the surface, initially proceeded with caution, mindful of using the mortal realm, where formidable beings were plentiful, one Emma's step could lead to disaster for a newly shended novice like him. Yet, as Shedry closer to the planet and received more information through his consciousness, he became mutely stunned. Thise was not immortal realm mately twice entirely reminiscent of the old he had known. What on earth was going on? Chapter 2 The Grand Elder find him, win him over, and do not offend him. Good grief, good grief, good grief. At this moment, Jowsing Hugh utterly flabbergasted. Here I'm, an ascended immortal, and instead of soaring into the celestial realm, if and myself back in me from a world. What on earth is happening? Could it be that I've cultivated a false immortality? But hot do esn't McKeeson's. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly shattered high of heavenly punishment in this world. This meant that heaven this world shevenly will count nothing to him. What do est hat signify? It signifies that the statues as an immortalizing the genuine. As Jowzinga descended on Toth Bunding Magic City, he gazed darth familiar scenery, beginning to suspect that flow of time herediffered from that of the cultivation realm. He had spent nearly 200 years in the cultivation realm, earning the title of the vice descendant in its entire history. Unprecedented. Whether Anian would super shim in the future remains uncertain, but only thing is clear it will beat leaster mila anium before Iano their genius like him appears. Damn it, not only was his cultivation speed astonishing, but he could also absorb that tribulation lightning as nourishment. Waste this still the path of facultivator? Thus was implied the offspring of heaven itself. With a thought, he retrieved his mobile lephony from a spatial ring. This fern waste he and light he had brought with him when he ushered into the cultivation realm with the bolt of lightning. At the time, apart from his clothing, it wasted the sole possession he had. Moreover, the cultivation realm lacked electricity, rendering it impossible to recharge. However, during his extensive time in their cultivation realm, Jowsing he had refined the components of his fern into treasuryville artifacts, even replacing the battery with a spirit stone evasion. This meant that while in the cultivation realm, the phony could function normally, aside from internet connectivity. Jowsing had powered it on and ways astonished to discover totter ways indeed a signal. A full-strength 5G signal. After connecting, the time he automatically calibrated, taking a full 3 seconds to complete. Upon seeing the data and time displayed on the screen, Jowzinga were subtly stunned. 2127, November 5, 2024, Tuesday, 5th day of the 10th lunar month. Is there still a semblance of floor? Is there still legality? Had I not confirmed repeatedly that the statues as an immortal remained intact, Jowzinga or Dave truly believed he was dreaming. This was far too surreal. These ways of Enmareb is often the cultivation realm. But the reality was Sasek, and he had Mkusputo accept it. Just then, his phone rang, and upon seeing the ID, Jowsing Hesfus was filled with astonishment. This familiar yet unfamiliar number was retained for new there isn't in the lack of additional contacts to store in the phone during his time in theme. Occasionally, Hugh Olden CT for agency of nostalgia. As tackle connected, before he called utter word, a furious voice blared from the receiver, joshing her, "Do we even want to keep you, Job? You've been absent for 2 days, your phone was off, and I thought you were dead." Jowzinga promptly hung up. After a few seconds, the phone rang again, hensward, on light opened with another barrage of curses, joshing her, "You bastard." Before the Tiridi called finish, he hung up once more. After a brief wait, the phone rang again, and the caller resumed their tirade. Jowzinga immediately cut the call. After severe such exchanges, the Korla seemed to grasp Zhao Zingasintant, Zhao her, I've been berated with the boss for 2 to see a havital event, are ya coming back to work or not, you need to give me adfinitivi and swear. For some like Zhao her, a graduate from a prestigious university, finding a job in a small company was quite challenging. A prestigious degree with a lozelari ways of bring forth the boss about during social gatherings. Had he graduated from an ordinary university, such means who wouldn't have been afforded you or Dave be and dismissed outright. Acquit, Zhao here replied Kurt lied for hanging up. Damn it, I've become an immortal, yet I'm still expected to be wage slave. What a mercury of Mishension. Yet, he is still perplexed as to he, after becoming an immortal, ha hard not has entered to the celestial realm but instead returned to his previous world. His mind was in disarray, leaving no room to contemplate work-related matters. Did I still need a job? What a ridiculous notion. Then, the phone rang again. He su meditoire shi supervisor calling, bucha ponglan sing gatha corler ID, hasser wheat wash landlord. Immediately, an imagia for 150 cmtala, 260-pound woman with fire-ired lips came to mind. The memory was a bit distant, beauteous and immortal, his recollection was harp. These ways a clear indication that she was scaling to dem and rent. How absurd, just moments ago, ha hard declared he wouldn't work, and no he was being hounded forn't. What a slap in the face. The crucial issue is that the hard no currency from this world. His bank balance weighs in the double-digit swash, and immortal truly expected to sleep on the streets. That would be an utter disgrace. When he swear at the phone, the landlord's voice boomed through the receiver, judging her, do I think you can up here for 2 days and turn off your phone without paying rent? I'll tell you if I don't pay today, you'd better pack your bags and leave by tomorrow. Of course, if I are willing to agree to my terms, not only will I have a free accommodation, but I can also transfer their ownership of the house to our name. Zhao Zingi hung up immediately, that insufferable woman was crossing a line. He felt a wave of irritation. As an immortal, why was she turning to trivial matters, facing geysers of frustrations, waste Zhao Zing before his ascension truly so pathetic. Upon reflecting on his memories, it indeed seemed so. In a supermetropolis like Magic City, the cost of living was exorbitant lie, making him a quintessential member of the Hamilton crowd. Just a slight overspent in any given month could jeopardize his ability to pay earned. Of course, as an immortal, he would not betray bloody judgment or issues. Hemerl lamentity hardships of ordinary existence. Some are reborn into privilege, while many are destined to toil their entire lives. Yet now, Zhao Zing had possessed the power to ensure equality for our beings, so ways and concerned. Well, he should first to silveather and tissue a certainly didn't want to bet first immortal to be evicted and foresee to sleep on the streets that would better. The phone continuing, after several attempts, Zhao Zinger finally answered, preempting the caller, I'll transfer her into your which but tomorrow morning just stop calling. With that, he hung up and blocked her number. Even if he didn't plant her a new Thelius, he still heard Tozetale high sat standing grant. He couldn't afford to lose face. After rummaging through a spatial ring, he looked at a gold shop and stepped inside. Meanwhile, in the capital, at a high-level meeting. Photos were relayed out before the elders. The societite images of jousting her, illuminated Bithander, as shattered the eye of heaven the punishment. The Grand Elder spoke, find him, when high mover we must not allow him to sway beyond their nations, now as the Shimeto test of Bureau's capabilities. Chapter 3, the billion-dollar gold within the realm of influential decisions. Nearly all of the senior officials in Sheer Country reached a consensus similar to that of the Grand Elder. Any country that witnessed jousting her bathe in thunder and vanquish the eye of divine retribution resolved similarly. Such a formidable individual, impervious even to divine punishment, epitomizes a godlike existence. However, in this matter, Sheer Country holds an unequivocal advantage. After all, satellite imagery revealed that this person possesses an Eastern visage, allowing Sheer Country to match the photograph against the identity database of the Ministry of Public Security. Naturally, the high-ranking officials in Sheer presumed that no match would be found within the Ministry's records. To their surprise, even before their meeting had concluded, the Ministry of Public Security announced a result. The Minister of Public Security received the news and promptly reported, Grand Elder, the comparison results are in, he is indeed one of us from Sheer Country. The assembly of Sheer's foremost dignitaries exchanged astonished glances. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder inquired, could there be a mistake? Such an otherworldly being ought not to reside within their ministry's database. The minister responded, our personnel have conducted multiple comparisons. There can be no error. Zhao her, male, 26 years old, graduated from the University of Magic City with a degree in architectural design. During his studies, he had a girlfriend. After graduation, he remained in Magic City for work. His registered address is in Jiangyuan City, Jiang Province. Our investigation revealed that his ex-girlfriend has a 3-year-old daughter, presumed to be Zhao hers. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder rejoiced and immediately commanded, good, you must act without delay to locate Mr. Zhao, and also confirm whether that child is indeed his. One individual raised a note of skepticism. Grand Elder, is there truly no chance of error? Zhao Xinghao's life appeared rather mundane and unremarkable, incomparable to that of the divine being who had recently emerged. The Grand Elder replied, regardless of the possibility of error, we must prioritize finding Mr. Zhao to ascertain the truth. I concur with the Grand Elder. Now that we possess first-hand information, we should promptly verify it. If it is indeed him, we shall hold a tremendous advantage. Even if it is not, we stand to lose nothing. Thus, a strategy was set in motion. In Magic City, Zhao Xinghe entered a gold shop and inquired, "Do you buy gold?" The shop assistant, initially intending to ask what Zhao wished to purchase, quickly responded, "Yes, sir, do you have gold you wish to sell?" Zhao Xinghe directly produced a substantial gold ingot, declaring, "This is a family heirloom, with a purity of 99. 99? How much will you offer?" The sight of the large gold ingot left the beautiful shop assistant utterly astounded. After a moment, she regained her composure and said, "Oh, sir, please follow me. We handle gold purchases over here." The manager of the gold shop gazed at Zhao Xinghe's ingot as if he were beholding a celestial being. Having worked in the industry for many years, he had never encountered someone presenting such an irregular, stone-like piece of gold for sale. Generally, inherited gold would be refined into standard shapes, with the most common forms being small and large gold bars. Of course, it is the owner's prerogative. As long as the gold is genuine, there is no issue. After a thorough examination, the purity of the gold was confirmed without question. The ingot in Zhao Xinghe's possession weighed 1 jin and 3 taels, approximately 650 grams, and the current buyback price at the gold shop was 600 yuan per gram. This piece of gold was valued at 390,000 yuan. Such gold, in Zhao Xinghe's spatial ring, was piled as high as a small mountain. A conservative estimate would place it at over 10 to 20 tons. Gold also serves as a material for refining tools, albeit the most commonplace type, rendering it relatively inexpensive in the realm of cultivation. This particular gold was collected during Zhao Xinghe's early cultivation days and stored in his spatial ring, forgotten until now when it proved immensely useful. The gold within Zhao Xinghe's spatial ring was worth a staggering 100 billion. Such an astonishing sum, however, money seemed to hold little significance for Zhao Xinghe. Yet, in this world, numerous circumstances necessitate the use of currency. After all, he might not require money, but his parents and relatives certainly do. The 390,000 yuan would suffice for the time being. Should he need more in the future, he could sell more gold then. However, if he were to sell larger quantities later, he would likely need to approach a state-owned bank, as only they could afford such a price. Due to Zhao Xinghe's exceptional demeanor, no underhanded dealings transpired. Upon exiting the gold shop, he took a single step and arrived at his rented accommodation. While other belongings could be discarded, he ensured to take his identification. Naturally, he also transferred the rent owed to the landlady, a principle he adhered to. After gathering his documents, he returned to the Bund and entered the Peace Hotel. Indeed, he had come to stay here, fulfilling a dream from his days before cultivation. The Peace Hotel is undoubtedly a landmark in Magic City, frequented by many national leaders during their visits. Before embarking on his cultivation journey, Zhao Xinghe would have avoided the vicinity of the Peace Hotel, as even the most basic rooms start at over 2,000 yuan. For someone earning a monthly salary of merely 5,000 yuan, it would take a year's savings to afford a single night stay. One of Zhao Xinghe's aspirations prior to his ascent was to one day stay at the Peace Hotel and experience the lavishness of the presidential suite. Dressed in a vintage style, with long flowing hair and a handsome visage that exuded affluence, Zhao Xinghe attracted countless gazes. The front desk staff were exceptionally courteous. How could they neglect such a distinguished guest? After registering and processing the payment, the presidential suite at over 80,000 yuan a night was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary employees. A staff member escorted Zhao Xinghe upstairs, unbeknownst to him. As he checked in, the Ministry of Public Security in Magic City received the news and promptly relayed it to their department. The minister personally instructed that the director of the Magic City Public Security Bureau should pay a visit to Zhao Xinghe. The director of the Magic City Public Security Bureau is undoubtedly one of the influential figures in the city, simultaneously holding the position of deputy mayor. Such a high-ranking official certainly possesses the qualifications to be privy to certain insider information. The most crucial aspect was that Zhao Xinghe was in Magic City. Sending someone from the department would waste precious time. Hence, both sides proceeded concurrently, ensuring no delays. If there had been any lingering doubt regarding Zhao Xinghe's identity, his stay at the Peace Hotel effectively confirmed it, for the prior Zhao Xinghe could never have afforded to stay at the Peace Hotel, let alone in a presidential suite. After finishing his workday, the director of the Magic City Public Security Bureau hung up the phone, refusing to be lax. He summoned his driver and set off towards the Peace Hotel. Chapter 4. On this day, nothing went his way. With a fortune of 10 billion in gold backing him, Zhao Xinghe felt no anxiety about financial constraints. Of course, even without this immense wealth, he would remain unconcerned about such matters. After all, as an immortal being traversing the mortal realm, why should he fret over money? It merely required a bit more thought and consideration. Upon entering the presidential suite and surveying the surroundings, Zhao Xinghe quickly lost interest. The opulence was indeed grand and bore a certain nostalgic charm, especially with the Oriental Pearl Tower visible across the way, but beyond that, apart from those whose expenses could be reimbursed, only pretentious individuals would choose to stay in such lavish accommodations. He reclined on the soft sofa, his mind drifting into emptiness. He pondered why he had not ascended to the celestial realm, but instead found himself here. The doorbell rang. With a flick of his mental focus, Zhao Xinghe discerned that it was the hotel manager, accompanied by a middle-aged man exuding authority, meticulously dressed, unmistakably a figure of high status. Zhao Xinghe paid little heed and opened the door, inquiring, "What is it?" The hotel manager hastily replied, "Mr. Zhao, this is Director Huang Bin from the Public Security Bureau of Magic City. He wishes to speak with you." While the Peace Hotel was indeed prestigious, one had to cooperate with someone of Huang Bin's stature. Having completed his task, the manager could no longer partake in the ensuing discussion. Zhao Xinghe invited Huang Bin inside, and once they were seated, he asked, "Director Huang, what brings you here? I trust one haven't committed any offences. Surely, they wouldn't send the director himself to apprehend him over the sale of a gold piece, would they? That seemed far too trivial." Huang Bin wasted no time, getting straight to the point. He pulled out his phone and displayed a photograph sent to him by the minister, placing it before Zhao Xinghe. "Mr. Zhao, is this you?" Zhao Xinghe gazed at the image in disbelief. It depicted him being struck by the heavenly retribution. Huang Bin swiped through additional photos, revealing one of him shattering the eye of heavenly punishment. Zhao Xinghe, perplexed, queried, "How do you possess these images?" Huang Bin exhaled in relief, having confirmed he had indeed found the right person. "Mr. Zhao, these were captured by our satellites." Zhao Xinghe, taken aback, remarked, "The satellite imaging technology has advanced to such a degree." He felt somewhat out of touch with current advancements. Huang Bin clarified, "These were taken by military satellites. Ordinary satellites lack such clarity." Understanding dawned on Zhao Xinghe. He had been careless, mistaking this realm for the celestial one, oblivious to the fact that his extraordinary power had drawn the attention of this world's heavenly will, which sought to obliterate him through divine punishment. He had never considered that his every action could be documented by satellites, yet, he was not overly concerned. Let them capture it, he had nothing to hide. Huang Bin, visibly excited, pressed, "Mr. Zhao, is this truly you?" Zhao Xinghe nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is me." "What do you want? I haven't broken any laws." Though struck by lightning, he was still a good person at heart. Huang Bin, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Xinghe's counter-question, found himself momentarily dazed, his mind momentarily stalling. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and hastily replied, "Mr. Zhao, you misunderstand. The images of you amidst the thunder were not only captured by our satellites, I am certain the United States and Russia possess them as well. The reason we sought you is to confirm your identity. I must inform you, our minister is en route to Magic City and wishes to meet with you personally." Zhao Xinghe waved his hand dismissively, "I have nothing of significance to discuss and prefer not to be disturbed. However, you may rest assured, I am a citizen of Xia and would never contemplate actions that would endanger my country. My guiding principle is simple, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should one provoke me, I shall return the grievance tenfold." At this moment, Zhao Xinghe realized that being approached by officials was not entirely without merit. At the very least, it allowed him to delineate his boundaries. Huang Bin understood the implication of Zhao Xinghe's words. It was a pity that such a formidable individual could not be recruited for official purposes. However, he dared not make any rash moves, knowing well that the man before him could withstand the might of thunder. "Mr. Zhao, if I may be so bold, are you perhaps an immortal?" Huang Bin's question was indeed audacious, but he could not restrain himself. In this age of technology, lightning remained a taboo force. Even humanity's most advanced weaponry could only retreat in the face of its power. Countless scientists had endeavored to harness the might of thunder, yet all had ultimately failed. Humanity had conquered many natural forces, water, fire, wind, but lightning remained an enigma. Perhaps only an immortal could transcend this forbidden domain. Zhao Xinghe offered no response, his expression serene. Huang Bin deduced the answer. He truly was an immortal. This world indeed contained celestial beings. Previously, he had only been aware of some extraordinary individuals within the 749 Bureau, but he had never fathomed that true immortals existed in the world. In his bewilderment, Huang Bin became akin to a confused child, prompting Zhao Xinghe to ultimately expel him from the room. Finding him exceedingly bothersome, Huang Bin, ejected, was left in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? As the deputy mayor of Magic City and director of public security, how could he have been so unceremoniously dismissed? But the other party was an immortal. Well then, that changes things. Huang Bin possessed the self-awareness to recognize that he should not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about a man who could defy the heavens. He promptly called the minister, using the special number that had been provided, usable even during the flight. Their call connected swiftly, and Huang Bin reported, "Minister, it has been confirmed, it is indeed him." The minister responded urgently, "Excellent, you must keep him calm, I will be landing in Magic City in about an hour." Huang Bin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He certainly could not disclose that he had been ejected by Zhao Xinghe, thus, he simply agreed. He resolved to stand guard at the door. The hotel manager, witnessing Huang Bin stationed at Zhao Xinghe's door, was momentarily taken aback. He hurried over, intending to suggest Huang Bin rest in another room, only to be met with a refusal. Left with no choice, the manager arranged for a chair to be brought for Huang Bin to sit and guard. Inside the room, Zhao Xinghe paid no mind to Huang Bin's vigil outside. He intended to take a bath and then rest. He had experienced far too much that day and needed to let his mind settle. However, just then, his phone rang again. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Zhao Xinghe felt his heart race uncontrollably. He placed a hand over his heart, astonished that a mere phone call from her could elicit such a visceral reaction. He answered the call, and a familiar yet distant voice inquired, "Where are you?" Zhao Xinghe casually replied, "In the presidential suite of the Peace Hotel." Then, the line went dead with a busy signal. Damn it, Zhao Xinghe nearly crushed his phone in frustration. What on earth was happening? Nothing seemed to go his way. He was an immortal, just returned. He had already endured a storm of heavenly wrath. It was no surprise that he had become a thorn in the side of the heavenly will. It seemed the heavens could not rest until they had extinguished him. Then came the company supervisor, followed by the demanding landlord, and now Huang Bin bombarding him with questions. And now, his ex-girlfriend had to add this latest twist to the chaos. What an absurd turn of events. Chapter 5, Do I Really Have a Daughter? Zhao Xinghe felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Never before in the realm of cultivation, where powerful beings abound, had he experienced such vexation. In this mundane world, how could he be subjected to such indignity? Fortunately, he was aware that if he did not manage his powers carefully, a mere slip could reduce the entire hotel to ruins. The unexpected call from his ex-girlfriend was utterly bewildering. It had been many years since they last spoke. Had it not been for a lingering obsession in his heart, he would have long since deleted her number. His ex, Nansun, was a local of the bustling metropolis and came from a family of considerable means, having enjoyed a life akin to that of a little princess. Upon entering Moju University, it could be said that Zhao Xinghe and Nansun fell in love at first sight, or perhaps it was simply Nansun's infatuation with his appearance. Her father was vehemently opposed to their relationship, deeming it unacceptable for his daughter, a princess, to be sullied by a rural boy with unkempt hair. This was one of the reasons for their eventual breakup. Zhao Xinghe had assumed that they would never reconnect, yet here they were, unexpectedly in contact again. Before embarking on his journey of cultivation, he had heard from classmates that Nansun had married and even had a daughter. Zhao Xinghe found it strange that, despite this, her number remained saved in his phone. Was the allure of a past love truly that powerful, or was it merely a consequence of ample phone memory? Neither, it was simply indifference. After nearly 2 centuries of cultivation, had it not been for her reaching out, he would have forgotten her entirely. However, upon seeing Nansun at the door with a little girl, Zhao Xinghe's heart inexplicably lurched. Indeed, she had married and given birth. "This is your daughter, Nanchi. You may also call her Zhao Nanchi. From this day forth, she is your responsibility," Nansun stated, showing no inclination for small talk, as she thrust the little girl towards him and turned to leave. What the hell? Zhao Xinghe was taken aback. The onlookers, Huang Bin and the hotel manager, were equally astonished. After the initial shock, Zhao Xinghe quickly realized that Nansun was not lying. The little girl was indeed his daughter. The undeniable bond of blood was unmistakable. Confused, he wondered how this had come to pass. He wanted to understand, but Nansun had already vanished without a trace. Using his spiritual awareness to scan the elevator, he clearly saw Nansun crouched inside, weeping inconsolably. Zhao Xinghe was utterly stunned. The events of the day were more jarring than anything he had experienced in his 200 years of cultivation. Upon seeing her mother flee, Nanchi, though her father remained, found herself in the presence of a stranger. Naturally, a 3-year-old would cry in such a situation. Zhao Xinghe could only gather Nanchi into his arms, attempting to soothe her. Seeing an opportunity, Huang Bin quickly offered, "Mr. Zhao, do you require assistance?" To which Zhao Xinghe replied, "Huang, could you please investigate what has transpired in her mother's family? Her name is Nansun, with Nan as in the south and Sun as in grandson. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I will have someone look into it immediately." Huang Bin responded, promptly pulling out his phone to make a call. "This is Huang Bin. Please assist me in investigating a person named Nansun, Nan as in the south and Sun as in grandson. Yes, in her 20s, a local of Modu, a graduate of Modu University. Look into it right away and report back with any findings." After hanging up, Huang Bin assured Zhao Xinghe, "Do not worry, Mr. Zhao, we will have news shortly." When the authorities took matters seriously, their efficiency was indeed remarkable. This was a direct order from the top boss, and it was prioritized above all else. Minutes later, Huang Bin received information, and, upon reading it, his expression froze. He swiftly handed his phone to Zhao Xinghe. As Zhao Xinghe continued to pat Nanxi's back, trying to comfort her, he glanced at the information on the phone and suddenly understood. "Thank you for your help, Director Huang." Huang Bin quickly replied, "It was nothing, just a small favor." Clinging to Zhao Xinghe's neck, Nanxi cried out for her mother. Zhao Xinghe, feeling helpless, could only say, all right, we will go find your mother now, please stop crying." She was a human child, and more importantly, his own flesh and blood. What could he do? Not even a celestial being, let alone a sage, could handle such an unreasonable little human. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, Zhao Xinghe discovered that Nansun was sitting on the ground beside the Peace Hotel, her head buried in her hands, weeping profusely. Initially perplexed by Nansun's bewildering actions, he now grasped the entire situation. The root of all this turmoil lay with her father, Nan Jianfei, an avid stock trader. During their time together in university, Zhao Xinghe had learned of Nan Jianfei's fervent passion for the stock market. On numerous occasions, he had extolled the virtues of trading stocks and urged Zhao Xinghe to invest his money, proclaiming that the only way for a rural boy like him to rise was through the stock market. How else could he provide a lavish life for his daughter? Not only did Zhao Xinghe lack funds, but even if he had them, he would never invest in Nan Jianfei, a man whose face bore the unmistakable mark of unreliability. Ultimately, their romance had been thwarted by Nan Jianfei's interference, perhaps also due to the impending graduation. After all, many college romances ended with parting upon graduation, and they were no exception. The Nan family was well established in Modu, but unfortunately, Nan Jianfei was inept, having squandered their family's wealth instead of expanding their business. This reckless behavior eventually led him down a path of no return, accumulating massive debts, which he chose to escape through death, leaving the burden of debts to Nansunde. During this time, creditors relentlessly knocked at their door, pushing Nansun to the brink of despair. Not only did she have to shoulder her father's enormous debts, but she also had to care for her elderly grandmother and her mother, who had just lost her husband. Most importantly, she had to look after the 3-year-old Nanxi. Anyone with children knows how high the expenses of raising a child can be, especially in a place like Modu, where a single child can become a financial black hole. That day was no different. A group of creditors had come knocking in the morning, hurling insults until nightfall, vowing to return the next day. While adults could manage, a mere 3-year-old like Nanxi was terrified, crying at the top of her lungs. Nansun could no longer endure the pressure, which led her to seek out Zhao Xinghe, the father figure. Despite his rural background and modest income, he at least had a home to retreat to, unlike the Nan family, who had no refuge left. The bank was preparing to seize their ancestral home, a small villa in the heart of Modu. Soon, they would have nowhere to stay. She could not allow Nanxi to end up like them, homeless on the streets. Thus, with a heavy heart, she had no choice but to place Nanxi before Zhao Xinghe. Chapter 6, Huang Bin. The advantage lies with me. The Nan family has reached its nadir, and Nansun finds herself in dire straits. Otherwise, she would never have resorted to presenting Nanxi before Zhao Xinghe. She wouldn't even have allowed Zhao Xinghe to know of his daughter's existence. The very name she bestowed upon Nanxi indicates her desire for the child to be a member of the Nan family rather than the Zhao lineage. The reason behind her name, Nansun, is rooted in her grandmother's yearning for a grandson, yet her father could only provide a daughter. She feels an obligation to carry on the Nan family's legacy. For someone as traditional as her grandmother, nothing holds greater significance than the continuation of the family line. When Nansun discovered her pregnancy after a breakup with her boyfriend, her father, Nan Jianfei, erupted in fury, adamantly insisting that she terminate the pregnancy. Nansun, however, resisted vehemently. Ultimately, it was her grandmother who made the final decision, allowing Nansun to give birth to the child. Yet, upon learning that the baby was a girl, her expression was one of profound disappointment. Nevertheless, one could argue that the Nan family would indeed have descendants. However, given the rapid onset of misfortune, relying on Nanxi to carry on the family lineage seems rather implausible. It appears that the Nan family's legacy may cease with her generation. Moreover, the matter of lineage pales in comparison to the pressing concerns surrounding the livelihoods of 3 generations of their family. Their small villa has been mortgaged to the bank, and after its auction, even if there are some remnants left, they would scarcely suffice to settle their debts. Preliminary estimates suggest that even after selling the house, the outstanding debts would still amount to at least 20 million. Given her capabilities, earning such a sum is akin to scaling a mountain. The debt collectors appear at their door daily, and due to the bank's involvement, they dare not resort to force. Instead, they simply wait outside. They are acutely aware that the Nan family's villa is valued at several million, and after repaying the bank, there would still be some funds left. Thus, they are eager to secure their owed payments first. Had it not been for the bank's pressure, they might have outright compelled the Nan family to sell the property. The Nan family lives in a state of constant anxiety. After shedding a few tears, Nansun composed herself. She needed to return home to care for her mother and grandmother. The Princess Nansun no longer exists. From this moment forth, she is merely a laborer. By the time Zhao Xinghe descended the elevator with Nanxi in his arms, Nansun had already departed. Zhao Xinghe addressed Nanxi, Shi, shall we find your mother tomorrow instead? With tears streaming down her face, Nanxi protested, no, I want my mother. At merely 3 years old, though she recognized Zhao Xinghe as her father from photographs, she had never truly met him and thus felt unfamiliar. Consequently, even though she sometimes clamored to find her father, upon actually encountering him, she yearned for her mother instead. Such is the world of a child. Observing the heart-wrenching distress of little Nanxi, Zhao Xinghe felt an inexplicable ache within him. This sensation was foreign to him. Is this the power of blood ties? Shi, I too do not know where your mother is at the moment, and I cannot reach her by phone. How about we search for her tomorrow? First, let me take you out for a delicious meal, and then after a good night's sleep, you will be able to see your mother, all right? The tears immediately ceased as Nanxi asked, really? Zhao Xinghe assured her, absolutely, I promise you, my dear. Nanxi replied, then it's settled. We must find mother tomorrow. She vowed it was not merely for the sake of food but rather because her father stated it would be too late. Indeed, it had been several days since she had enjoyed a good meal. Her grandfather used to take her out for treats every day. While Nan Jinfei was displeased with Zhao Xinghe and furious that Nansun disregarded his wishes, he held great affection for Nanxi. After all, she bears the Nan surname, a potential bearer of the family legacy. Naturally, if Nansun were to marry and bear a son with the Nan name, that would be even better. Alas, Nansun vehemently opposed this notion, leaving it as a lingering regret before his death. Zhao Xinghe sighed with relief and quickly led Nanxi back upstairs. Huang Bin and the manager of the Heaping Hotel hastily followed, now resembling mere attendants. Huang Bin alone bore the weight of his own struggles, while the hotel manager remained utterly bewildered, treating Zhao Xinghe with courtesy solely out of respect for Huang Bin. As for Zhao Xinghe's true identity, that was beyond his concern, or perhaps, beyond his reach. Upon returning to the room, Zhao Xinghe inquired of Huang Bin, Director Huang, do you know what children typically enjoy eating? Initially taken aback, Huang Bin quickly regained his composure and urged the hotel manager, Manager Huang, please hurry and bring forth the dishes that children love. The manager promptly went to fulfill the request. Huang Bin reassured Zhao Xinghe, rest assured, Mr. Zhao, Manager Huang is quite experienced in this regard, you cannot go wrong. Zhao Xinghe then addressed Nanxi, Shi, please wait a moment, delectable treats will be on their way shortly. Nanxi gazed up with her innocent, wide eyes and nodded, tears still glistening in her gaze. Zhao Xinghe continued, Shi, let me help you wipe your face, all right, you've turned into a little crying kitten. Nanxi blinked her large eyes and nodded in agreement. Zhao Xinghe turned to Huang Bin and requested, Director Huang, could you assist me further by investigating how much the Nan family owes in total and who their creditors are? Huang Bin promptly replied, rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I will have someone look into it at once. Whatever Zhao Xinghe requested, he would dutifully carry out, without any additional commentary. If he could cater to this esteemed individual, he would secure a powerful ally for the future. As a seasoned politician, he understood Zhao Xinghe's significance. After all, the minister would not have flown directly from the capital to Shanghai at such a late hour solely to ascertain whether Zhao Xinghe was indeed the individual depicted in the photographs. Had he not deemed it important, the minister would have awaited confirmation of identity before approving the flight. Huang Bin, possessing a modicum of sense, understood the central government's regard for Zhao Xinghe. Therefore, responding to his requests was merely the most basic of expectations. Were it not for his desire not to disrupt Zhao Xinghe's plans, he would have taken further steps on his behalf, such as negotiating with the Nan family's creditors. After all, the total debt was merely over 100 million. In Shanghai, money is abundant. The only shortcoming of Shanghai compared to the capital is a lack of formidable support. The central government is entrenched elsewhere. If he could align Zhao Xinghe as a pillar of support for Shanghai, the city could boldly declare, who else remains? Shanghai has suffered long enough under the shadow of the capital. There is no rush. Zhao Xinghe is a graduate of Shanghai University, and the Nan family is native to Shanghai. He is thus the son-in-law of the city. The advantage lies with me. Once the minister departs, he would have ample opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhao Xinghe. This time, given his position as the director of the Work Safety Bureau, he possessed a significant advantage, one that even the mayor and secretary lacked. Therefore, before higher-ranking officials became aware of Zhao Xinghe's identity, he must maximize this advantage. By the time the secretary, mayor, and other leaders caught up, Huang Bin would have to take a step back. Rank has its privileges, and who was he but a mere deputy mayor and director of the Work Safety Bureau? He promptly delegated Zhao Xinghe's requests and then quietly awaited news from his subordinates, as well as the minister's arrival. Chapter 7, The Uncertainty of Life. After expending an immense amount of energy, Zhao Xinghe finally managed to lull Nanxi to sleep. wiping the sweat from his forehead. He felt more fatigued than during any tribulation he had faced. He closed the door to the room and stepped into the reception area outside. Huang Bin was still waiting there. Upon seeing Zhao Xinghe emerge, Huang Bin quickly rose and said, "Mr. Zhao, I have 2 matters to discuss. First, regarding the investigation you requested, I have results. I've arranged for the detailed information to be printed and it will be delivered shortly. The second matter is that the minister has just landed and is on his way here, hoping to meet with you." In response, Zhao Xinghe remarked, "Very well, I have no pressing matters at hand. It matters not whether I rest or not." Huang Bin felt a pang of envy at Zhao's nonchalance about sleep. He wished he possessed such a capability. At just under 60, he still had opportunities to ascend further, yet the higher he aimed, the scarcer the positions became. The prospect of advancing was daunting. However, with a significant opportunity now presenting itself, he realized that ingratiating himself with Zhao Xinghe might make his ascent merely a matter of time. Lost in thought, Huang Bin's phone rang, prompting him to swiftly answer. After a brief conversation, he turned to Zhao Xinghe, saying, "Mr. Zhao, the minister has arrived. I will go downstairs to greet him." Zhao Xinghe nodded, offering no further comment. If a meeting was to occur, so be it. It wouldn't diminish him in any way. A little over 10 minutes later, as Huang Bin descended, several individuals entered the reception room. They approached with such lightness of foot that no sound could be heard, which pleased Zhao Xinghe greatly. Acknowledging their courtesy, he rose to greet them. Huang Bin acted as the intermediary, stating, "Mr. Zhao, this is our Minister Li. Minister, this is Mr. Zhao." Minister Li promptly extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Zhao, I am Li Gang." He did not presume to be grandiose. In the presence of a person of Zhao Xinghe's caliber, even the highest position seemed trivial. Zhao Xinghe shook his hand and introduced himself, Zhao Xinghe. After the handshake, Zhao suddenly inquired, "Minister Li, are you feeling unwell?" Li Gang's expression shifted. Indeed, he was no ordinary man, as he had quickly discerned that something was amiss with his health. He was uncertain whether Zhao had perceived it outright or had inferred it during their handshake. Regardless, it spoke volumes of Zhao Xinghe's capabilities. He immediately replied, "Mr. Zhao, do you possess a solution? Wise individuals speak forthrightly." Zhao Xinghe replied, "It is but a minor issue." Li Gang was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Really?" Zhao confirmed, "Of course." Li Gang was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the revelation that he was indeed suffering from late-stage gastric cancer. Doctors had advised hospitalization for treatment, yet he felt compelled to continue serving the people for as long as possible. Thus, he had kept his condition a secret, opting to take medication while working. Never did he expect Zhao Xinghe to discern his ailments so swiftly and, moreover, to be capable of treatment. It was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. However, considering Zhao's ethereal identity, it was not surprising that he could remedy such a condition. Zhao Xinghe's celestial identity was something Huang Bin had mentioned while ascending the stairs. Meanwhile, Huang Bin and Li Gang's accompanying secretary, Li Qi, were both astonished. How could they be unaware of the minister's illness, especially Li Qi, who was with him daily? Their minister had hidden his condition remarkably well. However, given the stakes involved in the minister's future, they refrained from voicing their opinions. Ultimately, it was Li Gang who broke the silence, asking, "Mr. Zhao, would you be willing to assist in treating my illness? Late-stage cancer is excruciatingly painful. Although the medication prescribed by doctors provided some relief, its effectiveness was waning. Previously, a single dose would suffice, yet now even 2 were barely effective. If this continued, no matter how fervently he wished to serve the people, his body would not endure." Zhao Xinghe replied, "No problem, I will write a prescription, and you can have someone procure the medicine." Li Gang was overjoyed but quickly realized, "Mr. Zhao, are you suggesting that a traditional Chinese medicine prescription can cure my illness?" Zhao affirmed, "Indeed." Li Gang, filled with hope, asked, "Mr. Zhao, could this be promoted?" The prospect of benefit to countless patients was exhilarating. Zhao responded, "Yes, but the specific medication must be tailored to the severity of each patient's condition." Li Gang felt a twinge of disappointment. So it requires a unique prescription for each individual? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes individualized prescriptions, even varying daily, making widespread promotion challenging. Zhao reassured him, "Not necessarily, it can be formulated into a patent medicine. Different patients with varying conditions can follow distinct treatment regimens. For your late-stage illness, at least 3 treatment cycles are necessary, each lasting approximately 1 week." Li Gang's spirit soared once more. Zhao's words were invigorating. Initially fearing the need for individual prescriptions, he now saw the potential for patent medicine, which would simplify promotion. However, given his late-stage gastric cancer, could it genuinely be treated in 3 cycles? This was a terminal illness, yet, recalling Zhao Xinghe's celestial identity, he found solace. After all, this was a remedy befitting a divine being. One final question lingered, "Mr. Zhao, is it sufficient to use conventional Chinese medicine?" Zhao replied, "Yes. When it comes to the ratios of medicinal ingredients, alchemists in the realm of cultivation far surpass traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. They have thousands of years of accumulated knowledge at their disposal. Moreover, the methods employed by cultivators are beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Thus, what is deemed terminal by common folk is merely trivial to a cultivator. In fact, what is referred to as cancer in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine is not regarded as such at all. The number of individuals truly skilled in using traditional Chinese medicine to treat cancer is exceedingly rare. Or rather, those capable of thoroughly mastering traditional Chinese medicine are few and far between. Zhao Xinghe had cultivated for nearly goodness, if measured by earthly time, he had only practiced for less than 2 days before achieving immortality. How terrifying! Returning to the matter at hand, after nearly 200 years of cultivation, Zhao Xinghe had amassed countless medicinal formulas in his mind. He could concoct specialized remedies for various ailments based on the conditions present on Earth. Now that Li Gang had expressed a need, he was more than willing to oblige. The accompanying secretary presented him with paper and pen, and Zhao wrote out the prescription in his notebook, instructing, procure the medicine for 3 treatment cycles, ensuring a 1-week interval between each cycle. The secretary, Li Qi, inquired, Mr. Zhao, does that mean there should be a 1-week gap between each cycle before administering the medicine? Zhao confirmed, yes. The secretary immediately understood and hurried downstairs to instruct others to procure the medicine, ensuring the minister would have his dose that evening. While still in the bustling metropolis, any issues could be promptly addressed with Zhao Xinghe's assistance. Li Gang had not anticipated that his visit to the city to meet Zhao Xinghe, merely to confirm the latter's identity, would lead to immediate treatment for his ailment. Truly, life is full of uncertainties. Chapter 8, Cooperation and Night Terror. The matter of healing was merely incidental, and Li Gang swiftly redirected the conversation back to the main topic. Mr. Zhao, as you are aware, your exposure in the Thunder Sea has been captured in photographs by many countries. Nations with advanced technology, such as ours, as well as the United States and Russia, have obtained remarkably clear images. We were able to locate you so swiftly thanks to your affiliation with our nation. However, even so, it is merely a matter of time before other countries find you. I have come today on behalf of the Elder Council, tasked with establishing initial contact and verifying your identity. As for how we will proceed from here, I am uncertain. If you have any requests, Mr. Zhao, please do not hesitate to voice them. We shall endeavor to fulfill them to the best of our abilities. Zhao Xinghe replied, I have no particular demands. I lack for nothing, or rather, perhaps you could assist me with a small favor. With a grand gesture, a substantial pile of gold ingots appeared on the floor of the meeting room. Li Gang, Huang Bin, and Li Qi were left utterly astonished, their minds racing with a single thought. Smiley, is this the work of a celestial being? Such a display could likely only be rivaled by the legendary powers of Shen Yuanzi from Journey to the West, who possessed the famed ability of sleeves containing the universe. At that moment, they no longer doubted Zhao Xinghe's celestial identity. The dazzling sight of the gold before them was blinding. Zhao Xinghe elucidated, Director Huang is aware that my ex-girlfriend's family has encountered misfortune and amassed a considerable debt. I must assist her, so might I trouble you to convert this gold into currency. Although he could sell the gold himself, the sheer volume would undoubtedly invite complications. While Zhao Xinghe was not averse to trouble, he preferred to avoid it, despite the overwhelming quantity of gold, which left the others in shock. Considering his celestial status, such an abundance of gold seemed entirely reasonable. Huang Bin exchanged a glance with Li Gang before responding, no problem, I shall arrange for it immediately. Zhao Xinghe interjected, oh, it is rather late now, perhaps we could handle it tomorrow instead. At this juncture, Li Gang proposed, Mr. Zhao, I have a suggestion. Did you not mention that the prescription could be used to create a proprietary medicine? What I propose is that you provide the formula, and I will recommend to the Elder Council that a state-owned enterprise invest in jointly establishing a pharmaceutical company. Once the medicine is on the market, you shall never find yourself short of funds. In truth, simpler arrangements could be made, such as the government directly providing Zhao Xinghe with financial support or purchasing the formula at a premium. However, such straightforwardness would not foster the relationship Zhao Xinghe sought. His purpose in verifying Zhao Xinghe's identity was to cultivate an alliance. If they could collaborate on a company, it would forge a partnership, opening up numerous opportunities for future closeness. The concern was that Zhao Xinghe might reject his proposal to avoid entanglement with the authorities. Such a celestial being, if a good rapport could be established, would yield immeasurable benefits. Merely by drafting a prescription, he could cure terminal illnesses. How many hidden treasures did he possess? No one could say, yet if he were willing, he could undoubtedly become the most formidable backing for our nation. With the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, and to bathe in the Thunder Sea, these were merely glimpses of the powers he could unveil. Zhao Xinghe furrowed his brow and inquired, would this not be too troublesome? As a celestial being, he indeed had no need for money. However, his family required financial support, for instance, his parents, and now he had a daughter to raise. Nevertheless, with 20 tons of gold in his spatial ring, he had no reason to worry about financial shortages. If necessary, he could simply continue selling gold, a straightforward solution. Li Gang reassured him. No, it will not be troublesome at all. You need only to sign a contract authorizing the use of the prescription, and everything else will be handled seamlessly, requiring no further expenditure of your time, Mr. Zhao. Seeing Li Gang's earnestness, Zhao Xinghe nodded. Very well, let us proceed tentatively. Upon receiving his agreement, Li Gang was elated. After a brief further discussion, he took his leave, indicating he would return to visit Mr. Zhao the following day. After all, it was quite late, and remaining longer would be impolite. Fortunately, he too was residing at the Peace Hotel, albeit in the most standard room, priced at 2,800 yuan per night. However, for the opportunity to cultivate a close relationship with Zhao Xinghe, any expenditure was justified. Upon returning to his room, Li Gang did not rest. Instead, he began contacting those in the capital. Zhao Xinghe's identity had been confirmed, and he had agreed to partner in establishing a pharmaceutical company. This progress was astonishing to the elders. Originally, Li Gang had been sent due to his position as Minister of Labor, which would facilitate finding Zhao Xinghe. However, Li Gang had delivered them an unexpected surprise. They quickly arranged for personnel from the Ministry of Commerce to approach Zhao Xinghe the next day. As for which national pharmaceutical enterprise would ultimately acquire the formula, that remained to be seen. Such advantages would either see Zhao Xinghe designate a partner or spark competition among enterprises, with each revelation of Zhao Xinghe's capabilities, traversing the heavens, bathing in the Thunder Sea, and wielding the art of sleeves containing the universe. The elders resolved to cultivate a connection with him grew ever stronger. Furthermore, it was imperative that his identity remained undiscovered by foreign powers. The Elder Council had made extensive arrangements for Zhao Xinghe, though he was blissfully unaware of these machinations and unconcerned. He spent the night awake, seated beside his sleeping daughter, Nan 11. As he gazed at her, his heart ached. Before the misfortunes befell the Nan family, Nanshi had undoubtedly known little hardship. Yet, since their downfall, countless debt collectors had come knocking, their words often coarse and unrefined. A mere 3-year-old girl like Nanshi must have been thoroughly frightened. Otherwise, with Nanson's temperament, she would not have brought Nanshi to him. For reasons unknown, Zhao Xinghe felt an overwhelming urge to weep. At that moment, the previously peaceful Nanshi suddenly erupted into tears, crying out, I want mommy, I want mommy. Zhao Xinghe was taken aback. Having never cared for a child, he was at a loss for how to respond and could only hastily soothe her. Nanshi, Daddy is here, do not be afraid, Daddy is here. As Zhao Xinghe's comforting words resonated within Nanshi's consciousness, her cries gradually subsided, and her breathing returned to a steady rhythm. Observing his daughter drifting back to sleep, Zhao Xinghe let out a sigh of relief. In matters of foreign affairs, he sought guidance from the internet. Although the reliability of such sources was questionable, he had no one else to consult. After perusing what seemed to be credible information, he discovered that this was a case of night terrors, an occurrence where a child, having experienced fright during the day, unconsciously relives it in their dreams at night. Zhao Xinghe then searched for advice on childcare, only to be inundated with dubious suggestions. Some advised corporal punishment for unruly children, while others proclaimed, a filial child is born from the rod. Among the plethora of so-called experts, the consensus seemed to boil down to a single conclusion. All were utter nonsense. Indeed, the internet was far from reliable. Chapter 9, Nanson's speculation. Could Zhao Xinghe have committed a crime? At the break of dawn the following day, Nanshi had already awakened, insisting on searching for her mother. Despite having sought her father for quite some time, upon finding him, she realized that the figure who had long existed only in legend was not quite as admirable, utterly failing to replace the cherished position of her mother in her heart. Zhao Xinghe, feeling helpless, could only promise to find her mother at once while hurriedly assisting her with her morning routine. When it came time to braid her hair, Zhao Xinghe found himself at a loss and had no choice but to enlist the hotel staff's assistance. Fortunately, the service at the presidential suite was impeccable, always ready to fulfill requests. Before long, manager Huang of the hotel arrived with a highly skilled lady who expertly braided Nanshi's hair. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Xinghe lifted Nanshi and said, She, let us have breakfast now, and after that, we shall go to find your mother, shall we? Obediently, Nanshi agreed, as long as it meant they would seek out her mother. Everything else was negotiable. Moreover, she was quite hungry. After breakfast, as they stepped out of the hotel, a car awaited them, a complimentary service provided by the establishment. Li Gang and Huang Bin were aware that Zhao Xinghe was taking his daughter to find her mother that day, hence they refrained from interrupting his plans, merely informing him that he could call upon them should he require assistance. As for the matter of gold, Huang Bin had already arranged for it to be handled, and the funds would be directly deposited into Zhao Xinghe's bank account. For him, such matters were but a mere word away. Nan Smallviller, Nan Sun finally stirred awake. Although she had gone to bed quite late the previous night, she still rose early, having matured considerably in just a matter of days. It seemed even her biological clock had shifted. Lying in bed, her gaze vacantly fixed upon the ceiling, she suddenly sat upright, her silk pajamas failing to conceal her striking figure. How could he afford to stay in the presidential suite at the Peace Hotel? It had taken her an entire night to realize the absurdity of the situation. Zhao Xinghe, coming from a rural background, had not secured a lucrative position after graduation. Despite being a graduate of a prestigious university, he could only find work as an ordinary clerk, earning a meager salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Such an income in the sprawling metropolis of Shanghai made survival exceedingly difficult. How could he possibly afford to stay in the presidential suite of the Peace Hotel? Last night, her heart had been wholly focused on her daughter, leaving no room for such considerations. It was only after a night of reflection that she recognized the inconsistencies. Given Zhao Xinghe's background and circumstances, he could certainly not afford the luxury of the presidential suite. Even for a standard room, one would have to deliberate extensively. Could he have committed a crime? Nan Sun could no longer remain still. Her family was in dire straits, and now they could barely support her daughter. If Zhao Xinghe had also broken the law, what would become of her child? Was she truly left with no choice but to send her to the countryside to be raised by Zhao Xinghe's parents? The thought of her daughter transitioning from the bustling metropolis of Shanghai to the small village where Zhao Xinghe hailed from filled her with unbearable anguish. She could not bear to imagine what kind of life her daughter would lead in such an environment. Would she transform from an angelic child into a squalid mess? Merely picturing that scenario sent shivers down her spine. After hastily freshening up, she resolved to take a taxi to the Peace Hotel. She was determined to reclaim Nan Xi. No amount of hardship could justify allowing her daughter to fall into a rural existence. Though she had never visited Zhao Xinghe's hometown, she had listened to his descriptions during their courtship. Zhao Xinghe had aimed to illustrate the challenges he faced transitioning from a rural boy to a university student in the metropolis. Given her evident interest, he had elaborated on the realities of rural life. Nan Sun had absorbed every detail, entirely neglecting the fact that many years had passed since Zhao Xinghe's accounts, and the conditions of the countryside had undergone tremendous change. She only envisioned a landscape rife with mud, where the roads were littered with cow dung, pig manure, and droppings from chickens and ducks. The mere thought of Nanxi's delicate, fair feet treading upon such filth nearly brought her to the brink of despair. On the first floor, Nan Sun's grandmother and mother had also risen, both in poor spirits. With the turmoil at home, who could possibly sleep soundly? Moreover, the bank had already notified them that they must vacate the premises within a few days. They had yet to resolve where they would live in the future. As Nan Sun descended the stairs, her mother, Dai Yufang, called out to her, "Nan Sun, what time did you return last night? How is Nanxi?" At that moment, Nan Sun dared not disclose to her mother the possibility of Zhao. Upon hearing this, Dai Yufang let out a sigh of relief and continued, Actually, your aunt called and asked me to live with her, and I have agreed." Nan Sun's expression shifted abruptly but soon regained composure. Her mother had always been a housewife, and since marrying into the Nan family, she had never held a job. In the past, when the Nan family was well off, she had no need to work, as they had hired help. One could say that Dai Yufang's ability to fend for herself had severely atrophied. Aware of this, Nan Sun replied, "That's fine, mother. It's for the best that you live with auntie." Given their current circumstances, her mother's move would indeed alleviate a considerable burden. Furthermore, her aunt was divorced and lived alone, so the two sisters would have each other's company. Meanwhile, the grandmother remained silent, her expression somewhat numb. It seemed as though these events had failed to stir any emotional response within her. Perhaps her heart had already perished alongside her son. The son she cherished most had delivered a devastating blow, leaving her with a mess to contend with. The Nan family was utterly ruined, and she pondered how she would explain their downfall to her deceased husband in the afterlife, or how she would justify it to the ancestors of the Nan clan. Beyond this wish, she had no other reason to live. If she were to devise a solution now, she would have no hesitation in ending her own life. Nan Sun addressed Dai Yufang, "Mother, I am going to find Shishi. She is likely feeling uncomfortable on her first day with her father, and I want to keep her company." Dai Yufang replied, "Go ahead. I will manage things at home, there is no need to worry." It was likely that the creditors would soon come knocking again. After selling the small villa, they would pay off their debts to the bank, leaving them with approximately 20 million yuan. However, apart from the bank debts, the remaining liabilities amounted to over 40 million yuan. One could not help but admire Nan Jianfei's audacity in borrowing money. It remained a mystery how he had managed to ensnare so many into his traps over a mere small villa. Yet, just as Nan Sun was about to step outside, the creditors arrived at their doorstep. As she prepared to leave, the creditors were unwilling to let her pass, insisting that she prioritize repaying their debts or negotiate a satisfactory repayment plan. Moreover, they demanded that any agreements be documented in writing. Chapter 10, Matters of Debt Collection. Miss Nan, where do you intend to go? I believe it would be wiser to sit down. Once that is settled, you will be free, and so shall we, correct? Indeed, Miss Nan, our company has already discussed this. As long as you repay the principal, the interest shall be calculated at the bank's rate. Miss, the 100,000 your father borrowed from me is my lifeline. You must ensure you repay me first, or else I shall find myself without a resting place. Miss Nan, my own funds are equally vital to me. When your father borrowed from me, I didn't even charge him interest. He merely mentioned a temporary cash flow issue, and I lent him the money out of goodwill as a neighbour. You must not forget your obligations. The prior speakers were representatives from lending companies, ranging from standard bank interest to the eventual waiver of interest. The latter voices belonged to local neighbours and friends of Nan Jinfei. They were well aware that the Nan family owned a small villa worth over 100 million, and given their deep financial roots, they harboured no concerns about Nan Jinfei's ability to repay. The debts owed to lending companies totaled in the millions, while the amounts owed by neighbours and friends varied from 20,000 to a few thousand, trivial sums, really, for such lending companies. As long as they deemed you capable of repaying the debt, it was customary to dispense funds without collateral, requiring only a signature and a thumbprint. You would have thought that a desperate Nan Jinfei would exhaust every available lending company. The cumulative debt from these companies soared into the tens of millions, and when added to the debts owed by friends and neighbours, it amounted to several million. When Nan Sun discovered these matters, she was utterly astounded. What kind of outrageous manoeuvring had her father conceived, as the lending companies sought to reclaim their loans, including interest? Following Nan Jinfei's tragic leap, days turned into a revelation of the dire state of the Nan family's finances. They quickly realized that the family was in a shambles, struggling even to repay the principal. Thus, they resolved to draw a line for themselves, merely reclaiming the principal. With Nan Jinfei deceased, the Nan family was left with 4 women. An 80-year-old matriarch, a homemaker devoid of any financial means, and a 3-year-old girl. Only Nan Sun possessed any semblance of economic capability. How could they recoup their money? Were they truly prepared to drive these women to their graves? Certainly not. They sought money, not lives, for if they forced the family to ruin, who would repay the debts? Such a colossal sum, if deemed a bad debt, would mean years of futile labour for them. Who could have anticipated that the Nan family's once substantial fortune could plummet to such depths overnight? Nan Jinfei, once perceived as a simpleton, proved to be cunning beyond belief. He had already mortgaged the house to the bank while claiming that the property deed was with the elderly matriarch, thus making it inaccessible. He had merely requested a small loan for temporary cash flow. They thought it was merely a few million. As long as the property remained, it would pose no issue. Nan Sun, preoccupied with her daughter and jousting her, found herself besieged at home, bombarded by countless words. She was on the brink of collapse. She understood that the civility displayed by these individuals stemmed from the prospect of a surplus once the bank auctioned the house. If matters escalated to an unpayable debt, who could fathom the lengths to which these individuals might resort? She often read online accounts of those ensnared in high-interest loans, resulting in dire outcomes. These people were devoid of humanity. If pushed to a corner, they might resort to violence. Moreover, numerous beautiful young women had been driven to sell their bodies to repay debts. Contemplating this, Nan Sun felt utterly defeated. Although the representatives from the lending companies had yet to exhibit any malicious intent, she had already immersed herself in despair. Who, in their right mind, would operate a high-interest lending company with benevolent intentions? Fear, injustice, and a myriad of sorrows surged within her, and she could no longer contain herself. Breaking into tears, this outburst startled the representatives from the lending companies and the neighbours who were vying for priority repayment. If Nan Sun faltered, their prospects for recovering their debts would vanish entirely. However, the representatives from the lending companies exchanged glances, contemplating the prospect of bad debts. They had never anticipated such a situation. Clearly, conventional methods would not suffice to reclaim their loans. Fortunately, Nan Sun was not only extraordinarily beautiful, but her physique was also striking. She was undoubtedly a lucrative asset. The representatives of the lending companies, she seemed dismissive, deferring discussions until the bank sold the house. Once the property was sold, it would be too late for negotiations. They perceived her actions as a ploy to evade repayment. Their debts were not easily dismissed, and if conventional means failed, they would have to resort to alternative tactics. In unison, the representatives of the lending companies expelled the neighbours from the premises. The neighbours, initially furious, were quickly silenced by the intimidating demeanour of the lending company representatives. Ultimately, they were ushered out of the villa, left to watch the door close behind them, powerless to intervene. They cursed under their breath, torn between leaving in anger and desiring to return, but lacking the courage. The actions of the lending companies made it clear they did not want the neighbours to reclaim their loans. Such conduct was utterly despicable. Is there any justice left? Is there still a law? Someone exclaimed. Does calling the police even matter? Another retorted. What can they do when no violence is involved? Can the police prohibit them from collecting debts? Collecting debts is not illegal. Only violent collection methods It was evident that these lending companies were not resorting to violence, they could only resign themselves to their misfortune, yet they did not leave, they waited at the door, intending to negotiate with Nansun once the representatives of the lending companies departed. Together, the neighbors represented only a few million. If Nansun were willing to prioritize repaying them, it would be entirely feasible. They lamented their situation and cursed their foolishness. They now regretted lending money to Nan Jinfei for exorbitant interest. Indeed, they had lent him money, but they had also charged high interest rates. Otherwise, as neighbors, they would never have extended a loan. They had only feigned sympathy to persuade Nansun to repay them first. Chapter 11, the demon finally reveals its fangs. Nansun sensed that matters would not be so simple. Those merciless lending companies would never be so accommodating. Their previously amiable demeanor was solely due to their lingering hope of recovering their debts. Now, they were enraged. What do you intend to do? Leave my daughter out of this. Dai Yufang interposed herself before Nansun, obstructing the representatives of the lending companies, whose expressions had soured. The elderly lady rose, leaning on her cane, and slowly approached, raising her staff to strike. This action sent the representatives into a frenzy. Old woman, I warn you, if you dare to strike again, I will have you eliminated, one of the representatives seethed. The elderly lady retorted, very well, my son has already died, I have no desire to live either. Come, end my life, and you can accompany me in death, I would consider it again. Upon hearing this, the representatives of the lending companies were instantly subdued. The audacity of the old lady, nearing 80, meant she had little to lose. While they were still young, the thought of having their lives taken by this elderly woman was utterly unjust. They were lending companies, after all, any tactical maneuvers had to be conducted discreetly, with so many witnesses present. Should anything happen to the three women in this room, they would be unable to escape the consequences. They had no intention of fleeing, so they turned to Nansun and said, Miss Nan, your father owes us money, and it must be repaid. It is only fair that debts are settled. Do not even entertain the thought of evasion. Our money does not come from thin air. Let us negotiate a repayment plan. Quickly, persuade your grandmother to cease her actions, otherwise, do not blame us for being uncivil. Indeed, we may not dare to act against you now, but what about tomorrow? Do not forget, you have another daughter. Initially, Nansun remained unfazed by their words, but when the representative mentioned her daughter, her spirit surged back. She exclaimed, What do you want? If you dare to harm my daughter, I will fight you with all I have. You shall receive not a single cent. She pulled her grandmother and mother behind her, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the representatives. One representative responded, Miss Nan, you must understand that our business is to make a profit, but what about you? After all our discussions, what is your attitude? Do you truly believe we operate as a charitable organization? I warn you, do not push us to our limits. If you do, we are capable of anything. I assume you have seen or heard about some debt collection methods online. Miss Nan, you would not want us to apply those methods to you and your family, would you? Her family was her only concern. She replied, Rest assured, I will repay every cent I owe you. However, I require time to raise the funds. One representative scoffed, Miss Nan, are you jesting with you? Once the bank sells the house, you can first reclaim the money owed to your company, and we shall ensure that the Nan family faces no difficulties from your end. As soon as he finished speaking, another representative hurriedly chimed in, Exactly, Miss Nan. As long as you repay our company's loan first, we will not cause you any trouble. One by one, each representative echoed this sentiment. Their primary objective was to reclaim the principal as swiftly as possible. That was their bottom line. The situation surrounding the Nan family had escalated significantly, even drawing the bank's involvement. They dared not employ indirect tactics immediately, fearing that any misstep could provoke official intervention. Operating in this industry often teetered on the edge of legality. As long as incidents remained rare, authorities tended to overlook them. Those who faced serious consequences were often those whose actions resulted in fatalities. In recent years, many lending companies had collapsed due to their own reckless behavior. The survivors were those who knew how to navigate the landscape wisely. A group of fools, only capable of causing chaos. Was there truly no other method besides driving people to their debts? It was utterly foolish. Nansun replied, You all wish for me to prioritize repayment, but I do not possess such funds. I can repay you a portion now and settle the remainder monthly. The representative interjected harshly, Miss Nan, I already mentioned that there remains a shortfall of 20 million. What do you intend to use to repay that? With your current income, even a century would not suffice to clear this debt. If repayment were to be staggered, interest would naturally accrue. Did they truly believe they were running a charity? The principal plus interest would render Nansun unable to repay the debt in her lifetime. They had thoroughly researched her financial situation, knowing precisely what she earned each month, and had discerned the vulnerabilities within the Nan family. Nansun's greatest weakness was her daughter, Nanshi. If they could secure that angelic 3-year-old, Nansun would be compelled to comply with their demands. This was far more cunning than simply driving the entire Nan family to despair. As long as they held Nanshi, it would be a luxury for Nansun to even contemplate her own demise. Nansun was young, beautiful, and possessed a figure that exuded a mature charm due to motherhood. She was undoubtedly a prize for those with unsavory intentions. With proper grooming, they could profit for at least a decade. While it remained uncertain whether all debts could be cleared, it was certainly preferable to forcing her into a job to repay them. Nansun fell silent. Meanwhile, the representatives of the lending companies began to confer among themselves, unabashedly plotting in front of the 3 generations of the Nan family, exuding an air of indifference to their presence. Hearing their conversation filled Nansun with a mix of shame and fury, yet she knew she could not succumb to despair. She needed Jiaxinghe to take Nanshi back to their hometown first. As long as the representatives of the lending companies could not locate Jiaxinghe's home, her daughter would remain safe. At that moment, she could no longer concern herself with how Nanshi might fare in the countryside. If her daughter fell into the hands of these demons, who could tell what fate awaited her? The very thought that she might be coerced into selling her body to repay debts sent shivers down her spine. Would these monsters force Nanshi to continue repaying debts as she grew older? Overwhelmed by the terrifying implications, Nansun collapsed to the ground. She could not even dare to contact Jiaxinghe, fearing that these individuals might discover his existence. Once they became aware of Jiaxinghe, what use would escaping to the countryside serve? These demons, emboldened by their audacity in a metropolis like Magic City, would surely commit heinous acts without a second thought. Chapter 12, A Sudden Altercation. Miss Nansun, I trust you do not wish for your daughter to mirror your current predicament in the future. Thus, I implore you to heed our words and strive to generate income for us. We can assure you, indeed we could formalize an agreement, that as long as you repay us with both principal and interest, we shall guarantee your daughter's safe and healthy upbringing. This statement was almost an overt warning to Nansun, indicating that disobedience would not be tolerated. Her life was at stake, and should she fail to comply, her daughter would merely become a tool for their profit. This declaration effectively severed all avenues of escape for Nansun. You vile creatures, I shall not yield to you. The elderly lady circumvented Nansun's obstruction, wielding her cane as she aimed to strike at the representatives of the lending company. The representative struck by the cane seized it and yanked it fiercely. The elderly woman's frailty rendered her powerless against such force, causing her to fall, her head colliding with the coffee table, blood splattering at the scene, and she lost consciousness. Mother! Grandma! Dai Yufang and Nansun rushed over in alarm. Dai Yufang urged Nansun, quickly call for an ambulance. Regaining her composure, Nansun swiftly retrieved her phone and began dialing for emergency assistance. Observing the unfolding events, the representatives of the lending company hesitated. Should they allow her to call for help, or should they snatch the phone from her? Ultimately, after some deliberation, they opted not to confiscate Nansun's phone, permitting her to call for aid. At this juncture, it could still be deemed an accident. Should they obstruct her from dialing 120 and the elderly lady were to perish, the situation would escalate dramatically. They had no desire for such turmoil. Their singular aim was to recover their funds. If Nansun had the means to repay, they would vacate immediately. Lacking the capacity to repay, she would then experience their convoluted tactics firsthand. However, they had not anticipated the fierce resolve of the elderly lady, who seemed unafraid of death. Is it not often said that the elderly are more fearful of mortality? Before long, the ambulance arrived. The neighborhood residents outside were in a state of agitation. What had transpired within? Was there truly a bloodshed incident? Their concern was palpable. Should anything happen to the Nansun family, their debts would become irretrievable. Soon, the elderly lady was tended to by doctors and loaded onto the ambulance. It was at this moment that Jiaxinghe arrived with Nansher in tow. Upon seeing Jiaxinghe and Nansher, Nansun's mind went blank, entirely overwhelmed. She had intended to find an opportunity to text Jiaxinghe once they reached the hospital, urging him to take Nansher back to their hometown, thereby evading the lending company's grasp. Yet now, Jiaxinghe had brought them right to her doorstep. Nansun's frustration towards Jiaxinghe reached its peak. Meanwhile, the representatives of the lending company, witnessing Jiaxinghe carrying Nansher, felt a wave of trepidation. Nansun had actually sent her daughter outside. They had previously assumed that Nansher was merely a child, still asleep upstairs. Mommy! Nansher finally spotted her mother. Nansun quickly instructed Jiaxinghe, take Nansher back home at once. Grandma is injured, and I must take her to the hospital. She continuously exchanged glances with Jiaxinghe, hoping their years apart had not dulled their understanding of one another, yet Jiaxinghe's response was disheartening. He remained as unyielding as a statue, failing to grasp her silent pleas, simply stating, 1111 wants her mother, I brought her here, since Grandma is hurt, I will accompany her to the hospital. Nansun completely unraveled, unleashing a torrent of expletives at Jiaxinghe. Jiaxinghe, I told you to leave. Did you not hear me? What are you trying to prove? Grandma is mine, this has nothing to do with you. She had noticed the shift in the expressions of the lending company representatives, recognizing that she had squandered her best opportunity. There would be no turning back now. Indeed, one of the representatives stepped forward, addressing Zhao Xinghe. Mr. Zhao, I presume, we are from the lending company. We mean no harm, merely seeking to collect a debt. We are civilized individuals. As long as the debt is repaid, we can discuss matters amicably. As he spoke, his gaze fixated on Nanshe. One could not deny that Nanshe had inherited all the finest traits from Zhao Xinghe and Nansun. With proper nurturing, she would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. It was remembered that Zhao Xinghe's charm, alongside his academic prowess, had been instrumental in winning Nansun's heart. Standing at 6 feet tall with a strikingly handsome visage, he was merely a shade less appealing than the readers of this narrative. What woman could resist such a lure? Had Nansun not acted quickly, the number of suitors vying for Zhao Xinghe's affection could have formed an entire battalion. Smack! Zhao Xinghe delivered a resounding slap, sending the representative sprawling to the ground, his voice cold as ice. Your gaze disgusts me. Should you dare to look at my daughter in such a manner again, I shall extract your eyes. The sudden turn of events stunned all present. Even the medical personnel, who had been urging the Nansun family to board the ambulance, swallowed their words. The representative from the lending company lay on the ground, his head blooded, his face swollen, and a tooth knocked out. In that moment, it appeared he might be in greater need of an ambulance than the elderly lady. Nansun found herself struggling to recognize Zhao Xinghe. Meanwhile, the representatives of the lending company glared with menacing intent. This was a complete reversal of roles. They had only ever been the aggressors, never on the receiving end of violence. Their notorious reputation, built on the fear they instilled, had rendered most individuals terrified at the mere mention of their name. Kid, you've got some nerve. At that moment, a burly representative from the lending company approached, his fists cracking ominously. Nansun cautioned, Zhao Xinghe, we must leave. Seeing someone attempting to assert dominance before him, Zhao Xinghe responded with another sharp slap. The hulking man tried to evade but failed, following suit with his colleague. After delivering the blow, Zhao Xinghe turned back to Nansun. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Nansun bit her lip. She hardly recognized this version of Zhao Xinghe. The young man she once knew had been a scholar, prone to reasoning with others. Now he was a man of action, quick to resort to violence. The transformation over the years was stark. It seemed he had endured considerable hardship. Nevertheless, this change was not unwelcome. At least he now possessed a greater capacity for self-defense. Of course, she did not dare to expect that Zhao Xinghe could suppress the lending company through sheer force. In terms of brutality, they were the true experts. Presently, Zhao Xinghe was merely leveraging the element of surprise. Zhao Xinghe, please leave. Nansun reiterated, take Nanshe and go. I implore you. Nanshe, in tears, declared, Mommy, I won't leave, I want my mommy. The representatives of the lending company closed in, their intentions clear. The medical personnel shouted, family members, hurry and get in the vehicle. Do you still wish to go to the hospital? Chapter 13. Next, it was their time to take charge at the Peace Hotel. Minister Li Gang was also hosting colleagues from the capital. Among them were the head of the Ministry of Commerce, Minister Li Taijun, the director of the Special Investigation Bureau of the Summer Nation, Zhang Lingyu, and a group of executives from pharmaceutical companies affiliated with the Ministry of Commerce. Originally, Zhang Lingyu was the primary force in searching for Zhao Xinghe. However, ultimately, it was the Labor Security Agency that specialized in such matters, allowing Li Gang to benefit from the situation. Fortunately, they managed to locate the individual, and the conversation went quite well. Li Gang instructed his accompanying secretary to present the prescription, addressing Li Taijun. Old Li, have your people examine this prescription to determine which pharmaceutical company is capable of producing it. Li Taijun replied, should we not validate it first? Li Gang retorted, validation. Do you think they are more formidable than the immortals? I consumed this medicine last night and again this morning. The effects have been remarkable. Li Taijun was taken aback, exclaiming, Old Li, what is your situation? This prescription was intended for treating gastric cancer, yet Li Gang claimed to have taken it. Goodness, old friend, have you contracted this illness, and the organization is completely unaware? You are making a grave mistake. Li Gang waved his hand dismissively. Enough, I simply did not wish to be bedridden before my demise. Now, thanks to Mr. Zhao's appearance, I need not face death. Since taking the medicine last night, he had not consumed any painkillers, indicating that the medicine had already taken effect. With just 3 courses of treatment, late-stage gastric cancer could be cured. This medicine was miraculous. Having him as the Minister of Labor Security as a test subject was most fitting. Li Taijun, being a significant figure himself, soon regained his composure from the initial shock. Whether Li Gang was speaking from the heart was unclear. One could argue he wished to continue serving the people, or perhaps he was clinging to power, or even refusing to succumb to illness. Perceptions vary, the true essence of a person is revealed not by their words but by their actions. Li Taijun, not wishing to waste time, addressed the pharmaceutical executives accompanying him. You have brought experts, let them examine this prescription and see which company is capable of production. Li Gang added, this medicine will undergo a special approval process and must be produced at the fastest pace possible, so you must act judiciously. If anyone delays production due to personal interests, I will not spare them. Furthermore, I will have someone supervise your meeting later. Before the meeting commences, a confidentiality agreement must be signed. You all know the rules, I shouldn't have to repeat myself. Li Taijun reminded, do not worry, if this medicine proves effective, production will certainly be scaled up, and you need not fear missing out on orders. He was concerned that these individuals might create trouble out of competition. Only then did the pharmaceutical executives breathe a sigh of relief. They had been informed that there was a Chinese herbal prescription capable of treating cancer, which could be formulated into a proprietary medicine. They were skeptical, could such a prescription truly exist? Cancer, an ailment deemed incurable, in many cases, Western medicine finds itself powerless. There are tales in traditional Chinese medicine of cures, but those are mere exceptions. Let alone treating cancer with proprietary Chinese medicine, it was utterly fantastical, yet, since it was Li Taijun who spoke, and with Li Gang's assurance, they had no choice but to believe. Upon hearing that Li Gang had consumed the medicine without validation, they were all startled. This was a central figure. If such a person were to be harmed by a prescription, it would spell disaster. However, upon hearing Li Gang affirm the medicine's efficacy, they felt a wave of relief and simultaneous joy. If this prescription were genuine, it would be a veritable gold mine. Once they obtained the prescription, they hurriedly left to convene experts and validate whether they could swiftly commence production. Zhang Lingyu, seeing their discussion concluded, quickly inquired, Minister Li, I must know, where is Mr. Zhao? This was his primary objective. If possible, he wished to recruit Zhao. If that failed, they needed to cultivate a favorable relationship. Moreover, they must not allow Zhao Xinghe to be snatched away by foreign powers. An immortal, such beings exist solely in legends. Though doubts lingered, Li Gang's words provided a substantial degree of confirmation. Yet, without having seen it with his own eyes, a sliver of skepticism remained. Li Gang replied, he has taken his daughter to visit his ex-girlfriend. Zhang Lingyu remarked, he has a daughter. This information was new to him. Li Gang explained, we only learned of this last night upon our arrival. His ex-girlfriend concealed her childbirth from him. Recently, something occurred in her family, prompting her to send the child to him. With this clarification, both Li Taijun and Zhang Lingyu understood. However, Zhang Lingyu was not pleased, stating, Minister Li, since his ex-girlfriend is facing difficulties, why don't you lend a hand? This is the perfect opportunity to enhance Mr. Zhao's impression of us. Li Gang replied, how could I not consider helping? I proposed last night that we could assist Mr. Zhao, but he did not agree. What could I do? As he spoke, he recounted how Zhao Xinghe had presented a pile of gold, requesting Huang Bin to help sell it to the bank. An immortal producing gold seemed odd yet entirely plausible. Surely, it would be easy for a being of such stature to acquire gold, even if its origins were dubious. Would anyone dare to investigate? Zhang Lingyu insisted, that won't he do, I must pay him a visit. We cannot afford to aggravate Mr. Zhao, it could lead to serious consequences. Upon hearing this, both Li Gang and Li Taijun felt compelled to join him. Li Gang looked at Li Taijun and said, you should remain here to oversee the broader situation, I will accompany Director Zhang. Li Taijun, acknowledging the logic in this, agreed. The prescription was present, and they could not afford any mishaps that might hinder progress. Meanwhile, at the Nan family residence, due to the insistence of the medical personnel, Nan Mamar Dai Yufang had no choice but to take the elderly lady to the hospital first. Meanwhile, Nan Sun stayed behind. Representatives from the lending companies had subtly formed a circle around him. Nan Sun realized that reaching a peaceful resolution today was unlikely. Zhao Xinghe had just struck 2 representatives from the lending companies, who now lay groaning on the ground. The medical staff had previously asked whether they needed an ambulance, only to be chased off with insults. How could they call for an ambulance and retain any semblance of dignity? The lending company representatives had lost a fight. It was an embarrassment for the entire industry. If they were to call for an ambulance, how could they continue to intimidate the Nan family? Thus, even though their head spun and sitting up was a challenge, they had to maintain their composure. Fortunately, they were numerous. Although each company had only sent 1 representative, they collectively numbered over a dozen. Importantly, each was tall and imposing, exuding considerable intimidation. They had previously underestimated Zhao Xinghe, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Now, it was their time to assert control. Chapter 14, Zhao Xinghe, do not make me hate you for a lifetime. Next, it was time for the representatives of the lending company to speak. One of them stepped forward and said, Miss Nan Sun, it appears that your friend is unaware of our identity, and you certainly do not wish for him to encounter any misfortune, do you? Upon hearing this, Nan Sun's expression changed dramatically. Zhao Xinghe, you must leave at once, take Nanxi and hurry away. Zhao Xinghe questioned, why should I leave? Nansun insisted, they are from the lending company. My father borrowed money from them and is unable to repay it. He has already paid with his life for this, trust me, you must leave quickly. If the situation had allowed, she would have pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Xinghe. How could he be so oblivious, so utterly lacking in awareness of the dire circumstances surrounding them? Zhao Xinghe responded, if one owes money, one should repay it. Nansun's eyes widened, incredulous at his foolishness. The representatives from the lending company, however, perked up at this remark, and one of them immediately replied, kid, do you have the means to repay? The other representatives also stepped forward, eager to speak. As for the two individuals lying on the ground, they had been completely forgotten. Nansun, unable to repay the debt and attempting to strategize a diversion, found herself aligned with Zhao Xinghe. They were united in their plight, but now, the situation had shifted. Zhao Xinghe's willingness to repay had turned them into competitors. What if Zhao Xinghe's funds proved insufficient? Kid, do you have any idea how much her father owes us? One representative inquired. Feigning ignorance, Zhao Xinghe asked, how much? The representative replied, over 40 million. Zhao Xinghe shrugged, a trivial matter, I shall repay. Nansun was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. What kind of operation was this? Did he truly believe he could deceive these individuals? It was utterly impossible. These were not the types who would let a rabbit go without first setting a trap. She felt a wave of despair wash over her. The best opportunity had just been squandered by Zhao Xinghe. The representatives of the lending company were now resolute in not allowing Zhao Xinghe to leave. She remained silent, watching as Zhao Xinghe rambled on. Her mind raced, desperately seeking a better solution. At the very least, she needed to ensure that Zhao Xinghe took Nanxi away, back to their hometown. The representatives of the lending company regarded Zhao Xinghe with skepticism, and one of them spoke up, kid, you're not trying to pull a fast one on us and then make your escape, are you? Zhao Xinghe replied nonchalantly, I'll make a call to have the money brought over. With that, he produced his prized smartphone and dialed Huang Bin's number. Director Huang, has the gold been sold? Yes, I am currently at Miss Nansen's residence, please send the money over. At this point, he turned to the representatives and asked, do you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Seeing his calm demeanor, the representatives began to murmur amongst themselves, questioning the authenticity of his claims. However, considering Nansen's appearance and background, it was not uncommon for her to have a wealthy benefactor. Consequently, all the representatives opted for cash. Zhao Xinghe felt a twinge of annoyance. Why did they all insist on cash? Did they not realize how cumbersome it would be to carry such a large sum? Nevertheless, it was their choice, and he respected that. He then spoke to Huang Bin on the phone. Director Huang, they require cash. Could you arrange for someone from the bank to deliver it? Thank you. For an ordinary person, such a request would be impossible, yet, for Huang Bin, it was merely a matter of a single phone call. To ensure the safety of the transaction, he even dispatched a fully armed team to oversee the security operation. Zhao Xinghe's affairs warranted the utmost attention. The two representatives on the ground listened to the entire exchange, filled with regret. Had they known Zhao Xinghe was wealthy enough to repay the debt, they would not have sought to assert their authority or display bravado. Now, they faced the prospect of having acted foolishly. While they could retaliate against an ordinary individual, would they dare confront a man capable of producing over 40 million in cash at a moment's notice? Did they truly believe that all wealthy individuals were virtuous? With Zhao Xinghe's demeanor, they would not be surprised if he hailed from a family with assets exceeding 10 billion. Such backgrounds seldom produced benevolent souls. Now, their primary concern was whether Zhao Xinghe would seek retribution against them. Nansun observed Zhao Xinghe's serious expression, her doubt creeping in. Could it be that Zhao Xinghe truly possessed wealth? It seemed impossible. She was certain he came from a rural background. How could he possibly amass such a fortune? Had he truly earned several million in just a few years? Surely not. It was utterly implausible. They shared a common profession, and after a few years of working, she had increasingly felt the inadequacy of her expertise and considered returning to school for further studies. After all, given the Nansun family's circumstances, this was a feasible option, yet reality was harsh. Before she could even voice that desire, her father had already succumbed to despair and taken his own life. Under the current conditions, not only was pursuing further education a distant dream, but even maintaining a normal existence had become a struggle. She approached Zhao Xinghe and cautioned, do you understand that they are from a lending company? They are devoid of humanity. If you dare to deceive them, the consequences will be dire. Listen to me, take Nanxi and leave for home. I will handle this situation. Zhao Xinghe inquired, how will you resolve it? Can your family still produce several million? Nansun retorted, how do you know? Zhao Xinghe replied, I had someone investigate before coming. Nansun asserted, impossible. The details of her family's situation were neither overly complex nor simple. How could Zhao Xinghe have conducted a thorough investigation in such a short time? Little did she know, it was the director of the Urban Security Bureau in Magic City who had personally taken action, uncovering the intricacies of her family's affairs. In fact, Zhao Xinghe was now more informed about many aspects of the Nansun family than she was herself. All Nansun knew was that her father had accrued substantial debts from stock trading and had subsequently taken his own life. However, Zhao Xinghe was aware of how her father had been systematically led to ruin. Indeed, Nansun's father had been ensnared in a trap, otherwise, how could he have incurred debts exceeding 100 million? The truth was, both the bank's 80 million and the lending company's 40 million were loans that had been strategically induced. Even if he could secure loans from the bank and the lending company, the speed at which he acquired them would have been implausible. Did they believe that the funds from banks and lending companies simply materialized from thin air? Only the few million borrowed from local acquaintances was a sum that Nan Jianfei had secured through his own influence. Yet these matters could be postponed, there was ample time to settle the accounts later. Zhao Xinghe, I implore you, take Nanxi and return home at once, otherwise, they will use Nanxi to coerce me into betraying myself to repay their debt. If you take Nanxi home, I will be eternally grateful to you. Zhao Xinghe, do not make me hate you for a lifetime. Nansun's eyes were filled with despair. She could not believe that in just over 2 years, Zhao Xinghe could have transcended the boundaries of social class. It was utterly inconceivable unless, of course, he had resorted to living off a wealthy benefactor. Chapter 15. In contrast, Zhao Xinghe appeared almost saintly. Nansun certainly did not harbor any genuine animosity towards Zhao Xinghe. She merely found it difficult to believe. She perceived Zhao Xinghe as playing with fire. Did he truly think that the individuals from these lending companies were simpletons? They were far more astute than monkeys. Tricks like Zhao Xinghe's would undoubtedly fail to deceive their discerning eyes. Once the time elapsed and the funds failed to materialize, all efforts would be in vain. However, the elderly neighbors of the Nan family did not share Nansun's skepticism. They believed that such a handsome man, exuding an air of nobility, must undoubtedly hail from a wealthy lineage. Returning their several million was a trivial matter. They stood behind the representatives of the lending companies, addressing Zhao Xinghe. Sir, you must be Nansun's husband, correct? We are all old neighbors of the Nan family and close acquaintances of your father-in-law, Nan Jianfei. He owes us money, you see. Zhao Xinghe reassured them, rest assured, once the funds arrive, you may present the promissory notes to collect your money. The elderly neighbors were instantly elated, showering praises upon Nansun for marrying such a fine husband. As Nansun listened to their accolades, she wished she could dig a hole and hide. Over the past few years, in order to provide Nanxi with a legitimate background, she had fabricated a story, claiming that Nanxi's father was abroad and would not return for several years. Now, Zhao Xinghe's presence seemed to validate her deceit. Faced with Zhao Xinghe, she felt utterly embarrassed. Thus, she buried her face in Xishi's shoulder, momentarily forgetting the situation at hand. Huang Bin acted swiftly. An armored cash transport vehicle, escorted by 2 police cars, arrived at the Nan family's doorstep. A squad of heavily armed special police officers disembarked from the police vehicles, exuding an intimidating presence. Only then did personnel from the cash transport vehicle emerge. To an unknowing observer, one might assume that the vehicle contained a fortune of billions. Huang Bin promptly arranged for the special police to maintain vigilance and then hurried over to Zhao Xinghe, stating, Mr. Zhao, the money has arrived. Zhao Xinghe replied, thank you, Director Huang, please instruct the bank personnel to commence their duties and settle these elderly neighbors' debts first. Huang Bin naturally complied, swiftly directing the bank staff to distribute the funds and collect the promissory notes. As for interest, they would adhere to the bank's maximum rate. According to the promissory notes, the interest was exorbitantly high and considered illegal usury. Some elderly neighbors, eager to test the waters, were promptly deterred by a bank staff member's warning, do you wish to end up in prison? Once they received their money, Huang Bin waved his hand and advised, now that you have claimed your funds, it would be prudent to leave quickly and deposit the money in the bank. Keeping it at home is unsafe. The elderly neighbors, upon hearing this, found it reasonable. While the lively scene was indeed captivating, nothing eclipsed the importance of their own money. After their departure, Zhao Xinghe turned to the representatives of the lending companies, saying, gentlemen, it is now your turn. Please step forward. The representatives hesitated momentarily before entering the small villa. They had not anticipated the arrival of special police, nor Huang Bin himself. Those in their line of work might be ignorant of who the mayor was, but they could never afford to be oblivious to the identity of the director of public safety. Their dealings skirted the edge of legality. When the authorities chose to overlook their actions, they could continue to scrape by. However, should they decide to take matters seriously, imprisoning them for several years would be no injustice. Furthermore, given the nature of their business, they undoubtedly had connections to shield them. Yet could their connections rival Huang Bin's? Hardly. If they had such formidable connections, would they still need to operate a lending company? How absurd. The bank staff's previous remarks to the elderly neighbors had escaped their notice, as they had been outside at the time. Nevertheless, their instincts warned them that obtaining the funds today would not be an easy feat. As for Nan Sun, her mind had long since gone blank. Earlier, when the special police had disembarked, she had wondered if they were merely actors in a play. However, upon seeing Huang Bin step out, she realized that these special police officers were indeed legitimate. Following her family's troubles, she had sought advice regarding her father's debts to the lending company, contemplating whether to report the matter to the police. In her research, she had come across information about the Director of Public Safety, Huang Bin, and had scrutinized his photograph for quite some time. Ultimately, she had chosen to abandon the route of reporting the incident. She had also consulted a lawyer, who indicated that while reporting the matter might yield a temporary solution, it would inevitably lead to civil litigation. At the very least, the principal amount would need to be repaid, otherwise, the lenders would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly. The principle was simple: while the King of Hell may be lenient, the little devils are relentless. Now, a singular thought occupied her mind: how could Zhao Xinghe possibly know Huang Bin? Moreover, those several crates of cash, openly displayed on the table, nearly blinded her with their brilliance. She had grown up in luxury, yet had never encountered such an abundance of cash. The disparity between cash and the figures on a mobile phone was stark, particularly in terms of visual impact. She began to understand why some companies opted to distribute year-end bonuses in cash. Where had he acquired such wealth? Was everything he had previously claimed about his humble beginnings and rural upbringing merely a facade? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a surge of anger welled up within her. Even though they had broken up, she still wished to confront Zhao Xinghe. Pretending to be pitiful to elicit her sympathy was one thing, but failing to disclose his true identity after they had been together was simply outrageous. Zhao Xinghe sensed the murderous gaze emanating from Nan Sun. However, he paid it little heed, continuing to address the matter at hand. But wait a moment, Nan Sun's mind suddenly shifted gears. She had indeed seen Zhao Xinghe's identification card, which clearly stated his address as a rural area, and a rather remote one at that. In comparison to the metropolis, it was akin to heaven and earth. Otherwise, her father would not have vehemently opposed their relationship. How could he possibly possess the connections to know Huang Bin? What resources had enabled him to amass such wealth? Contemplating Zhao Xinghe's unhesitating decision to produce tens of millions to assist her family in repaying their debts, Nan Sun's expression grew increasingly complex. Heaven only knew how many obstacles she had encountered during these past few days. Upon learning of her family's predicament, her numerous aunts and uncles, every relative who crossed her path, would not even wait for her to speak before declaring their financial inability to assist. In stark contrast, Zhao Xinghe appeared nothing short of a saint. Zhao Xinghe beckoned Huang Bin to take a seat and invited the representatives of the lending company to join them. With tens of millions in cash laid out before them, the representatives of the lending companies felt their pride diminish significantly. Money talks, this was their unspoken motto. In that moment, Zhao Xinghe had become their benefactor, the kind one might refer to as a father. Each of them lowered their postures, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. Zhao Xinghe addressed them: "Gentlemen, should you wish to reclaim your loans, I see no issue with that. I simply wish to know who you have been collaborating with." At this, the representatives of the lending companies visibly paled. Chapter 16, Nan Sun discovers for the first time that his father has been betrayed. Upon witnessing the representatives of the lending company suddenly turn pale, Nan Sun realized that they were indeed aware of the sinister machinations targeting Nan Jinfei. It was only natural. Those who held positions as representatives in a lending firm, especially when tasked with such significant debt collection matters, were at least mid-level executives. This made things considerably easier. Huang Bin's subordinates had managed to uncover that someone was plotting against Nan Jinfei, yet they had not determined the identity of the perpetrator. After all, time was of the essence. Given a bit more time, they would surely be able to uncover the truth. However, Zhao Xinghe believed that obtaining this information from the representatives of the lending companies was far more satisfying. While Nan Sun had previously been lost in a haze of confusion, she immediately snapped back to reality upon hearing this, exclaiming, "What did you say? Are you suggesting my father was set up?" Zhao Xinghe retorted, "What do you think? Your family possesses some wealth and owns a modest villa, but do you honestly believe he could effortlessly secure a loan exceeding 100 million? Nan Sun weakly responded, "But there's a property collateral, isn't he there?" Zhao Xinghe countered, "Even with collateral, what about these lending companies? Do you think they conduct no background checks? Furthermore, are you aware of how long your father has been borrowing from the bank?" Nan Sun shook her head. After her father's incident, she felt as though the sky had fallen and had no time to investigate such matters. Zhao Xinghe informed her, in less than 2 days, he managed to secure 80 million from the bank. To put it plainly, even with property collateral, obtaining such a large sum through normal procedures would require at least half a month. 2 days, only someone with the bank president's connections could achieve that. Nan Sun exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. "Who, then, is trying to harm my father?" Zhao Xinghe replied, "Isn't that what I'm trying to ascertain?" Nan Sun fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Xinghe turned to the representatives of the lending companies, asking, "So, what will it be? Have you figured out what to say? The police are right here, and I even invited the head of the Industrial Safety Bureau. If you prefer not to speak here, we can proceed to the interrogation room at the Industrial Safety Bureau, you choose." The representatives remained mute. They could not afford to offend the Industrial Safety Bureau, yet they also dared not provoke the person behind the current predicament, thus, they chose to remain silent. Zhao Xinghe addressed Huang Bin, "Director Huang, it appears they are reluctant to speak. Perhaps we should take them back for now, I need to visit the hospital." Huang Bin replied, "No problem, Mr. Zhao. I will have them taken back, you can interrogate them whenever you have the time. I just inquired and found out that Miss Nan's grandmother has been admitted to the emergency department of Donghua Hospital. I will accompany you, as I am quite familiar with the place." Initially, Zhao Xinghe had no intention of troubling him. After all, the esteemed director of the Industrial Safety Bureau was a busy man. However, before he could decline, Li Gang and Zhang Lingyu approached. Huang Bin hastily arranged for the representatives to be taken away and briefed the two influential figures on the situation. Both Li Gang and Zhang Lingyu expressed their desire to join the visit. Li Gang made a point of introducing Zhang Lingyu to Zhao Xinghe, saying, "Mr. Zhao, this is Zhang Lingyu, the director of our Special Investigation Bureau, hailing from the Celestial Master's estate." Zhao Xinghe was somewhat taken aback. The Celestial Master's estate truly existed. Zhang Lingyu extended his hand, introducing himself, "I am Zhang Lingyu from the Special Investigation Bureau." Zhao Xinghe shook his hand and replied, "Zhao Xinghe." Nansun's worldview was once again challenged. While she was unfamiliar with Zhang Lingyu, she was acutely aware of Li Gang's stature as the Minister of Industrial Safety. She found it remarkable that Zhao Xinghe had connections with Huang Bin, the director of the Industrial Safety Bureau. Now, even the Minister of Industrial Safety treated him with such courtesy. Could it be that the village where Zhao Xinghe resided was the birthplace of some central figure? Her mind raced, contemplating which prominent individual might share Zhao Xinghe's surname. She couldn't recall the names of the elders, and the names of those in the next sphere were simply beyond her grasp. Thus, she resolved to check on her phone when time permitted. The group boarded the vehicle arranged by Huang Bin and headed toward the nearby Donghua Hospital. In the emergency room, Nansun's grandmother had already received various life-saving measures. Given her advanced age, a blow to the head could be quite serious. The representative who had pulled her was also taken to the Industrial Safety Bureau, and how matters would proceed depended on the condition of Nansun's grandmother moving forward. Presently, she remained in a state of unconsciousness, though her breathing was stable. The doctors recommended further observation and suggested a scan to check for any intracranial bleeding. Dai Yufang had yet to make a decision. They were short on funds. It was no exaggeration for her to claim she was utterly broke. In pursuit of stock trading, Nan Jinfei had even sold her dowry and the jewelry she had acquired afterward. After much contemplation, she dialed Nansun's number to inquire about the situation. When the call connected, Nansun's voice came through, "Mom, how is Grandma?" Dai Yufang let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Grandma is currently stable but still unconscious. The doctors suggest a scan to check for intracranial bleeding." Nansun promptly insisted that, "We will arrive shortly, and you can have the doctor prepare the bill. We'll settle it as soon as we get there." Dai Yufang asked, "Are you arriving soon? How is everything at home?" Nansun replied, "We've temporarily sorted things out. There's no time to elaborate now, but I will explain later." Dai Yufang said, "All right, I will be in the emergency room. You'll find me as soon as you arrive." In the vehicle, Zhao Xinghe inquired about Nansun's grandmother, his concern genuine. Despite Nan Jinfei's relentless attempts to thwart his relationship with Nansun, even going so far as to stab him in the heart repeatedly, it remained undeniable that Nansun's grandmother had treated him with kindness during their previous encounters. Nansun responded, "She is still unconscious. The doctors have recommended a scan to check for bleeding. Beyond that, we are still uncertain." Zhao Xinghe reassured her, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." With his capabilities, he was already aware that Nansun's grandmother was out of danger. Otherwise, he would have acted sooner. His visit to the hospital was not merely to avoid startling the Nan family but also to provide them with reassurance. After all, celestial beings existed only in legends, while medical science was a tangible reality. It was clear which would offer them greater peace of mind. Before long, several vehicles arrived at the hospital's emergency department. As they disembarked, they spotted a flurry of white coats rushing toward them. It was the hospital's director and his team. On the way, Huang Bin had placed a call, ensuring they arrived simultaneously. After all, gaining favor and assistance required a bit of wisdom. Simply arriving empty-handed would not suffice, however. Bringing along a group of experts made all the difference. The time passed swiftly with a combination of phone calls and brisk walking. Chapter 17. The overzealous Lai Minghuo, the esteemed director of Huadong Hospital, immediately spotted Huang Bin amidst the crowd. Although Huang stood among many, he radiated an aura that drew immediate attention. From a distance, Lai extended his hands with a broad, ingratiating smile, exclaiming, "Director Huang, welcome to Huadong." Upon hearing this, Huang felt an overwhelming urge to kick Lai Minghua. How could one be so tactless? As the director of the Work Safety Bureau, his purpose was to oversee the hospital, not to be treated as a fool. It was said that those who extend a hand do so with a smile, but Lai's face was contorted into a grin that was almost comical. He could hardly slap him, could he? With a stern expression, he reminded, Director Lai, we are here to visit patients. Had it not been for the prior instructions from Li Gang and Zhang Lingyu to conceal their identities, he would not have felt humiliated in front of his superiors. However, Lai Minghua misconstrued Huang's intent, believing that his sour demeanor stemmed from concern for the patients. He quickly replied, Yes, my apologies. I was simply overwhelmed with joy at your arrival, Director Huang. Please, this way. Huang wished he could just kick him outright. Did Lai truly feel joy upon seeing him in the hospital? Who in their right mind would want to visit a hospital? Those who frequent such places are often facing dire circumstances. Did they not understand the gravity of a hospital's reputation in the eyes of the public? It was no wonder Lai Minghua misspoke. He was simply too elated. Although he was the head of the hospital, his status paled in comparison to Huang Bin's rank. Under ordinary circumstances, even with $1 million cash in hand, he would struggle to secure an audience with Huang. Now, with the opportunity to serve Huang, he was determined not to let this chance slip away. He had resolved that even if Huang's elder were fine, he would ensure they remained hospitalized for at least a week, preferably longer. If Huang were to catch wind of Lai's intentions, he wouldn't need to resort to kicking. Drawing a gun would be far more effective. Upon entering the emergency room, the previously obsequious Lai Minghua assumed an air of superiority, seizing a nurse and inquiring, Where is Director He? The nurse, startled by the sudden influx of hospital officials and top specialists, briefly pondered which high-ranking leader was unwell, but quickly dismissed the thought. A prominent figure would not come to Donghua Hospital. Nevertheless, she promptly answered, Director, he has gone to make rounds. Hearing this, Lai's displeasure grew. He had already notified them in advance. If they couldn't even muster the courtesy of an early greeting, how could they expect respect? The audacity of not showing up when he was present, such insolence would ensure they remained merely emergency room directors. Toiling away. As is well known, the emergency department is the most exhausting, rife with menial labor that no doctor wishes to undertake. It is undoubtedly at the bottom of the hospital's hierarchy. Huang Bin cleared his throat, interrupting Lai's display of authority, and asked the nurse, Excuse me, young lady, an elderly woman was brought in after hitting her head and has lost consciousness. Where has she been placed? The nurse immediately recognized the situation and gestured towards the emergency room, saying, In that room over there. Before Lai Minghua could voice his grievances, he was compelled to suppress his discontent and maintain a cordial demeanor as he guided the group toward the emergency room. Zhao Xinghe shared in the annoyance of the situation but felt obligated to give Huang Bin the respect he deserved. In truth, he believed the elderly woman was fine and merely needed a scan before returning home. The arrival of so many hospital leaders was unnecessary and could complicate a straightforward matter. Huang Bin began to regret the entire affair, as he had merely intended for Lai Minghua to liaise with the emergency department to ensure the elderly woman received proper care. Little did he expect Lai to cling to him so tenaciously. Indeed, how fitting for someone named Lai, bringing so many directors and specialists. He seemed intent on extracting favors from him. One favor was trivial, and given Lai Minghua's rank, it wouldn't create much of a stir. However, such behavior was becoming increasingly irksome. Yet, in front of his superiors, Huang Bin masked his displeasure. Under Lai Minghua's guidance, the group arrived at the emergency room. Waiting in the corridor was Dai Yufang, who was startled by the sudden influx of people and instinctively prepared to yield her place. Just then, Nansun called out, Mom, where is Grandma? As he approached with Nanxi in his arms, Nanxi quickly added, Grandma. Dai Yufang took Nanxi, showering kisses on her cherubic face, tears streaming uncontrollably. Over the past 2 years, she had been the sole caregiver for Nanxi, with Nansun busy at work and Nan Jinfei preoccupied with stock trading. The elderly lady had become too frail to manage alone. It was no exaggeration to say that Dai Yufang had raised Nanxi through sheer devotion. At the sight of her tears, Nanxi began to wail. Grandma. Zhao Xinghe, witnessing the scene, interjected, Auntie, perhaps we should have the doctor examine Grandma first. Only then did Dai Yufang truly focus on Zhao Xinghe, expressing, Xinghe, thank you, I owe you one. Zhao Xinghe replied, It is my duty, Director Huang, let the doctor examine the elderly lady. If all is well, we can take her home. Hospitals are hardly pleasant places. Even well-meaning visitors often leave feeling drained. He certainly did not wish for the elderly lady to remain there longer than necessary. Huang Bin quickly responded, Yes, indeed, Director Lai, let us expedite the CT scan for the elderly lady. If all is well, she should be allowed to return home and recuperate. This was Huang's subtle warning to Lai Minghua, do not create unnecessary complications, or he would face the consequences. Receiving Huang Bin's cautionary glance, Lai Minghua was jolted into realization and inwardly berated himself. What was he thinking? This was a hospital. After all, the arrival of a relative in such a place was hardly a positive occurrence. He remembered his previous blunders and felt a wave of shame wash over him. Such a golden opportunity had been squandered. However, there was still a chance for redemption. He took it upon himself to conduct all necessary examinations for the elderly lady, arranging for her CT scan and personally liaising with the doctors inside. He ensured that no issues would arise from the examinations. Upon receiving the results, Li Minghua formally reported to Huang Bin, "Director Huang, the elderly lady is fine. She merely suffered a minor concussion from her fall, causing her to lose consciousness as her brain entered protective mode. However, given her advanced age, we recommend she remains under observation for a day. Of course, if her family prefers, she may recuperate at home. Should anything arise, they can always contact our hospital." Huang Bin, relieved that Li Minghua had not further complicated matters, let out a sigh of relief. Li's embarrassment was of no concern to him, but he would not tolerate being dragged into it as well. "Thank you, Director Li. We'll take the elderly lady home for care, and if anything arises, we will certainly reach out to you." Chapter 18, Zhang Lingyu takes action against the old fox. In the quaint villa of the Nan family, Zhao Xinghe still needed to make a trip to the Work Safety Bureau to address matters concerning the loan company. He reassured Nansun, saying, "The mortgage deed held by the bank will be retrieved shortly, so you may reside here with peace of mind." Countless questions swirled in Nansun's mind, yet ultimately, they coalesced into a single sentiment: "We will await your return." Zhao Xinghe nodded and, accompanied by Huang Bin and others, proceeded to the Municipal Work Safety Bureau. Li Gang and Zhang Lingyu followed suit. One must see matters through to their conclusion. Despite their packed schedules and relentless pace, their paramount task at present was to stand by Zhao Xinghe. The case involving the Nan family appeared to be far-reaching, with a conspicuous shadow of collusion between government officials and businesses. They were eager to uncover who possessed such obstinate audacity to clash with Zhao Xinghe. Upon arrival at the Work Safety Bureau, Huang Bin promptly instructed his subordinates to bring forth the representatives of the loan companies, initiating their interrogation one by one. When the first representative was brought in, he exhibited a defiant demeanor, boldly declaring to the officials that he was unaware of any wrongdoing and that they lacked the authority to detain him. An official retorted, "Liu Zhongkui, think carefully. This matter is under the supervision of the department. Our director is personally overseeing this investigation, and a task force has already been established. Are you certain you wish to maintain your obstinacy?" Liu Zhongkui was taken aback. "Wait, comrade, are you still waking up? Is this trivial matter worthy of departmental oversight, or has your director become so idle?" The official chuckled, "Liu Zhongkui, your bravado is quite remarkable. Do you have any notion of the financial magnitude involved in this case? Our preliminary investigations suggest a sum of at least 600 million. You dare to refer to it as a minor issue? Then what do you consider a significant case? Do you believe only murder cases qualify as serious?" Liu Zhongkui felt a twinge of trepidation, yet he reasoned he had committed no crime, thus the Work Safety Bureau could do nothing to him. He fell silent, awaiting the company's intervention. Observing his demeanor, the official remarked, "Do you truly believe your company will send someone to bail you out? Think again, with you here, do you think the others in your company can continue to enjoy their freedom?" Liu Zhongkui was instantly alarmed, losing the composure he had previously maintained. However, he suspected the officials were attempting to deceive him. Thus, despite the tumult of expressions on his face, he remained tight-lipped. The officials, unperturbed, crossed their arms, exuding an air of confidence. Ultimately, the pressure proved too great for Liu Zhongkui, and he conceded, "Comrade, this matter is genuinely unrelated to me. It was entirely the boss's decision. We are merely employees, following orders." The official countered, "Oh, if your boss commanded you to commit murder, would you comply?" Liu Zhongkui's expression faltered, realizing he could no longer feign ignorance. While it was indeed the boss who directed their actions, they were the ones executing those orders. Noticing Liu Zhongkui's renewed silence, the official continued, "Liu Zhongkui, we possess information far beyond your comprehension. Your violent debt collection and usury practices are illegal." Liu Zhongkui protested, "I had no idea. I wasn't educated. How could I possibly know? I only know that receiving a salary from the boss means I must assist him." The officials were both amused and exasperated. They had encountered many who attempted to evade responsibility, but Liu Zhongkui's remarkable naivety was a first. His primary defense was a feeble attempt to shift blame. "I work for the boss. I do his bidding." He did not commit murder or arson. While he may have resorted to intimidation during debt collection, he had not inflicted any tangible harm upon the debtors. Liu Zhongkui, a seasoned survivor, was adept at displaying the appropriate expressions at the right moments. He understood when to adopt a tough stance and when to appear submissive. Clearly, this was not the time for retreat. However, he could not remain obstinate indefinitely. He needed the work safety officials to perceive a hint of fear. Perhaps then, an opportunity for leniency would arise. The strategy was simple: delay. Liao Zhonghui harbored doubts that his boss would also be apprehended. Those who thrived in this business typically had connections, otherwise, they would have long been eradicated by the Work Safety Bureau. The absence of any company representatives attempting to rescue him suggested they were still negotiating their escape. Once the necessary connections were established, he believed he and the other representatives from the loan companies would be freed in due time. In the observation room, Zhao Xinghe, Li Gang, Zhang Lingyu, and Huang Bin were watching intently. Suddenly, Zhang Lingyu spoke up. "Director Huang, would you like me to lend a hand?" Huang Bin was aware of the Special Investigation Bureau, comprised of extraordinary individuals endowed with remarkable abilities. Some legends had manifested into reality, albeit still within the realm of mortals. However, standing nearby was a being of celestial prowess, one who could traverse the skies and thrive in the cosmos, transcending mere mortal limitations. In contrast, Zhao Xinghe was indeed leagues beyond the personnel of the Special Investigation Bureau. He glanced at Zhao Xinghe, recognizing that this matter was primarily under his jurisdiction. Zhang Lingyu's offer of assistance was clearly an attempt to curry favor. Whether Zhao Xinghe would accept this opportunity rested solely on his disposition. Zhao Xinghe nodded, eager to witness the capabilities of one emerging from the Qinshe Mansion. He had certainly heard tales of the Qinshe Mansion, but until today, he had no knowledge that the legendary institution was not only real but also home to practitioners of formidable skills. Although he regarded Zhang Lingyu as somewhat lacking in strength, he had to concede that, compared to an ordinary individual, Zhang Lingyu was indeed quite powerful. Zhang Lingyu felt a surge of delight and quickly turned to Huang Bin, who personally escorted him into the adjacent interrogation room. Upon seeing their director enter, the staff members promptly stood at attention. Huang Bin gestured for the two to sit and continue their work. Liao Zhonghui's heart sank as he witnessed Huang Bin's personal involvement in the interrogation. What is happening? Could it be that Director Huang is genuinely overseeing this matter? Although Huang Bin had previously intervened in the Nan family case, Liao Zhonghui found it hard to believe that such a high-ranking official would personally engage in a case of this nature. If it were a case involving loss of life, he could understand. However, this was merely an economic dispute, was it not? He had not heard of the Nan family possessing any formidable connections. If they did, the loan companies would not be so oblivious to the situation. Huang Bin signaled to Zhang Lingyu, inviting him to commence his performance. Zhang Lingyu simply stood there, observing Liao Zhonghui. Before long, he turned to Huang Bin and remarked, "It's sufficient now." Huang Bin then instructed the two staff members, "Continue the interrogation." Chapter 19, Zhao Xinghe's heart-wrenching words. Subsequently, Liao Zhonghui's demeanor utterly shattered the worldview of the security personnel. Were it not for Huang Bin standing nearby, they might have begun to suspect they were witnessing a supernatural occurrence. The security personnel merely uttered, "Liao Zhonghui, confess honestly." To their astonishment, Liao Zhonghui complied with remarkable candor and in great detail. He first disclosed his name, home address, and workplace, then he revealed that he was acting under his employer's orders to urge the Nan family to repay their debts. "The Nan family's debt has lingered for many days, and my employer is quite incensed, fearing that not only the interest but even the principal may never be recovered. Thus, before heading to the Nan residence today, my employer had already instructed me that should the Nan family remain obstinate, we would resort to a roundabout strategy." One of the personnel inquired, "What is this roundabout strategy, and have you employed it previously?" Liao Zhonghui replied, "We have, indeed. The roundabout strategy is a term from our industry, which essentially refers to employing some illicit or unsavory means. For instance, the Nan family currently owes over 100 million. Our employer stated that we should not fixate on a single generation. By the time Nan's son ages and loses his charm, his daughter will be ready to step in." Upon hearing this, both Huang Bin and Zhang Lingyu could not suppress their gasps. These individuals truly lived by the adage that one cannot perish if one does not court danger. Their thoughts were exceedingly malevolent. Nancy was merely 3 years old, and they had already set their sights on her, a sentiment more beastly than human. In the adjacent observation room, Zhao Xinghe emanated an aura of chilling intensity. Li Gang sensed it and hastily remarked, "Mr. Zhao, we will certainly provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. In fact, we have already launched a vigorous crackdown, dismantling a significant number of such illegal lending companies. However, as you are aware, eradicating such entities entirely is an arduous task." Zhao Xinghe maintained a stoic expression and replied, "Minister Li, having come from the countryside, I possess a deeper understanding of how your officials operate. Rather than citing a lack of manpower, it is more accurate to say that a considerable portion of your personnel are preoccupied with schemes to amass wealth, indulge in extravagance, maintain mistresses, frequent high-end venues, and accept invitations from various elites. Have I wronged you in my assertion?" Li Gang's forehead began to glisten with perspiration. Though he too was a figure of authority, his presence paled in comparison to Zhao Xinghe's commanding aura, like the flicker of a firefly against the brilliance of the sun and moon. He conceded that Zhao Xinghe's observations were indeed accurate. Moreover, the situation grew increasingly dire at the grassroots level, with many village officials exerting undue power over common folk, severely tarnishing the image of the government. Yet, given the vastness of the nation and the multitude of officials, overseeing such matters proved exceedingly challenging. Over the years, the government has vigorously combated various forms of corruption and negligence, addressing more than 10,000 officials annually. However, at times, the higher echelons find themselves powerless. In a vast forest, one encounters all manner of birds. Additionally, transforming a society steeped in thousands of years of human sentiment, like that of sheer country, is a formidable task. The myriad social connections have birthed numerous injustices, leading to a build-up of resentment among the populace. They are acutely aware that if these grievances are not addressed, an eruption is inevitable. Consequently, many recent scandals involving officials have been exposed without concealment, allowing the public to see that the state is not inactive but rather engaged in ongoing efforts. However, the enormity of the nation renders a comprehensive clean-up a daunting and time-consuming endeavor. Such matters cannot be resolved instantaneously, otherwise, they might incite widespread turmoil. Li Gang found himself in a quandary. Could he assert that Zhao Xinghe was mistaken? Absolutely not. Mr. Zhao, I acknowledge that what you have stated is indeed true. We are also well aware of the numerous injustices present in society. However, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. We require solid evidence to act. Many cases that we receive reports on remain stagnant due to insufficient proof. Numerous cases can take 3 to 5 years to investigate, and without concrete evidence, even if we suspect wrongdoing, what can we do? Zhao Xinghe retorted, if you are aware of the issues yet fail to address them, are you merely waiting for the new year? Li Gang countered, but we lack evidence. Zhao Xinghe pressed, is it true that without evidence, you refrain from taking action? Li Gang insisted, we truly cannot act without evidence. If we, as officials, disregard the requirement for proof, chaos would ensue. While our methods for investigating cases have advanced, so too have the criminal tactics, making it increasingly difficult to trace their actions. Zhao Xinghe gestured toward the individuals in the interrogation room and inquired, what about these individuals? Now that we have a confession, can we arrest them? Li Gang shook his head in resignation. No, the police require a complete chain of evidence to proceed, otherwise, we cannot secure a conviction. Even if we apprehend his employer now, without sufficient evidence later, he would be released without charges. Zhao Xinghe scoffed, indeed, it seems that only when confronting the common people do you disregard the necessity for a chain of evidence. This system fails to apply when dealing with the powerful and affluent. It is often said that the law is crafted for the impoverished, and it appears that sentiment holds true. Li Gang's expression was one of deep frustration. He longed to assert that this was merely an isolated incident, yet, can a singular instance not reflect the larger truth? Observing Li Gang's unwillingness to concede, Zhao Xinghe remarked, I come from the countryside, and in my experience, I have heard of numerous similar occurrences. When officials speak, the common folk, lacking legal awareness, merely acquiesce to whatever your personnel dictate. As for hiring a lawyer, that privilege belongs solely to the wealthy. The impoverished lack both the funds to retain legal counsel and the requisite knowledge to defend themselves adequately. Regarding your earlier mention of a chain of evidence, your personnel are the professionals in that domain. Once again subjected to ridicule, Li Gang clenched his fists, then relaxed them. Zhao Xinghe's words struck him repeatedly like a hammer upon his heart, leaving him breathless. His accompanying secretary quickly moved to comfort him but was pushed aside. Zhao Xinghe continued, I apologize, I tend to speak rather bluntly. If I have caused any offense, please do not take it to heart. Li Gang's countenance darkened to a shade reminiscent of a charred pot. While he uttered apologies, his expression betrayed no hint of remorse. It would have been better had he refrained from such words altogether. Li Gang's accompanying secretary had not ceased the twitching of his face since Zhao Xinghe commenced speaking. To an observer, it might have appeared as though he was suffering from a muscle spasm. He speaks with such audacity. Li Qi remarked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 20. Things have become quite enchanted. Zhao Xinghe had completely lost his composure, unleashing a torrent of scornful remarks that cut through Li Gang like 1,000 sharp blades. As the esteemed Minister of Public Security, being spat upon in public would have shattered anyone else, but for Zhao Xinghe, it was merely a trifling matter. Given his stature, mere verbal derision was already a significant concession. He could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue if Zhao Xinghe truly became incensed and resorted to his own methods to rectify the situation. Images flashed through his mind of Zhao Xinghe shattering the eye of divine judgment. It was utterly terrifying. This was a man capable of standing toe-to-toe with the forces of nature. He could conjure calamities or obliterate them. No matter how advanced human technology might be, it could never achieve such feats. He shuddered at the thought of the destruction Zhao Xinghe could unleash. If he so desired, could he not annihilate this entire planet? Thus, in his presence, no matter the grievances harbored, they had to be suppressed. Gritting his teeth, he promised, "Mr. Zhao, this time we will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Zhao Xinghe, otherwise, I will have to take matters into my own hands." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Li Gang felt a chill run down his spine. It was upon him, the moment he had dreaded. He had always known that Zhao Xinghe had been contemplating such action, merely waiting for their response to find a way forward. Otherwise, the entire public security system of Magic City would likely be in disarray. With a figure like Zhao Xinghe taking action, how could the public security personnel possibly solve any cases? Zhao Xinghe saw no merit in lingering further. It was pointless. As Li Gang had stated, official law enforcement necessitated evidence, and without it, even if they apprehended someone, they would ultimately be released. Those who entered this line of work all had their own networks. Did they truly believe that the law enforcement personnel in Magic City were blind to the multitude of loan shark companies? It was merely because of connections that they could afford to turn a blind eye. Moreover, on the surface, they appeared impeccably clean, leaving no room for scrutiny. Each time inspections occurred, they received advance notice and managed their accounts with it. This was one of the greatest challenges faced by the public security and prosecutorial agencies. In many respects, they were dealing with professionals, some of whom were even experts within their own ranks. Thus, it was no wonder Li Gang lamented the difficulties of case resolution, the prolonged timelines, and the extensive resources consumed. These were objective realities, however. None of this concerned Zhao Xinghe. He was solely focused on the outcome. If the result did not meet his expectations, he would ensure his own satisfaction. He promptly hailed a taxi back to the Nan residence. The elderly matriarch had awakened, propped against the headboard, her vitality somewhat diminished. Upon seeing her grandson bring Zhao Xinghe into the room, a gentle smile graced her face as she said, "Little Zhao, you have come." Zhao Xinghe hurriedly inquired, "Grandmother, how is your health? Is there any discomfort? We can call a doctor if necessary." The elderly lady replied, "No, I am quite well, just a few minor bumps and bruises, nothing serious. I heard it was you who insisted on bringing me back. I must thank you. I have always dreaded the hospital environment. To speak bluntly, I would rather die at home than endure the suffering of a hospital." Zhao Xinghe quickly countered, "Grandmother, do not speak such nonsense. You have said it yourself. They are merely minor injuries, and you shall live a long and prosperous life." The elderly lady responded, "I am well aware of my own body. I won't be leaving this world just yet." "Little Zhao, have you been well these past years?" She had heard from Nansun that Zhao Xinghe had cleared the family's debts. If her memory served her correctly, Zhao Xinghe had risen from humble beginnings, relying solely on his own efforts to repay over 100 million in debts. How had he accomplished such a feat? Nansun had graduated from the same school and studied the same major, yet her circumstances were vastly different. Her salary barely covered her own expenses, and she often found herself needing to subsidize her family. Thus, her earlier suspicions regarding Zhao Xinghe's possible involvement in illicit activities had seemed quite reasonable. The elderly lady had harbored doubts as well, but upon learning that the head of the Magic City Public Security Bureau was accompanying Zhao Xinghe, her suspicions dissipated. Who in their right mind would commit a crime with the head of public security in tow? That would be sheer folly. Yet, she remained curious about Zhao Xinghe's life over the past few years. Where had his wealth come from, and were there any hidden dangers? Before the arrival of Nanxi, their household had consisted of 1 man and 3 women. The 3 women had all held Zhao Xinghe in high regard, but only Nan Jinfei had vehemently opposed the union between Zhao Xinghe and Nansun, solely due to Zhao Xinghe's lack of financial means and the family's poverty. The arms could not outmatch the leg. Dai Yufang held no sway in this household. To speak frankly, the elderly lady had indulged Nan Jinfei, her only son, thus refraining from reprimanding him. As for Nansun, she had wished to remain with Zhao Xinghe, but at that time, she discovered she was pregnant. Just after graduation, she found herself in that predicament. Upon learning of her condition, Nan Jinfei had initially flown into a rage before presenting her with 2 choices. If she wished to keep the child, she must sever ties with Zhao Xinghe. Zhao Xinghe replied, "I have been well, grandmother, rest assured. I was unaware of Shishi's existence before, but I will certainly fulfill my responsibilities as a father from now on." The elderly lady said, "I knew you were a good child, but alas," Nansun interjected, "Grandmother, let us not dwell on the past. You should rest now, we shall step outside." The elderly lady readily agreed, for she was indeed quite fatigued. Emerging from the elderly lady's room, Nansun appeared somewhat dazed, nearly stumbling down the stairs. Fortunately, Zhao Xinghe caught her just in time. Nansun's cheeks flushed crimson as she extricated herself from his embrace. Though they had once been intimately familiar, the passage of over 2 years had introduced an element of strangeness. Zhao Xinghe did not rush. He patiently waited for her to regain her footing before releasing her, cautioning, "Be careful, you must keep your thoughts clear while descending the stairs." Once they reached the first floor, Nansun turned to Zhao Xinghe and said, "I have something to discuss with you." Zhao Xinghe understood that the moment he had anticipated had finally arrived, yet he was uncertain how to convey his circumstances to Nan Sunday. Should he directly inform her that he had spent 2 centuries cultivating in another realm and had only just returned to find that a mere 2 days had passed here? Even he found that notion rather fantastical. He resolved to bide his time until he could formulate a more reasonable explanation. As for revealing to Nansun that he was a celestial being, it was indeed an option, but he worried whether she could withstand such a revelation. Chapter 21, Give her the best. I mentioned that I possess a hereditary prescription capable of treating gastric cancer. Do you believe it? Zhao Xinghe pondered for a moment, deciding that a gradual approach would be prudent. Revealing to Nansun that he was an immortal would likely lead her to perceive him as delusional. Nansun was unlike anyone else. They had spent 4 years together in university, and after more than 2 years of a romantic relationship, they were well aware of each other's depths and complexities. Nansun remained silent, regarding Zhao Xinghe with a skeptical gaze. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhao Xinghe continued, For the past 2 years, I have been engaged in validating this prescription, collaborating with officials. That Minister Li Gang is a late-stage gastric cancer patient, and he is currently undergoing treatment with my ancestral remedy, which has proven remarkably effective. Upon hearing this, Nansun seemed to waver in her disbelief. After all, given Zhao Xinghe's family background, it was entirely improbable that he would have any connection with the Minister of Public Security. However, if Zhao Xinghe indeed possessed a hereditary prescription that benefited the minister, it would constitute a life-saving grace. It was entirely reasonable that the minister would visit Zhao Xinghe out of gratitude. As for Huang Bin's actions, they became even more justifiable. Zhao Xinghe continued, In fact, representatives from they have brought along numerous executives and experts from national pharmaceutical enterprises. The next step is to determine whether this prescription can be developed into a traditional Chinese medicine. Finally, Nansun spoke up. Did they all borrow money from the bank? Zhao Xinghe thought for a moment before nodding. Indeed, it was Minister Li who provided the guarantee, enabling the loan. However, you need not worry, the potential value generated by this prescription far exceeds the monetary aspect. Nansun found herself at a loss for words. Everything was unfolding with uncanny timing, as if it had been preordained, leaving her with a surreal sense of existence. As for Zhang Lingyu, she was entirely unaware of who he was, nor did it matter. With Minister Li standing in the forefront, the presence of additional leaders seemed entirely plausible. Thank you, Zhao Xinghe suddenly said. Nansun was taken aback and replied, For what? You saved my entire family. It is I who should be thanking you, Zhao Xinghe responded. I am grateful to you for giving me a daughter. Having ascended to immortality, he was all too aware of how challenging it was for an immortal to procreate. In the realm of cultivation, many aspirants who had yet to attain immortality could only marry ordinary mortal women to increase their chances of conception, albeit at the cost of diluting their lineage. Nevertheless, many cultivators still chose this path, yet, even so, the higher a cultivator's level, the slimmer the chances of successful procreation. Now that Zhao Xinghe had become immortal, his probability of successfully having offspring had nearly dwindled to 0. Thus, the existence of a daughter filled him with immense joy, while he felt profound gratitude. Nansun's emotions were far more complex. In truth, she felt indebted to Zhao Xinghe regarding this matter. He had a daughter, yet remained oblivious to her existence. The most basic right to know had been stripped away from him. If it had not been for the dire circumstances that befell the Nansun family, leading them to the brink of despair, it was likely that Zhao Xinghe would never have discovered that he had a daughter. And Nanshe would merely be Nanshe, rather than Zhao Nanshai. In a soft voice, she said, I'm sorry, I never intended for this to happen. I had no choice. It was either sever our ties or terminate the pregnancy, and I did not wish for that. Tears streamed down her face. Zhao Xinghe, sitting beside her, gently patted her shoulder, saying, It's all in the past, let us look forward. Rest assured, I will handle the financial matters from now on. You just need to care for Shishi. Nansun lifted her gaze, asking, Are you still willing to let me take care of Shishi? Of course, Zhao Xinghe replied. I can see that Shishi is very dependent on you and Auntie, which indicates that you both treat her well. Nansun expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you. She struggled to distance herself from Zhao Xinghe, shifting slightly to maintain a safe space. Zhao Xinghe did not press the matter. Years had the power to alter many things. For now, he merely needed to ascertain that Nansun was not married and was genuinely nurturing Nanshe. Other matters could wait for another time. In the shadows, Dai Yufang observed the scene, recognizing that it was time for Nanshe to make her entrance. Truth be told, she fervently hoped to witness Zhao Xinghe and Nansun reconcile and continue their relationship, as it would be immensely beneficial for both their families and for Nanshe. However, judging by her daughter's demeanor, it was evident that there was still some reluctance. Nonetheless, with Nanshe as a bond between them, it was only a matter of time. Mom, don't cry. Nanshe approached Nansun, gently brushing her face to wipe away her tears. Nansun embraced Nanshe tightly, sobbing, Shishi, it is your mother who has wronged you. Ever since her father's tragic fall, their family had been in turmoil. Even as an adult, she felt a constant sense of trepidation. What more could be said for a 3-year-old child? She could scarcely fathom how Nansha had managed to endure during these tumultuous days. Nansha wrapped her arms around Nanson's neck, offering comfort. "Mommy, don't cry, Daddy is back, and the bad people won't dare to come anymore." The innocent tone of her child's voice was a balm to the heart. Nanson felt embarrassed to continue crying and quickly composed herself. Turning to Nansha, she asked, she, "Would you prefer to live with Daddy or with Mommy?" Nansha looked puzzled, responding, "Aren't he Daddy and Mommy together?" In her understanding, other children's parents lived together. She could accept that her father had travelled abroad for work and wasn't he living with them at that time. However, now that he had returned, why could they not live together? Nanson's cheeks flushed. She did not wish to deceive Nansha, but once a lie was told, it would necessitate a cascade of further fabrications to maintain. What was she to do? She had never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. She had originally intended to wait until Nansha was older and more resilient before revealing the truth. Yet reality forced her hand, compelling her to make another choice. She, although Daddy has returned to the country, he is still working in another city, so he cannot live with us, she explained, glancing at Zhao Xinghe, hoping he would assist in upholding this deception. To her dismay, Zhao Xinghe did not acquiesce. Instead, he stated, "Not at all, I will be working in the magic city from now on." Nansha gazed innocently at Nanson. Nanson's eyes widened in exasperation. Zhao Xinghe, who longed to see his daughter daily, had no intention of cooperating with Nanson's falsehood. His feelings for her had long been submerged in the vast river of 2 centuries of cultivation. Now he only wished to accompany Shishi as she grew, providing her with the very best. He possessed both the means and the capability to do so, therefore, why should he compromise his own desires? Assisting the Nanson family was, on one hand, a way to make amends to Nanson, and on the other hand, to create a complete family for Nansha. He did not want his daughter, at such a tender age, to experience the shattering of a family. She was his daughter, potentially his only offspring in this lifetime. Even if she desired the moon from the sky, he would strive to bring it down for her. Moreover, she merely wished for her parents to live together. In Zhao Xinghe's eyes, this was hardly an unreasonable request. She, from now on, Daddy will play with you every day. Once you start school, I'll take you in the morning and pick you up in the evening. Zhao Xinghe added. Chapter 22, The Embarrassment of Nanson. Nanson was in a state of agitation. She shot a fierce glare at Zhao Xinghe, exasperated by his reckless assurances. What if Nanhui genuinely believed him? She could not fathom that Zhao Xinghe would be capable of steadfastly accompanying Nanhui to and from school. Was that not sheer nonsense? The essence of parenting lies in leading by example, and such unattainable promises should never be made. Once a child loses faith in you, instilling lessons becomes an arduous task. Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you promising a child? What if she truly believes you? Nanson admonished him. Zhao Xinghe replied earnestly, "I was being serious." Nanson was at a loss for words. Would a 3-year-old even believe that? Yet, astonishingly, Nanhui did. "Daddy, is what you said true? Can you really stay by my side always?" Zhao Xinghe solemnly assured her, "Nanhui, rest assured, Daddy will not go anywhere and will always be by your side to accompany you as you grow." Nanhui took a few steps closer, embraced him, and exclaimed, "Thank you, Daddy." Zhao Xinghe was deeply touched, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. Her simple words brought him more joy than anything else. "Nanhui, you are so well-behaved and understanding." Yet, a twinge of sorrow struck him. How could such a young child be so perceptive? It was perhaps tied to the fact that he had not been present in Nanhui's life thus far. Nanson's frustration was palpable, her nose nearly crinkling with anger. "Nanhui, you little traitor." She swiftly pulled Nanhui aside and said, "Nanhui, go find Grandma for a moment. I need to have a word with Daddy." There were matters she preferred not to discuss in front of Nanhui, as their conversation might escalate into an argument, potentially harming the tender heart of her child. Nanhui blinked her beautiful big eyes, glancing between Nanson and Zhao Xinghe. Zhao Xinghe nodded encouragingly at her. Only then did Nanhui respond, "Okay, Mommy," before running off to find Zhao Yufang. Nanson turned to Zhao Xinghe and suggested, "Let us take a walk outside." She needed to set some ground rules with him, ensuring he would not make any more reckless promises in front of their daughter. As they left the hall, traversing the small courtyard, and stepped onto the main road, several neighbors greeted them. "Oh my, Nanson, is this your husband working abroad?" he asked, quite handsome. "Nanson, is this your husband? You are indeed fortunate." Amidst the chorus of well-wishes, Nanson felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. How humiliating. Wasn't he this blatantly revealing to Zhao Xinghe that she had spun an intricate web of lies? She longed to escape, yet the neighbors were far too enthusiastic, seemingly homing in on her like precision-guided missiles. The recent scandals surrounding the Nan family had been too immense to ignore. First, Nan Jianfei had lost their home through reckless stock trading, leaving behind a mountain of debt before tragically taking his own life. Then came the relentless visits from bank representatives and loan sharks demanding repayment, alongside old friends of Nan Jianfei seeking to collect debts. The locals were convinced that the Nan family was utterly doomed, bereft of both home and finances, drowning in tens of millions of debt. However, just as the Nan family seemed to reach their nadir, their son-in-law, Nanson's husband, and Nan Hui's father, made a dazzling entrance. He appeared with millions to settle the debts and even brought armed police for protection, clearing the family's financial burdens on the spot. It was said that he even apprehended those loan sharks. This son-in-law, who had existed only in whispers and rumours, had finally made a grand appearance, leaving the once sceptical neighbours in awe. After all, who could possibly produce such a sum of money if not a genuine son-in-law? Rumour had it that he even repaid the 80 million owed to the bank, and the family's home was soon to be returned to them. Such a golden prospect was one that every neighbour desired. Finally, having exited the familiar street and evaded the watchful eyes of the old neighbours, Nanson exhaled a sigh of relief. Fanning herself to cool her flushed cheeks, her mind was momentarily muddled, nearly forgetting the carefully rehearsed points she had intended to discuss. However, once she regained her composure, her intellect resurfaced, and she addressed Zhao Xinghe, I warn you, do not make reckless promises in front of Nanhui. Children take such matters very seriously. Anything you promise her will be etched in her memory, Zhao Xinghe retorted, just like you told her about me working abroad. Nanson froze, her face burning with embarrassment. The stinging reality of her own words hit her hard. She could only respond awkwardly, I had no choice, she is still so young. I cannot reveal the truth to her, as it would only bring her sorrow. I thought that once she matures and is better equipped to understand, I could then disclose the truth. Zhao Xinghe continued, so, you intend for her to grow up without a father, Nanson, don't you think that's rather selfish of you? Nanson found herself at a loss for words. She could not dispute this point. Zhao Xinghe pressed on, regardless of any agreements you had with your father, Nanhui is innocent. I know your father vehemently opposes our relationship, believing I am unworthy of you. But since you chose to bring Nanhui into this world, you owe her a complete family. You must understand the significance of a complete family for a child. Nanson was left speechless. How could she not realize this? Yet, did she truly have a choice? She felt trapped. Her intention to hold the upper hand in this negotiation had swiftly unraveled as Zhao Xinghe seized control of the conversation with just a few words. No, she could not remain passive like this. And what about you? What nonsense were you spouting in front of Nanhui? Do you truly believe you can accompany her to and from school? Isn't that just a pipe dream? If she finds out you deceived her, do you know how heartbroken she will be? She has always believed you are abroad, cherishing every moment she gets to see you. To deceive her like this is akin to delivering a crushing blow, Zhao Xinghe replied. Who says I'm deceiving her? Nanson retorted. Are you not? You plan to abandon your job, don't forget, you have parents to support. Zhao Xinghe countered, didn't I tell you, I'm collaborating with a national pharmaceutical company using a family recipe to produce traditional Chinese medicine, and I will receive dividends from that. I won't lack for money in the future. So, whether I work or not is irrelevant. I believe being present for Nanhui is far more important, so I am choosing not to work and will simply wait for my monthly dividends. Nanson was left speechless. Chapter 23, The frustrated Nanson. Nanson found herself at a loss for words in response to Zhao Xinghe's remarks, prompting her to shift the conversation. What is the status of my father's case? Zhao Xinghe, seemingly unperturbed, replied, the police are still investigating. It is unlikely to be resolved in the near future. Nanson, with a hopeful expression, inquired, if the case is clarified, will my father's money be recoverable? After a moment of silence, Zhao Xinghe responded, I cannot say for certain, but it is highly probable that it will not be. Nanson fell silent once more, clearly having braced herself for this outcome. At that moment, Zhao Xinghe's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Huang Bin. He answered, Director Huang, what can I do for you? Huang Bin immediately stated, Mr. Zhao, after a preliminary investigation, we have identified a suspect named Wang Dawei. According to the current evidence, Wang Dawei is implicated in a substantial amount of money. However, his identity is somewhat complex, which may prolong our inquiry. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, we will provide you with a satisfactory resolution to this matter, he added. Zhao Xinghe replied indifferently, tell me about this Wang Dawei. After a brief hesitation, Huang Bin began, Wang Dawei is one of the heirs of the Wang family in the Magic City, but their selection process for heirs is quite unique. They provide the next generation with a seed fund and allow them to venture out. At the end of a specified time, the one who earns the most becomes the heir. It is likely that Wang Dawei devised this cunning scheme to secure his family's inheritance, Zhao Xinghe remarked. Understood. I hope you expedite the process, my patience is limited. With that, Zhao Xinghe ended the call. Nansun frowned and said, "Won't your manner of speaking offend Director Huang? Although you owe a debt of gratitude to Minister Li, as the saying goes, the county magistrate is not as influential as the local authorities. Regardless, you will be living in the Magic City, while the capital is so far away." Zhao Xinghe felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been rather hasty. "It's fine, these officials do not deserve any courtesy. Otherwise, they will push everything off and take a month to complete what could be done in a day," he insisted, attempting to justify himself. Nansun replied, "Regardless, you should still be respectful. Director Huang holds significant power and oversees the safety of millions. If he becomes displeased, a mere word from him could render your life in the Magic City exceedingly difficult." Previously, Nansun would never have articulated such sentiments. However, over the past few days, she had experienced the vicissitudes of life and learned the rules of survival in this world. She was no longer the princess of the Nan family. She had become an ordinary woman. All her former pride had been cast into the depths of despair, revealing the harsh realities of life without familial protection. Once, she had resented her parents for tearing her apart from Zhao Xinghe. Yet, after the birth of Nanxi, her perspective had shifted. The love parents have for their children is universally understood. Following the incident, although Nansun harbored intense hatred for Nan Jianfei for dragging their family into the abyss, one undeniable truth remained. Nan Jianfei had genuinely cared for her. His frequent refrain was, "If I do not earn more money, how will you and she survive in the future?" Sadly, he had been ensnared in a trap and plunged into despair. "By the way, have any breakthroughs been made?" She redirected the conversation. Zhao Xinghe replied, "Yes, the mastermind behind this may be someone named Wang Dawei from the Wang family in the Magic City. Are you familiar with them?" Nansun paused, then said, "I know of them. The Wang family in the Magic City is exceedingly wealthy. Given their immense fortune, why would they resort to deceiving my father? The Wang family, with assets exceeding hundreds of billions, would stoop to such underhanded tactics to swindle her father's modest sum. Were they not concerned about tarnishing their century-old reputation?" Zhao Xinghe explained. According to Huang Bin, Wang Dawei's actions do not reflect the Wang family's values. Rather, they stem from his desire to claim the family's inheritance. Many others have also fallen victim to this scheme, not just your father. Nansun, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. The Wang family was a formidable force, and confronting them would be daunting. However, if Wang Dawei was merely one of the heirs, the pressure remained substantial. The Nan family was also a local presence in the Magic City, able to look down upon outsiders, dismissing them as country bumpkins. Yet, when faced with a venerable clan like the Wang family, most residents of the Magic City would feel like mere bumpkins themselves. Such is the hierarchy of disdain. In the past, even if Nansun had known that the Wang family was behind this, she would have endured it silently. Reporting to the police, that was out of the question. Yet now, she sought Zhao Xinghe's opinion. After all, he was the savior of Minister Li. Perhaps the police in the Magic City would act favorably due to his connection. "What do you intend to do?" Nansun asked. Zhao Xinghe replied, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Do you not wish to avenge your father?" Nansun hesitated. "Of course I want to, but can it truly be done?" Zhao Xinghe asserted, "If I say it can be done, then it certainly can." Nansun remained skeptical but refrained from undermining Zhao Xinghe's confidence. When the plan inevitably faltered, he would come to understand that the realities of this world were far more complex than he envisioned. It is often said that all men are equal and that everything is fair. Is it really so? Perhaps this holds true among ordinary individuals, but when placed against the Wang family, the narrative shifts entirely. A single utterance from the Wang family carries more weight than 1,000 words. Are you truly not planning to work and instead spend your days idly? Nansun continued to divert the topic. Zhao Xinghe replied, "Indeed, what is the point of working when I could be spending joyful moments with my daughter?" Nansun countered, "However, if you neglect your responsibilities, it may negatively influence Xi. You surely do not wish to be labelled as a layaboude, do you?" Zhao Xinghe dismissed her concerns. "What does it matter? I possess a family heirloom prescription. I will earn a fortune each day. It is only natural for others to feel envy." Nansun retorted, "Living off past glories will not suffice forever. One day, the world will find a cure for stomach cancer, and what will you do then?" Zhao Xinghe responded, "My family's ancestral prescriptions extend beyond stomach cancer. More will be developed in due course." Nansun was on the verge of exasperation. Why was it so difficult to persuade Zhao Xinghe to find employment? She had tried multiple times to steer the conversation, hoping to catch him off guard, yet he remained unfazed. Moreover, what kind of profession had Zhao Xinghe's ancestors pursued to have such an astonishing array of prescriptions passed down? She had never encountered any historical figures of the Zhao surname renowned for their medical expertise. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair and declared, "I do not care how many ancestral prescriptions you possess or whether you will have endless wealth in the future, you must go to work. You cannot spend all your time doting on Xi. That is not beneficial for the child." This matter is non-negotiable, otherwise, I will prevent you from seeing Shishi. Chapter 24 Shishi, Daddy will take you to buy a house and a car. Originally, Nansun's intention was merely to take a stroll and ponder her own identity. She is undeniably Nanshi's mother, a fact she does not dispute. However, she harbors concerns that Zhao Xinghe might usurp Nanshi from her. Although, thus far, Zhao Xinghe has not explicitly stated his desire to take Nanshi away, she is acutely aware that Nanshi will always be Zhao Xinghe's daughter. Should he genuinely seek to contest custody, the likelihood of him succeeding is considerable, especially given his current circumstances. Now that Nanshi is 3 years old, she will soon be ready for kindergarten, and the advantages of motherhood are gradually diminishing. Furthermore, there is the matter of financial capability. Her economic standing pales in comparison to Zhao Xinghe's. The tables have turned completely. After all, he possesses a hereditary cancer treatment formula and collaborates with state-owned enterprises, having even cured the Minister of Labour's terminal illness with his family's secret remedy. What advantages does she hold? Nanshi is still young and requires her mother's companionship. Additionally, they hold a residence permit in the bustling metropolis, which bestows them with a certain advantage. Yet, judging by the tone Zhao Xinghe used when speaking to Huang Bin, acquiring a residence permit for the metropolis would not pose a challenge for him. How disheartening. After an exchange of words, she found herself unwilling to continue walking and turned back towards the small villa. Observing Zhao Xinghe trailing behind her, Nansun halted and inquired, "Aren't you busy?" Zhao Xinghe replied, "Not at all. I've completed my tasks. I merely await the verification from those pharmaceutical companies before proceeding to sign the contracts." Nansun countered, "No, you have matters to attend to. Such significant affairs should not be left to others. What if the verification fails?" Zhao Xinghe reassured her, "That won't happen. Even Minister Li has personally tested the medication. Failure is not an option." Nansun felt a surge of frustration. How could this man be so dense? Must she articulate the truth explicitly? She pressed on, "You reside in the presidential suite of the Peace Hotel, where the property prices are exorbitant. Have you never considered purchasing a house for yourself?" Zhao Xinghe seemed to come to a realization. "Indeed, now that you mention it, I ought to buy a house and a car. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to take Shishi out in the future, and both the house and the car should involve Shishi as well. We must expedite these matters and finalize everything this afternoon." As she watched Zhao Xinghe stride ahead, Nansun's mind was awash with disbelief. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Wasn't she trying to distance Zhao Xinghe? Why was she now reminding him to include Nanshi in the decisions regarding the house and car? If their father-daughter relationship continued to flourish, what place would she, as a mother, hold? Would Nanshi truly become Zhao Nanshi? If that were the case, would her father rest in peace? She lengthened her stride to catch up with Zhao Xinghe, wishing to discuss Nanshi's future further. Alas, she was unable to catch up. Upon returning to the small villa, Zhao Xinghe called for Nanshi, saying, "Shishi, would you like to accompany Daddy to buy a house?" Nanshi inquired, "Is it a house where we will all live together, with both Daddy and Mommy?" Zhao Xinghe promptly affirmed. "Yes," Nanshi exclaimed. "Great." After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Yufang, the father and daughter set off. As they made their way out, Zhao Xinghe carried Nanshi and encountered Nansun at the gate. Upon seeing her mother, Nanshi beamed, "Mommy, we're going to buy a house with Daddy." Nansun's expression shifted. They were buying a house now, but what would follow? Would they take Nanshi to live with them? Would she become the outsider? Yet, gazing into Nanshi's eager eyes and radiant smile, she could only muster an awkward yet polite smile. "Sounds wonderful." On their journey, Zhao Xinghe posed a question to Nanshi. "Shishi, what kind of house do you wish to live in?" After a moment of contemplation, Nanshi replied, "I want to live in a tall building." Growing weary of the small villa, she yearned for a change of scenery. Zhao Xinghe responded, "All right, then we shall purchase a tall building." Nansun interjected, "Shishi, be a good girl and don't say such things. What do you need a tall building for? Do you not realize that living in a tall building can be quite troublesome?" Nanshi's expression fell. "Oh, really? But I've heard my friends say that tall buildings are great. You can see far, and the night view is beautiful." These sentiments were gathered during her visits to the amusement park, where she had listened to other children speak. She envied them but had kept her thoughts to herself. Had Zhao Xinghe not asked, she likely would have never voiced them. Nansun explained, "That's because children don't understand. While new high-rise buildings may seem fine at first, after a decade or two, numerous issues will arise. Residents in that area are already experiencing the consequences. Maintenance of high-rise buildings becomes complicated, and the costs of utilities and repairs fall on the owners, which is quite unwise." Zhao Xinghe was left speechless. While it is undeniable that Nansun's concerns are valid, they are not as severe as she makes them out to be. Furthermore, he has the financial means. Who needs to live in one place for 20 years? He could simply sell and purchase a new whenever he pleases. Ultimately, Nanshi is still young, lacking the knowledge to counter such arguments. She could only turn to Zhao Xinghe for support. He reassured her, "It's all right, we can buy 2 places, one in a high-rise and one in a small villa. You can choose how you want to live, and if you grow tired of it, we will sell and buy something new." Thus, these concerns are not concerns at all. Nansun felt her teeth grinding in frustration. After all her efforts to devise a convincing argument, Zhao Xinghe had effortlessly dismantled her reasoning with a few words. Daddy, can we really do that? Nanshi inquired eagerly. Of course, you may choose whatever you desire. Daddy is wealthy. Should we perhaps buy a car first? It might make house hunting more convenient. Nanshi responded enthusiastically. Yes, yes. Mommy had a car before, but then it was sold, and now we can only take the subway. Grandma says Mommy has it tough. Nansun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, silently chastising her own mother for sharing such details with Nanshi. If Dai Yufang were aware of her grievances, she would surely retort that her intentions were to enhance Nansun's stature in Nanshi's eyes. Zhao Xinghe then asked, Shishi, what kind of car do you like? Nanshi replied, I want one that can turn around in place. She had seen such cars on television and found them incredibly cool. Zhao Xinghe queried, why do you want a car that can turn around in place? Nanshi explained, that way, it would be much easier for Mommy to park and turn around. Nansun felt her face flush with embarrassment. Her driving skills were indeed lacking, particularly when it came to parking and making U-turns, which often confounded many. A car that could turn around in place would certainly alleviate her driving woes. However, cars with such technology were generally quite expensive in the domestic market. Chapter 25. Zhao Xinghe, a director. Huang, I am profoundly disappointed in you. The luxury cars worth millions are simply unacceptable for Nansunde given the current decline of the Nan family. It is imperative that we practice frugality. Moreover, in the presence of children, we must not be extravagant. It is essential to cultivate a sense of thriftiness from a young age. This has nothing to do with her father's financial status. 11. A car is merely a means of transportation. As long as it functions, there should be no conditions attached, Nansun admonished. Nanshi, feeling aggrieved, responded, Oh, I understand, Mama. Zhao Xinghe interjected, it is perfectly reasonable for us to purchase a good car since we can afford it. After all, you get what you pay for. A more expensive vehicle typically offers superior materials and enhanced safety. With her large, dark eyes wide open, Nanshi asked, really? Of course, but remember, 11, we must develop good spending habits. While we should not shy away from quality purchases, we must also be prudent and save where necessary. Do you understand? Despite the desire to provide their daughter with a life of abundance, they could not allow her to grow into a foolish spendthrift. Initially, Nansun was quite upset. However, upon hearing Zhao Xinghe's later remarks, she fell silent. There was undeniable truth in Zhao Xinghe's statement. A pricier car indeed offers greater safety assurance. As the three of them approached the street corner, a business vehicle came to a halt before them. Nansun assumed Zhao Xinghe had summoned the car online, and Zhao Xinghe, in turn, believed it was Nansun's doing. In this digital age, hailing a ride online is exceedingly convenient. However, upon seeing several burly men in black emerge from the vehicle, Zhao Xinghe sensed something amiss. He instinctively pulled Nansun behind him. These men formed an implicit barrier in front of them, and one of the muscular figures spoke with an air of arrogance. Young Master Wang wishes to see you. Please come with us. His demeanor suggested they regarded Zhao Xinghe and Nansun with utter disdain, fully confident in their ability to intimidate such ordinary folk. Get lost. Zhao Xinghe replied firmly. I do not wish to create a conflict in front of my wife and child. Hearing Zhao Xinghe mention wife and child, Nansun felt a stir of emotion within her. In this moment, to claim she was unmoved would be a falsehood, especially in the face of 4 or 5 intimidating men. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinghe had little to offer beyond his handsome visage. Indeed, the black-clad men exchanged mocking glances, clearly bewildered by Zhao Xinghe's audacity to speak to them in such a manner. Kid, don't be foolish, you wouldn't want to experience our methods firsthand. Young Master Wang desires to see you, which should be considered an honor. Do not be ungrateful. Your wife and daughter are quite, one of them leered suggestively, but before he could finish, his body was violently propelled as if struck by a vehicle, crushing into the very business car that had brought them. With a sickening thud, he spat blood, a gruesome sight. Zhao Xinghe quickly pressed Nanshi's head against his shoulder, shielding her from the horrific scene. Nansun took refuge behind Zhao Xinghe, exchanging reassuring glances with Nanshi to quell her fears. Attack! As the leader fell, the remaining black-clad men attempted to retaliate. Yet, before they could even move, they were inexplicably hurled into the air, crushing against the car, blood pouring from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground. Zhao Xinghe observed the unfolding chaos with remarkable composure. He retrieved his phone and dialed Huang Bin, stating, Huang Bin, I am deeply disappointed in you. He then abruptly hung up, grasping Nansun's hand and turning to leave the scene. On the other end, Huang Bin received Zhao Xinghe's call, but from the moment the line connected until it was severed, he managed not a single word. Zhao Xinghe's terse remarks sent chills up his spine, saturating him in cold sweat. Clearly, something was amiss. Otherwise, Zhao Xinghe would not have placed such a call or expressed his discontent in that manner previously. When Huang Bin had contacted Zhao Xinghe, though the latter's tone had been less than amiable, it was evident that Zhao Xinghe still held a measure of trust in them. Now, however, the tides had turned. What could have transpired? Fuming, he nearly crushed his phone in his grip, bellowing, "Investigate, find out what happened, a bunch of reckless fools. If they wish to court death, let them." With his extensive experience, he quickly deduced that someone must have sore trouble with Zhao Xinghe. But who could it be? At this moment, the only plausible suspect was the audacious Wang family. Soon, reports surfaced regarding the injured black-clad men, prompting police involvement. The authorities promptly relayed the information to Huang Bin due to the sensitive nature of the incident's location, which he had previously marked as a site of particular concern. Any disturbance there warranted immediate attention and reporting. Before long, footage from nearby surveillance cameras reached Huang Bin's phone. Upon reviewing the entire sequence of events, he realized his suspicions had been correct. While the audio was inaudible, the shifting expressions on both sides indicated that the black-clad men had provoked Zhao Xinghe. Judging by the demeanor of the leading thug, it was clear they were using Nansun and Nanxi to threaten Zhao Xinghe. As this conclusion dawned on him, a cold sweat broke out on Huang Bin's forehead. This was no mere misfortune, it was akin to dancing on the grave of the king of hell himself. Indeed, the next moment, chaos erupted anew. The once menacing black-clad thug was sent flying as if struck by a vehicle, colliding with the business car, leaving a grotesque imprint. As the remaining thugs prepared to strike, they met the same fate as their leader. Remarkably, Zhao Xinghe had not lifted a finger. 5 men rendered incapacitated, the business vehicle utterly destroyed. Was this the work of a celestial being? The footage then captured Zhao Xinghe dialing a number, and Huang Bin could only imagine the fury radiating from him at that moment. Could they truly be held accountable for this incident? Well, that required a nuanced consideration. If the adversaries had been ordinary individuals, the police would bear no blame. However, when faced with Zhao Xinghe, they had gravely erred. The investigation had barely commenced when the victims faced violent threats. In such a short time frame, how had the Wang family acquired the information about Zhao Xinghe? This was data only accessible within the confines of internal security. Even if Wang Dafu managed to gather some details, pinpointing Zhao Xinghe's precise information in such a short period was implausible. The only logical explanation was that someone within had leaked critical information to Wang Dafu. With this realization, Huang Bin felt his teeth grind. It was no wonder Zhao Xinghe expressed disappointment. Initially, Huang Bin had presumed it was due to their investigative progress, when in truth, the root of the issue lay elsewhere. What a disgrace. The Internal Security Bureau had become akin to a sieve, riddled with leaks. A thorough overhaul was absolutely necessary. Chapter 26. The Fool. As long as she is happy. Having dealt with several men in black, Zhao Xinghe did not rush to confront Wang Darwei. For him, handling Wang was merely a fleeting thought. However, he had more pressing matters at hand. The priority was to spend time with his daughter. Nothing was more important than her happiness. Everything else was merely peripheral. The family of 3 got into the car, and Zhao Xinghe instructed the driver, "Take us to the nearest BYD dealership." He recalled that the car his daughter mentioned, which could turn around in place, was likely a BYD. As for the exact price, he was rather indifferent. As long as his daughter was pleased, that was all that mattered. Nansun felt conflicted. She wished to remind Zhao Xinghe not to be so extravagant. After all, that car was worth over $1 million. What kind of family could afford such a luxury vehicle? Could someone like her, earning $8,000 a month, ever drive such an expensive car? Yet, seeing Nanxi's excited expression, she held her tongue. Now was not the time to dampen her enthusiasm. This daughter of hers was already quite understanding. Since Zhao Xinghe had the means, she decided to let him indulge them. Before long, the car stopped in front of the dealership. Zhao Xinghe carried Nanxi as they walked in, with Nansun following closely behind. On either side of the entrance, parking spots that were meant for new BYD vehicles were now occupied by others. Upon entering the showroom, they were promptly greeted by a sales representative. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" The representative's demeanor was neither servile nor aloof. The days when BYD sales, this was now an era of high demand for their vehicles, and their confidence was evident. Nanxi boldly declared, "We want to buy a car that can turn around in place." Nansun covered her face in embarrassment, while Zhao Xinghe beamed with pride. Despite her tender age, Nanxi was unafraid to voice her desires in front of so many people. This was wonderful. She truly was his daughter. Noticing that Zhao Xinghe and Nansun showed no signs of objection, the sales representative's smile widened, and he instinctively straightened his posture. Such is the allure of wealth. A vehicle equipped with the capability to turn around in place was undoubtedly a luxury model of their brand, and those who could afford such a car were of considerable means. The sales representative led them to a formidable off-road vehicle, stating, "This is the U8, which can turn around in place." The exaggerated dimensions of the car left Nansun in awe. She had only driven smaller sedans before. Could she really handle such a massive vehicle? However, reassured by its turning capabilities, she felt a bit more at ease. Truth be told, this feature indeed addressed many challenges faced by female drivers when parking or making U-turns. Yet, the price was also a significant concern. Gazing at the prominent figure on the windshield, she felt conflicted once more. Could her current family finances truly accommodate such luxury? Was there perhaps a more affordable model with the same turning feature? The sales representative politely informed her, "I'm afraid not." Zhao Xinghe then inquired, "Do you have any cars available?" The sales representative regretfully explained that there were no available units, but Zhao Xinghe was clearly interested in purchasing. Unfortunately, they had none in stock. "I'm sorry, sir, but we do not have any U8s available. You would need to place a reservation and wait in line," the representative lamented, aware that losing this potential sale would be a significant loss for her commission. In this day and age, foreign luxury cars remained highly sought after, and those willing to spend millions on domestic luxury vehicles were often fervent patriots, the kind who could bypass the usual waiting period. Zhao Xinghe stated, "I want a car that is available. Is there any way? I need to take my wife and child to buy a house." Nan Sun felt a surge of irritation. "Who is your wife?" It was one thing to say it once, but repeatedly calling her that could lead to misunderstandings. She appreciated Zhao Xinghe's assistance to her family, but to suggest they were a family now was beyond her. Once, she may have adored him passionately, but years had passed, and with the upheaval in her life, the remnants of that love were known only to her. Moreover, she had always felt that Zhao Xinghe might seek to claim custody of their daughter. However, in front of the sales representative and Nanxi, she refrained from voicing her objections, not wanting to appear foolish or upset her daughter. She would find a moment later to remind Zhao Xinghe of their boundaries. As for Zhao Xinghe's thoughts, they were quite simple. "You are the mother of my child, and that will never change. Besides being my wife, do not harbor any other notions. Anyone who dares to have ill intentions towards you will face dire consequences." Simple and straightforward. The sales representative, gritting her teeth, said to Zhao Xinghe, "Sir, if you truly wish to buy an available vehicle, I can see what I can do, but I can't make any guarantees." However, Zhao Xinghe quickly interjected, "I'll pay extra." The moment the sales representative heard those words, her face lit up with joy. That was precisely what she had been waiting to hear. A willingness to pay more opened the door to negotiations. In this country, those who are prepared to spend more can solve the vast majority of issues. How does the dealership make money? By understanding the psychology of consumers, Zhao Xinghe was in urgent need of a vehicle and was willing to pay a premium. That extra money would contribute to the dealership's profits. What? This doesn't adhere to regulations. Since there are no cars available, I can only source them from elsewhere or negotiate with other buyers, who would be willing to part with their car without a premium. Thus, everything was perfectly reasonable. Before long, the sales representative returned to inform Zhao Xinghe that there was a vehicle available, but it would need to be brought in from another location, and an additional fee would be required. However, if he paid up front, they could immediately begin the paperwork, and once completed, the car would be ready. Quite a fortunate coincidence, was it not? Zhao Xinghe understood the intricacies of the situation, having overheard everything the sales representative had discussed with her manager. However, he chose not to dwell on it. Buying goods is not akin to dealing with government agencies. It is based on mutual agreement. If one is unwilling to pay extra, they can simply walk away. No one is forced. Although such behavior could be infuriating, it was the way of the world. Nan Sun felt even more distressed. She had opposed the idea of purchasing such an expensive car, yet Zhao Xinghe not only insisted on buying it but also wanted to pay extra. Was he simply burning money? She wanted to intervene, but what authority did she have to do so? Aside from being her daughter's father, they were not even in a romantic relationship, at least in her mind. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as Zhao Xinghe played the fool. Zhao Xinghe, sensing her disapproval, reassured her, "It's all right, as long as she is happy." Chapter 27. Minister Li, are you folks at the Magical City Work Safety Bureau running a charitable organization? Zhao Xinghe is in the process of purchasing a vehicle. Huang Bin is investigating a case, while Li Gang has returned to the hotel to commence a meeting with officials from the capital. The specifications for this video conference are notably high, with all the core elders from the central government in attendance, along with high-ranking military officials and heads of various ministries. Those available have been summoned to participate in this meeting. In this matter, secrecy is not necessarily paramount. This is true for the general populace. However, for internal personnel, it is a different story. One must remain vigilant, for one can never tell when they might inadvertently provoke a terrifying presence. Thus, it is essential for these usually aloof dignitaries to be made aware that there exists a formidable being in this world that must not be trifled with. Li Gang began to present the situation, with Zhang Lingyu assisting him, as Li Gang had arrived earlier and had gathered more detailed information. Esteemed elders, the information I've gathered is as follows. My recommendation, along with Director Zhang S., is to maintain contact with Mr. Zhao, but we must not act precipitously. Upon concluding, he turned to Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu took over, stating, "Indeed, I share this perspective. From the current circumstances, Mr. Zhao's identity as a celestial being can be regarded as confirmed. The elders in attendance began to engage in discussion. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of the specially arranged conference room in the hotel. Li Gang was incensed. Prior to the meeting, he had already announced strict protocols prohibiting any disturbances. This matter pertains to national security, and in the interest of confidentiality, certain areas had already been shielded from signals. A secretary hurried to address the interruption, but soon returned holding a USB drive, reporting to Li Gang, "Minister, Director Huang has sent this over, instructing you to take a look." Li Gang gestured for him to open it, and they began to watch the video. It depicted the moment when 5 men in black attempted to abduct Zhao Xinghe's family, only to be countered by Zhao Xinghe himself. After a moment of silence post-viewing, Li Gang inquired of Zhang Lingyu, "Director Zhang, do you believe you could replicate this?" Zhang Lingyu shook his head. "It is unattainable. There is not a single trace of physical engagement, no incantations uttered, no spells cast. Everything unfolds as fluidly as flowing clouds, employing divine techniques. If it were merely to achieve the same outcome, he would have no issue. However, there would undoubtedly be evidence of some form of intervention. In the current context, even with the video evidence, one would hesitate to assert that Zhao Xinghe was the one who acted. What proof exists? Did you witness him taking action?" Li Gang reported the latest intelligence to the Council of Elders and transmitted the video to the capital. After viewing, the elders unanimously agreed that Zhao Xinghe's identity was now beyond question. The pressing issue at hand is how to address the sudden emergence of this celestial being, which is an exceedingly unstable factor. Naturally, they wish to exert control over Zhao Xinghe. However, regrettably, such a feat is beyond their reach. What can they do against a being that even the heavens cannot contend with? Merely witnessing Zhao Xinghe traversing the tempest of thunder and shattering the eye of heavenly punishment sends shivers down their spines. From the current observations, Zhao Xinghe has displayed capabilities, but the tip of the iceberg, the survival of those black-clad men, is a testament to his mercy. It is likely that Zhao Xinghe refrained from taking lives in the presence of his wife and daughter. Consequently, the most effective way to win Zhao Xinghe over would be to focus on his family. Moreover, the revelation that Zhao Xinghe possesses a formula for treating cancer has inadvertently elevated his significance in their eyes. The domestic healthcare system is already in dire straits, with exorbitant medical costs provoking widespread discontent, particularly in the realm of cancer treatment, where medications are predominantly controlled by foreign corporations that wield pricing authority. The phenomenon of severe illness leading to poverty and crippling debt is all too common, representing a significant source of societal instability. The upper echelons are exceedingly troubled by this. There have been proposals to implement free healthcare. However, this is evidently impractical, not to mention the numerous instances of superficial free healthcare initiatives abroad. Genuine free healthcare would likely result in hospitals perpetually lacking available beds. If they could eliminate the towering obstacle of cancer, the pressure on the official healthcare system would significantly diminish. Thus, the Grand Elder addressed Li Gang, "Xiao Li, you shall remain in the magical city to ensure that this case is handled promptly, stringently, and with severity. It is imperative to cultivate a positive relationship with Zhao Xinghe. I suspect he possesses additional remedies for other forms of cancer. The reason he disclosed the gastric cancer treatment may be due to your own affliction. Accomplish this task well, and it will stand to your credit. We shall overlook your concealment of your illness from the organization. Do not disappoint us." Li Gang, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, "Rest assured, esteemed elders, I shall ensure this matter is resolved." The Grand Elder then turned to Zhang Lingyu. "Lingyu, remain in the magical city to assist Li Gang in this endeavor. Should the need arise, your Special Operations Bureau must also intervene." In essence, the directive was clear: exert every effort to foster a positive relationship with Zhao Xinghe. If possible, it would be ideal to integrate him into the official framework. Any conditions he may present are negotiable. The Special Operations Bureau, with its unique status, wields considerable influence during these extraordinary times, potentially surpassing that of Li Gang as their work safety minister. With their assistance, the elders need not be concerned about any potential setbacks in the magical city. As the meeting concluded, Li Gang addressed Zhang Lingyu, "Master Zhang, I must request your presence to oversee the situation from the rear." Zhang Lingyu nodded, "Of course. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Li Gang retrieved his phone and dialed Huang Bin's number. "Huang Bin, have those thugs been interrogated?" "What? You sent those ruffians to the hospital for treatment? Are you at the Magical City Work Safety Bureau running a charitable establishment? Do you think Mr. Zhao would be satisfied with such actions? Listen to my orders, immediately apprehend those thugs and commence interrogation. Moreover, ensure that one Wang Dawei is captured without delay. I tell you, apprehend one, interrogate one. Even if the Magical City Work Safety Bureau must forego food and sleep today, you shall resolve this matter. I warn you, the capital is awaiting news of your success. Do not let me down." After ending the call, Li Gang felt uneasy, prompting him to say to Zhang Lingyu, "Master Zhang, you stay at the hotel, I am going to the Magical City Work Safety Bureau. I still harbor concerns, and I wish to oversee matters personally." Zhang Lingyu inquired, "Do you require me to dispatch personnel to assist with your interrogations?" Li Gang's eyes lit up. Indeed, the Special Operations Bureau is composed of extraordinary individuals endowed with remarkable abilities. While they may not possess powers as outrageous as Zhao Xinghe's, their collaboration would undoubtedly simplify the interrogation process. Previously, Zhang Lingyu's intervention had rendered Liao Zhongkui, a seasoned veteran, as compliant as a fledgling chick, answering every query as if he were an entirely different person, thereby saving considerable time during the interrogation. Excellent. With your assistance, I am now more confident that I can resolve this matter within today, Li Gang declared, his confidence soaring. Chapter 28. The educated young master Wang Dawei was indeed quite arrogant. When apprehended by the personnel of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau, he resisted fiercely, hurling obscenities. "Do you dare to arrest me? Do you even know who I am? I'll make sure to skin you alive." Regardless of his struggles and threats, the special police officers remained resolute, handcuffing him and escorting him into the vehicle without a hint of hesitation. Once inside, someone barked, "Shut him up." This time, due to this insufferable individual, the entire public security system in Shanghai became the subject of ridicule from higher-ups. Minister Li Gang's remark, "Is the Shanghai Public Security Bureau a charity organization?" may not have been particularly damaging, but it was laced with humiliation. Indeed, Huang Bin did not conceal this statement, broadcasting it widely. The Shanghai Public Security Bureau had grown far too complacent over the years. It was high time for a wake-up call. Moreover, upon the initial investigation of this case, Wang Dawei received news that infuriated Huang Bin, who vowed to unearth this traitor and expel him from the public security ranks. This was nothing short of tarnishing the reputation of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. At this moment, the special police officers harbored a simmering frustration within. Upon their arrival, the director had personally addressed them, asserting that whether they acted like tigers or sheep would depend on this operation. With such words from their superior, it was no surprise they could not muster any goodwill towards Wang Dawei. Had they not feared being seen or recorded by outsiders, Wang Dawei would have undoubtedly received a beating long ago. After a few discreet punches, Wang Dawei's stomach churned violently, rendering him speechless. Simultaneously, he came to realize that these special police officers were impervious to his threats. It was quite absurd. Did these muscular men not recognize the Wang family's influence in Shanghai? He was one of the heirs of the Wang family. Did they not fear retribution for treating him this way? Approximately 10 minutes later, Wang Dawei's discomfort began to subside, and he felt emboldened once more. He opened his mouth to declare, "You bunch of bastards, do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Wang family." The leading special police officer, infuriated, barked, "Haven't you all eaten? I said to shut him up. If he utters another word before we return to the bureau, I'll make you run 10 kilometers, and so on." The two officers flanking Wang Dawei turned pale. One covered his mouth while the other delivered an elbow strike, effectively silencing Wang Dawei. This young master, when confronted by the special police, was clearly outmatched. One officer even leaned close to Wang Dawei's ear and whispered, "If you dare to say another word before we reach the bureau, I'll ensure you don't eat for 3 days. Wang Dawei turned pale with fear. The sensation of a blow to his stomach was too unbearable. Thus, for the remainder of the journey, he learned to be prudent, acknowledging that there was no point in conversing with these resolute officers, whose minds were solely focused on their mission. It was better to speak with their superiors. He believed that, given his status as a young master of the Wang family, he would receive special treatment at the Public Security Bureau. Indeed, it was special treatment, for he was immediately ushered into an interrogation room without any chance to meet with a superior. Dissatisfied, Wang Dawei insisted, "I demand to see your superior and my lawyer. I will not say a word until I meet my lawyer." The officers involved in the interrogation were left exasperated. They could not resort to torture. That was an entirely different matter. Thus, they had no choice but to request the presence of personnel from the Special Investigation Bureau. Clad in a Zhongshan suit, with a close-cropped haircut and penetrating gaze, he bore no resemblance to an otherworldly sage. Rather, he appeared more akin to a soldier. Upon entering, he formed a hand gesture and locked eyes with Wang Dawei for a few seconds before addressing the officers. "That will suffice." The officers were taken aback. Is this the caliber of the Special Investigation Bureau? In the following moments, Wang Dawei ceased all resistance. He answered every question posed by the officers, revealing those who had conspired with him. Naturally, the Public Security Bureau apprehended individuals based on the list provided, and under Wang Dawei's testimony, even those who wished to resist found themselves powerless, ultimately complying with the law. In summary, Wang Dawei exploited his status as an heir of the Wang family to establish a lending company, colluding with certain bank employees and securities brokers to entice affluent individuals of advancing age into investment schemes. They initially offered these individuals a taste of success, and once they savored the sweetness, there was no need for further persuasion. They fell completely into the trap. As the amounts of locked-up funds grew, so did their unwillingness to accept the situation. They began mortgaging properties, seeking loans from old acquaintances, and resorting to usury. The unfortunate Nan Jianfei, until his last breath, remained oblivious to the fact that the stocks he purchased were merely a fad created by Wen Dawei and his associates, allowing them to manipulate the situation at will. Nan Jianfei displayed a modicum of cleverness, but not enough. He was toyed with, losing not only his fortune but also dragging his wife and mother into a dire predicament, nearly leaving them homeless. It would be no exaggeration to say that his death was no loss. Had he not succumbed to greed, he would not have met such a tragic fate. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that his desire for a better life for his family was commendable. As the Shanghai Public Security Bureau was conducting its major operation, Zhao Xinghe was already driving his newly purchased car to buy a house. Zhao Xinghe inquired of Nanxi, 1111, "What kind of house do you want to live in?" Nanxi immediately replied, "Xianyar Courtyard." Zhao Xinghe had merely asked out of curiosity, but he was taken aback when Nanxi provided an answer. He turned to Nan Sun and remarked, "A Xianyar Courtyard is that neighborhood close to our home." Suddenly enlightened, Zhao Xinghe asked Nanxi, 1111, "Could you tell Daddy why you want to live there?" Nanxi replied, "Because I can see Grandma and the others there." Those words rendered Zhao Xinghe momentarily speechless. Tears welled in Nan Sun's eyes. She had not anticipated that in Nanxi's desire for a new home and high-rise living, she had not forgotten her grandmother. What a good child she was. "Daddy, after we buy the new house, can we bring Grandma and the others to live with us?" Nanxi added. Zhao Xinghe responded, "Of course, whatever you say goes." At such a tender age, displaying such filial piety, he felt a sense of pride. Having her mother care for her was indeed a blessing. It was just that Nan Sun had been spoiled by her father, growing up with a spoiled princess mentality. As the car entered Xianyar Courtyard, it headed straight to the sales center. From Nan Sun, Zhao Xinghe learned that this development was indeed newly launched. It was located in the heart of Shanghai, where properties had previously not been demolished. Only in the past couple of years had some truly dilapidated buildings been torn down, making way for a few high-rise apartments. However, due to the prime location and demolition costs, the prices at Xianyar Courtyard were exceedingly high. In simpler terms, the sales were not particularly impressive. It was just too expensive. For the same price, there were better options available elsewhere. Chapter 29. Although the lips say no, the body is quite honest. The sales representative at the property was both youthful and strikingly beautiful, exhibiting an exceptionally pleasant demeanor, especially considering that Zhao Xinghe had arrived in a luxury vehicle worth millions. Perhaps due to the presence of Nan Sun, the alluring saleswoman refrained from displaying any seductive traits and instead conducted a serious introduction to the development. Zhao Xinghe interjected, "Is there a penthouse available for immediate move-in?" The beautiful saleswoman paused for a moment before responding, "Mr. Zhao, there is indeed." Zhao Xinghe was taken aback. Was this property already furnished for sale? The charming saleswoman elaborated, "Allow me to explain. A gentleman has purchased 2 units on the top floor and has already renovated them. However, he has yet to move in due to financial issues at his company, and thus he is in urgent need of a sale." What a coincidence! Nan Sun felt speechless. She suspected that the captivating saleswoman was merely spinning a tale. An inexplicable sense of discontent washed over her as she perceived the saleswoman's intentions towards Zhao Xinghe. Zhao Xinghe maintained a genial smile, asking, "Could you show us the units?" The saleswoman promptly replied, "Of course, sir. Would you prefer to drive yourselves or take our tour vehicle?" Zhao Xinghe responded, "I think I will drive myself. It will also allow me to experience the community's traffic." The saleswoman's smile widened, indicating that she recognized Zhao Xinghe's strong purchasing interest. This was promising. Throughout the journey, Nan Sun remained silent, occasionally casting a glare at Zhao Xinghe. Although he felt her gaze, he chose to disregard it. Women, if they were feeling irked, let them stew a little longer. He placed Nanxi in the car, nestled comfortably in Nan Sun's embrace, and then courteously invited the saleswoman to take the passenger seat. This only intensified the ire in Nan Sun's eyes. Zhao Xinghe paid no mind and turned to the saleswoman, "Please guide me." The saleswoman sweetly acknowledged, adhering to protocol, aware that a wife and child were seated behind her. If she offended the lady of the house, the deal would surely fall through, leaving her with nothing but regret. This transaction was worth several million. Securing it would alleviate her performance concerns for half a year. The commission was enticing, calculated at 10%. That could amount to hundreds of thousands. The penthouse, originally designed for dual units, had been transformed into a single unit by the previous owner, effectively doubling the price. After all, it had been lavishly renovated, consequently, the commission would rise correspondingly. Upon arriving at the base of Building A, the saleswoman continued, Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, the total area of Building A is 680 square meters, with approximately 600 square meters of usable space after excluding shared areas. The dual unit layout has now been converted to a single unit, ensuring excellent privacy. A smile finally graced Nanson's face. Zhao Xinghe took note, remaining outwardly indifferent while inwardly thinking, women. They may profess disinterest, yet their bodies tell an entirely different story. Upon entering the residence, Zhao Xinghe surveyed the space, finding little to spark his interest. Although the decor was opulent, it paled in comparison to the grand palaces he had encountered in his past. In his eyes, this level of decor was merely adequate. Meanwhile, Nanshi and Nansun examined the place with keen interest, with Nanshi expressing her fondness for it. As for Nansun, she was acutely aware that this was a significant investment from her daughter's father and could not be taken lightly. What if they were to be deceived? After all, it was her daughter's father's money. Ultimately, it was her money too. Nanshi tugged at Zhao Xinghe's hand, eagerly exploring each room with uncontainable excitement. Notably, from the balcony of the living room, one could directly view Nansun's quaint villa. Nanshi stood on the balcony, waving her arms, calling out to her grandmother, which elicited hearty laughter from Zhao Xinghe. Although the straight-line distance was less than 300 meters, how could they expect to be heard? Nansun approached, admonishing, Nanshi, are you foolish? It's too far, and with all that noise over there, how could Grandma possibly hear you? If Dai Yufang were standing on the rooftop, perhaps she would have a chance of hearing them, but within the house, it was entirely impossible. Unfazed, Nanshi turned to Zhao Xinghe. Daddy, give me your phone. Zhao Xinghe complied, retrieving his phone and dialing Dai Yufang's number. At that moment, she was preparing lunch at home while occasionally checking on the elderly lady's condition. She had stopped mentioning having her sister come to take her, having grown accustomed to life in the bustling metropolis. Moreover, Nanshi was still young and required her care, allowing Nanshi to comfortably go to work. She also needed to encourage Zhao Xinghe and Nansun to reconcile. There was much to do. When the phone rang, she noticed the unfamiliar number and felt a momentary jolt, but upon recalling that her debts had been settled, she sighed in relief. She answered the call, and before she could speak, Nanshi's voice came through. Grandma, hurry up to the rooftop. Dai Yufang was bewildered. 1111, is this your father's phone? Nanshi confirmed. Yes, Grandma, this is Daddy's phone. You need to hurry to the rooftop. Dai Yufang was puzzled. Why would she need to go to the rooftop? 1111, what's going on? Nanshi insisted. Grandma, don't ask, just go to the rooftop and you'll see me. Dai Yufang felt utterly confused. This little girl was just as troublesome as Nansun had been in her youth. Following her granddaughter's instructions, she made her way to the rooftop and inquired, now what? Nanshi replied, Grandma, look to your left, towards the tall building. Dai Yufang turned her head leftward, struggling to see clearly due to her poor eyesight. She could vaguely make out two figures, one large and one small, standing on the balcony of the top floor. 1111, are you on that balcony? Nanshi excitedly responded, yes, Grandma, you can finally see me. I am here with Daddy on this balcony. Daddy says he wants to buy this house, and I really like it because I can see home. Grandma, do you like it? Dai Yufang felt a surge of emotion, a complex mix of feelings overwhelming her. While the house was indeed lovely, it was also quite expensive. That's wonderful, dear. As long as you like it. With her grandmother's support secured, Nanshi's confidence soared. Even if her mother disagreed, she felt emboldened to argue her case. Nansun approached Nanshi, saying, all right, 1111, hang up now, don't keep Grandma standing on the rooftop for too long. Nanshi promptly replied, Grandma, I'm hanging up now. We'll come to pick you up to see the new house later. Nansun turned to Zhao Xinghe and asked, are you really going to buy it? Zhao Xinghe inquired, what do you think of this place? Nansun hesitated for a moment before admitting, to be honest, it's quite nice. It was conveniently located near their home, making travel exceedingly easy. Moreover, the space was ample, with enough rooms to accommodate both families without issue. Zhao Xinghe concluded, if it's good, then let us buy it. Chapter 30, if you don't seek trouble, trouble won't find you. Do not say you were not warned. The group returned to the sales office, where the salesgirl was beaming with delight. After finalizing contract, just as they were about to process the payment, a call came in. It was from Huan Bin. Zhao Xinghe handed his bank card to Nansun and said, the password is your birthday. At that moment, Zhao Xinghe recalled that he hadn't changed his bank card password. It was originally set by Nansun, and he had grown accustomed to it over time, forgetting its origin. When he ventured into the realm of cultivation, his bank card and wallet remained in his rental apartment, along with his identification documents. Upon his return, less than 2 days had passed in this world. Now, however, his wallet and its contents were stored within his spatial ring. Although only a short time had elapsed in this world, he had spent nearly 200 years in the cultivation realm, making the memory of the bank card password feel rather distant. After a brief search through his recollections, he finally remembered. Nansun took the bank card, her expression a complex blend of joy and turmoil. What did this mean? The fact that he hadn't changed the password suggested he still harbored feelings for her, or that he had been waiting for her all along. Zhao Xinghe addressed Nansha, saying, 1111, stay with your mother, I need to take a call. Okay, Daddy. Nansha replied. Nansun, with her conflicted expression, accompanied the sales girl to make the payment. Once they reached the finance department and completed the transaction, the sales girl said, Mrs. Zhao, may I have your identification, please? Nansun, puzzled, asked, what do you need my ID for? The sales girl explained, Mr. Zhao has just registered the property in your and Miss Nansha's names. Nansun was taken aback. A property worth tens of millions had been registered in her and Nansha's names. Was Zhao Xinghe out of his mind? Yet, recalling Zhao Xinghe's ancestral prescriptions, she fell silent. Outside the sales office, Zhao Xinghe answered Huang Bin's call. What is it? His tone was somewhat frosty, causing Huang Bin to feel quite anxious. He was acutely aware that Zhao Xinghe was displeased with him. What could he do, without the identity of an immortal? He knew what Zhao Xinghe truly was. However, with that identity, he had no choice but to endure. Mr. Zhao, we have apprehended Wang Dawei after interrogation. We have also captured his associates. The higher-ups have issued directives for this case to be handled expeditiously and severely. In no more than 3 days, we will provide you with a final outcome, he added. Zhao Xinghe's expression eased slightly as he replied, all right, I will await your news, Director Huang. I hope you will caution certain individuals against courting their own demise. Otherwise, do not blame me for withholding my official support. Huang Bin broke into a cold sweat and quickly assured, yes, Mr. Zhao, I will certainly warn them. He understood Zhao Xinghe's words referred to the Wang family, who were notorious in the city. Wang Dawei's arrest and subsequent sentencing would be tantamount to a slap in the face for the Wang family. It was almost certain they would seek revenge against Zhao Xinghe. However, by warning them beforehand, if they still chose to act recklessly, then it was their own fault. The Wang family's downfall seemed inevitable. It appeared he would need to draft a statement, yet, orchestrating the collective demise of the Wang family would be quite the challenge. This would pose a significant test to the official credibility. Nevertheless, what choice did he have? It wasn't a lack of confidence but rather a deep understanding of the Wang family's modus operandi. Even if he personally warned them, the Wang family might not retaliate overtly against Zhao Xinghe, but they would undoubtedly plot something in the shadows. He had not reached his current position through mere flattery. After ending the call, he hurried to report to Li Gang, saying, Director Li, I've spoken with Mr. Zhao. He wishes for us to warn the Wang family to refrain from self-destructive behavior, or they will truly face dire consequences. Li Gang waved his hand dismissively, saying, the heavens will rain, and daughters will marry. Our duty is to perform our responsibilities. As for the fate of the Wang family, that is for them to determine. However, you must prepare contingency plans. We cannot afford to be caught off guard should an incident arise. Huang Bin nodded, indicating his understanding. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xinghe, both Li Gang and Huang Bin had already prepared for the potential obliteration of the entire Wang family. Some matters simply cannot be halted. Zhao Xinghe returned to the sales office to find Nansun and Nansha, asking, have you completed the card transaction? Nansun returned the bank card to Zhao Xinghe, her expression complex as she inquired, why did you register the property in my and Nansha's names? Zhao Xinghe replied, Nansha is my daughter. It is entirely reasonable for me to purchase a home for her, is it not? Nansun retorted, and what about me? Zhao Xinghe explained, the sales representative mentioned that since Nansha is still underage, she cannot hold property independently and must have a guardian to apply for and manage it. Nansun countered, you are 1111's father. You can do it. Zhao Xinghe rolled his eyes and said, Nansha is listed on your household registration. Do you expect me to undergo a paternity test with her first, then obtain a paternity certificate from the police station before returning to buy the house? Nansun was left speechless. Zhao Xinghe's reasoning was sound. However, she felt a surge of frustration, mistakenly believing this was Zhao Xinghe's attempt to reconcile with her. To her dismay, it was merely a matter of convenience. How infuriating. Zhao Xinghe observed Nansun's suppressed ire, now feigning indifference, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement. Oh, Nansun, I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. The sales representative soon approached, her smile unwavering as she returned Nansun's identification and explained, Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, we will take care of the remaining matters. Once the property certificate is ready, I will deliver it to you. She had just noted that Nansun's residence was in a nearby villa, which explained how she could afford such a spacious apartment. Anyone who could reside in a villa in the heart of the city was certainly not impoverished. Unbeknownst to her, the Nansun family had nearly faced homelessness. As the three of them exited the sales office, Zhao Xinghe asked Nansun, "Did you see anything else you want to add in terms of furniture?" Nansun replied, "It's not like I'll be living there." "How would I know?" Zhao Xinghe responded with a smile, "Come on, lend me a suggestion." Nansun, exasperated, thought, "You bastard, can't you just say you'd like me to move in? If I don't move in, how could Nanshur possibly live there? Just you wait. There will come a time when you will need to plead with me." Nansun had resolved that as long as Zhao Xinghe did not seek her out, she would absolutely refuse to live in the penthouse apartment. But then she reconsidered. Wait, her name was on the property deed, this house belonged to her, why should she not move in? It was Zhao Xinghe who should not be allowed to live there. She decided that she would move in with her grandmother, mother, and Nanshur, driving him out instead. How infuriating, since it was her own house. Acquiring furniture naturally became her responsibility. Of course, since she had no money, the payment would have to fall to Zhao Xinghe. Nansun maintained a calm facade while secretly reveling in her cleverness. Let him push me around, let him toy with me, let's see who ends up being the one played in the end. Chapter 31, The Wang Family's Movements. The ancestral home of the Wang family. Old Master Wang Tongming hung up the phone, his gaze fixed upon his kneeling son, his countenance dark with displeasure. The call he had just made was preceded by one from Huang Bin, the head of the Public Security Bureau. The message was unequivocal, a stern warning to the Wang family to refrain from any clever tricks, lest they suffer grave consequences. As for Wang Dawei, his reckless actions were his own demise. No one could save him. Justice would be served according to the law. Given the substantial amount of money involved and the loss of life, multiple criminal statutes would apply, implying an increase in penalties. When had Wang Tongming ever endured such indignities? Had it not been for Huang Bin, he would have retorted immediately. At that moment, his son Wang Yonghui approached, his words laden with a singular intent to extricate Wang Dawei from his predicament. After all, Wang Dawei was his most capable son. Wang Tongming made a call. Despite his son not being present to plead, he felt compelled to secure his grandson's release. Could he truly heed Huang Bin's advice and allow his grandson to face sentencing? Wang Dawei's transgressions were merely minor economic offences, and even had he committed murder, one must consider the broader implications. In his view, Huang Bin was overreacting. What if a victim had jumped from a building? So what? Death is an inevitable part of life. Such a fool would be better off dead than alive. If that individual's demise further jeopardized his grandson, then that would indeed constitute a grave injustice. Enough of your wailing, I am currently devising a solution. Wang Tongming chastised his son. At their ages, both men should possess greater composure. Evidently, the second generation of the Wang family proved inadequate. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to nurturing the third generation through such unconventional means. He hoped to cultivate them while he still lived, ensuring the Wang family thrived for another century. However, unexpectedly, one of his most cherished grandsons had fallen into disrepute. He bore no blame for Wang Dawei's actions. Great achievers often disregard trifles. Who among the successful has not ascended over the bones of the fallen? On the contrary, he believed Wang Dawei possessed remarkable acumen, capable of steering the Wang family toward glory. Therefore, this grandson must not be allowed to face judgment at the hands of the police. Yet, Huang Bin had already issued a warning. Attempting to navigate the police department was now futile. He would have to seek recourse through higher channels. Having recently contacted a municipal leader overseeing legal affairs, he was astounded to learn they were unaware of the situation. Fortunately, the individual agreed to inquire further, alleviating Wang Tongming's anxiety. He feared that a phone call would yield a response of abandonment. Give it up, don't pursue it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone rang. Upon connecting, he inquired, "Leader, what is the update?" "Old Wang, give it up, don't pursue it." The voice on the other end declared before abruptly ending the call. Wang Tongming was left in a state of shock. Could this person truly discern his innermost thoughts? In a moment of distraction, his phone slipped from his grasp and shattered upon the floor. Wang Yonghui, alarmed, retrieved the device, finding it miraculously intact, and placed it back on the table. Farther, what is the situation? Although his instincts warned him of impending doom, he remained hopeful. It seems the official route is no longer viable. We must deal with the victim directly, Wang Tongming stated. If the case lacks a plaintiff, we shall see how they proceed with sentencing. Did they genuinely believe the Wang family to be mere commoners? With a swift call made, the details of the Nan family soon lay before Wang Tongming. After perusing a few pages, he smirked disdainfully and remarked, "Just a small-town native from the Magic City. If they perish, so be it. Why should my grandson suffer consequence? Should they dare implicate my grandson, their existence becomes superfluous." Wang Tongming ordered Wang Yonghui, "Go summon a xiao." Wang Yonghui's demeanor brightened, elated at the prospect of resolving the issue at its roots. As the second generation of the Wang family, he understood their modus operandi. First, eliminate the problem. If that failed, eliminate those who caused it. This principle had proven effective over the years. While the Wang family had encountered numerous incidents, they had always been resolved with remarkable tranquility. Those within their circle were well aware of their methods, yet the average citizen remained blissfully ignorant of any wrongdoing. The official stance was simple: as long as no public uproar ensued, matters were deemed trivial. Only when a scandal arose would higher authorities intervene, prompting serious action from below. The incident involving Nan Jinfei's leap from a building had circulated briefly among neighbors before dissipating into obscurity. Thus, Wang Tongming remained unfazed. Resolving the issues posed by the women of the Nan family would render everything inconsequential. A lawsuit without a plaintiff would provide ample opportunity for their legal team to facilitate Wang Dawei's exit from court. Soon, a siar was summoned. A man in his 40s. His expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze menacing, a scar tracing down the left side of his face to the corner of his mouth. He exuded an air of ruthless intimidation. Wang Tongming, however, held a Xiao in high regard. Over the years, he had managed numerous unsavory matters on behalf of the Wang family. In essence, a Xiao was the family's concealed weapon, executing all illicit dealings while maintaining the facade of law-abiding citizens. A Xiao, a delicate matter has arisen that requires your attention, Wang Tongming stated without preamble. Your command, old master. A Xiao responded promptly. Wang Tongming presented the documents on the table. After reviewing them, a Xiao inquired, what level of action do you require, old master? Wang Tongming pondered briefly before replying, let them vanish for a time. They must not appear in Dawei's prosecution. Of course, should any unforeseen events arise, that would be their fate. Upon hearing this, a Xiao understood perfectly what was required. Understood, old master, I shall take care of it tonight. Wang Tongming felt a surge of satisfaction. At the Nan family's villa, as they admired their new U8 parked at the entrance, a trio disembarked from the vehicle. Neighbors, upon spotting them, began to extol their praises. Nan-son, is this a new car? Quite stylish. What brand is this? How much did this cost? This vehicle is quite spacious. Why not opt for a BMW or Mercedes? Indeed, even if one cannot get a license plate, a Tesla would suffice. Right, I've heard that BYD is domestic. How can domestics compare to foreign brands? Nan-son felt her embarrassment mounting. Forced to wear a smile, she hurriedly retreated into her home. Engaging with these elderly neighbors with anything less than cordiality would lead to a tarnished reputation by the following day. Yet, she was utterly unwilling to patiently explain her circumstances. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinghe had already carried Nanxi into the house. Chapter 32, A Call from My Second Sister. In the afternoon, Zhao Xinghe updated Dai Yufang and Nansun on the progress of the case. Dai Yufang, in astonishment, exclaimed, Xinghe, are you saying that your father has been framed? In her moment of urgency, she inadvertently regarded Zhao Xinghe as her own son-in-law. Nansun caught onto this but chose not to clarify. At that moment, further explanations would only lead to more awkwardness. Zhao Xinghe also discerned the misunderstanding but pretended not to, replying, yes, auntie, indeed, someone has been systematically luring uncle into this predicament. Dai Yufang immediately broke into tears. Until now, they had believed that Nan Jinfei's downfall was solely due to his own greed, leaving them with a mess to clean up. Only now did they realize that Nan Jinfei had been schemed against. Although Nan Jinfei was still at fault, Dai Yufang felt a sense of relief in her heart. Their family had almost been utterly shattered. If she had sought refuge with her sister, and Nanxi had been sent to Zhao Xinghe's hometown, once the elderly lady passed, Nansun would be left utterly alone. This outcome was intolerable for her, yet she felt powerless to change it. Having been estranged from society for far too long, remaining would only exacerbate Nansun's burdens. Zhao Xinghe's appearance had salvaged their fractured family, allowing them to continue living together. Nansun embraced her mother, offering comfort. Mom, don't cry, the Industrial Safety Department has taken over Dad's case. They will surely investigate thoroughly and bring those demons who dragged Dad into despair to justice. Dai Yufang turned to Zhao Xinghe, sobbing, is it really possible? Zhao Xinghe assured her, it is. Results will emerge in a few days. Dai Yufang, skeptical, asked, so soon? Zhao Xinghe replied, special measures for special circumstances. Dai Yufang understood the phrase, but was left wondering how Zhao Xinghe had managed it. Could it be that Zhao Xinghe had become wealthy enough to influence the authorities in Metropolis? After their conversation, Dai Yufang cried for a while and then, fatigued, went to rest. Nansun decided to stay behind to look after her grandmother, while Nanxi intended to take a nap. Zhao Xinghe then said to Nansun, I'll swing by the hotel to gather some things. Nansun asked, are you moving in today? Zhao Xinghe clarified, no, I will stay here tonight. Nansun immediately objected, that's not acceptable. Zhao Xinghe countered, why not? Auntie just invited me. Nansun insisted, there are no extra rooms in the house. Zhao Xinghe replied, how can that be, there are so many rooms. Nansun retorted, there are no extra beds or blankets. You should continue staying at the hotel. Zhao Xinghe stated, it's fine, I can sleep on the sofa. Nan's son was instantly exasperated. Did this simpleton truly not understand her meaning after all this discussion? Did he require her to spell it out? Yet, how could she bear to voice her objections after he had helped her family so significantly? Caught in a dilemma, Nan's son felt as though her insides were twisting in knots. Zhao Xinghe found great amusement in this. He was doing it intentionally. He suspected that the Wang family would take action that evening, and staying at the Nan household was naturally to protect them. However, with his capabilities, there was indeed no necessity to reside with the Nans. Nevertheless, such a splendid opportunity was not one he would let slip away. As Zhao Xinghe drove off, Nan's son muttered under her breath, "A rogue." On his drive back to the hotel, Zhao Xinghe's phone rang. With a thought, the phone floated to his ear, automatically connecting. Hello, second sister, what's the matter? Zhao Xinghe was the third among four siblings, with 2 older sisters and 1 younger sister. The caller was his second sister, Zhao Changhong. The eldest sister was honest but somewhat slow-witted. She had left school before finishing middle school to work. By the time Zhao Xinghe was still in high school, she had already married and had 2 sons. The second sister, astute yet disinterested in academics, also left school early to make a living. She currently owned a beauty salon in their hometown and was married with a daughter and a son. Their younger sister, Zhao Xingmiao, was still in university, on the verge of graduation, majoring in foreign languages. Generally, they did not call unless there was something significant, which was the norm in their family. Now that the second sister was calling, it indicated something was amiss. Her voice resonated through the phone. Xinghe, why don't you come back for a visit? Upon hearing her tone, Zhao Xinghe sensed trouble and quickly pulled over, grasping the floating phone in his hand, feeling somewhat reassured. Second sister, what exactly has happened? Is it about Mom and Dad? She replied, It's Mom. The county hospital's examination revealed that the doctor suspects breast cancer, but don't worry too much. The doctor said it's still in the early stages and can be treated with surgery and medication. Zhao Xinghe exhaled a sigh of relief. Although cancer was terrifying, it was treatable, so he remained calm. He told his second sister, I'll leave the shop for now and bring Mom and Dad to the metropolis. The facilities here are superior. They can undergo further examination, and perhaps the diagnosis from the local hospital is incorrect. His second sister hesitated momentarily before responding, but won't the costs at the hospitals in the metropolis be too high? I've heard that the big hospitals there have long waiting times. Could that delay Mom's treatment? Zhao Xinghe reassured her, that won't be an issue. I have acquaintances here. I can arrange for immediate examinations once Mom arrives. By the way, I'll transfer some money to you. His sister said. No need. I have enough money, she replied. Zhao Xinghe insisted, It's fine. Keep your money for yourself. After agreeing to pick them up when they arrived, he hung up and promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to his second sister. It wasn't that he wished to send more, but he feared it would alarm them. He was certain that a sum like this would prompt his sister to inquire about its source. Indeed, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, his phone rang again. Second sister, the money is what I earned myself. I'm currently working as a pharmaceutical representative, and the commissions are quite substantial. I also have connections at the hospital. Yes, don't worry, any illicit funds cannot be deposited in a bank, so rest assured. Upon hearing this, his second sister found it reasonable and felt relieved, promptly purchasing tickets to the metropolis. Soon after, she sent him the train schedule, with departure set for around 2 in the afternoon, requiring a transfer along the way, and they would arrive in the metropolis 10 hours later. She sent a voice message on WeChat, mentioning that they would arrive late at night. Zhao Xinghe reassured her not to worry, he would arrive early at the train station to pick them up and ask them to call upon arrival. After their conversation, Zhao Xinghe continued driving back to the Peace Hotel. Initially, he intended to check out, but now it was unnecessary since his parents and sister were coming, and they could stay there. As for the new house, although it was ready for move-in, the prerequisite was that one needed belongings to move in. Even if there was a bed, without blankets, one could not stay comfortably. Moreover, there was still a significant amount of furniture to procure. For now, he would let them manage in the hotel for a couple of days. After all, money was not an issue. After extending his stay, he approached Li Taijin and said, Director Li, I have several prescriptions that can treat cancer. Would you be interested? Chapter 33 Where the Hero Goes. I shall follow. Li Taijin, upon hearing Zhao Xinghe's words, was overwhelmed with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Zhao, is what you say truly authentic? The pharmaceutical experts accompanying him had already validated that the prescription provided by Zhao Xinghe exhibited remarkable inhibitory effects on gastric cancer cells. In fact, during their experiments, the gastric cancer cells were steadily eradicated by the medicinal solution. This indicated that, given a sufficient dosage, a cure for gastric cancer might indeed be attainable. It was nothing short of a miracle. As professionals deeply immersed in the study of pharmacology and oncology, They were acutely aware that neither the pharmaceutical companies nor the prominent research institutions had made any groundbreaking progress in this domain. One could even claim that their efforts had yielded naught. It was undeniable that Western medicine had taken the lead in this regard, whether through surgical intervention or pharmacological treatment, Western methodologies prevailed. This was an inescapable truth. If traditional Chinese medicine could indeed cure various cancers, what role would Western medicine play? It could only be said that the healing of cancer through Chinese medicine was merely an exception. However, the situation had now changed. The prescriptions presented by Zhao Xinghe were entirely composed of authentic traditional Chinese herbal formulations. They were currently in the process of formulating these into patent medicines, eager to ascertain their efficacy. If these remedies proved effective, even if only achieving a tenth of the desired results, it would represent a revolutionary triumph. In such a scenario, gastric cancer could be treated without the need for surgery, chemotherapy, or radiation therapy. Merely by consuming some patent medicine, the affliction could be effortlessly vanquished. In comparison, this would be tantamount to divine intervention. Of course, these medical experts were unaware that Zhao Xinghe was no ordinary being. Otherwise, their astonishment would have been tempered. At this moment, Li Taijun harbored not a shred of doubt regarding Zhao Xinghe. When the results emerged, he was certain that they had not erred in their choice of ally. Now, hearing that Zhao Xinghe possessed several additional prescriptions for cancer treatment, he felt as though fortune had smiled upon them. While he was already content with the gastric cancer prescription, one could not argue against the merit of having more such good fortune. For many years, although Xie country had achieved remarkable accomplishments in both economic and military spheres, it still lagged far behind Western nations in numerous other areas, particularly in medical equipment and pharmaceuticals. The profound depth of traditional Chinese medicine had significantly hindered its promotion and development. This was an unavoidable reality. Moreover, traditional Chinese medicine constituted a holistic system that could not be simplified or fragmented. A Western physician could be trained and enter the workforce within a few years. In contrast, training in traditional Chinese medicine could take a minimum of 20 years or more. The choice was evident. At this stage, those genuinely committed to studying traditional Chinese medicine were driven by a sense of purpose. Countless medical students opted for Western medicine as their first choice, drawn by its shorter training duration, allowing them to enter the workforce and earn money sooner. Not every family had the means to cultivate a competent traditional Chinese physician. It could be said that traditional Chinese medicine had long been overshadowed by its Western counterpart, leaving practitioners in Xie country feeling quite stifled. Even Li Taijun, a prominent figure overseeing national commerce, felt this frustration deepen upon further contemplation. Now, an opportunity to turn the tide had finally presented itself. Just how much wealth had Western countries extracted from Xie country through medical devices and pharmaceuticals? How many families had been driven to ruin by exorbitant medical costs? The pressure on the Xie government was immense. Did they not wish to lower the medical expenses for the populace? Far from it. If circumstances allowed, the government would be willing to implement free healthcare. However, was that a feasible reality? Not at present. At least, the current Xie country was unable to achieve such a goal. Much like the film Dying to Survive depicted, there were still numerous instances of genuine medications being priced hundreds, even thousands, of times higher than their counterfeit counterparts. Yet, what could be done? The power to set drug prices lay firmly in the hands of others. To use such medications could mean preserving a life, while refraining from their use could lead to certain death. So, would one choose to use them or not? Now, Li Taijun could boldly declare to those unscrupulous entities, "Where the hero goes, I shall follow." The dynamics of offense and defense had shifted. Once these prescriptions transformed into patent medicines, the balance of power in the relevant fields would inevitably change. After Zhao Xinghe assured him that he was not jesting, Li Taijun exclaimed with fervor, "Mr. Zhao, I cannot express my gratitude enough. With these prescriptions, our voice and pricing power in the relevant fields will be significantly enhanced. Our citizens will no longer be treated like cash cows by Western pharmaceutical conglomerates." Zhao Xinghe exchanged a few words with him before taking his leave. He needed to return to the Nan family, inform Nan's son about the matters concerning his parents, and ensure that necessary arrangements were made. As for the safety of the Nan family, it posed no concern. Not only was the city of magic a mere trifle, but the entirety of the planet lay within the encompassing reach of his divine awareness. However, it was impractical to maintain constant vigilance over the Nan family, so he needed to establish certain protective barriers around their vicinity. Should any malevolent individuals enter the restricted area, he would be instantly alerted. In the Magic City Municipal Security Bureau, Li Gang received 2 phone calls. The first was from Li Taijun, informing him that Zhao Xinghe had provided them with several additional prescriptions for cancer treatment. Furthermore, the prescription for gastric cancer had been validated as highly effective, although its potential side effects remained uncertain, necessitating further investigation. This was not a matter of trust but rather a procedural necessity. If the medication were to be implemented domestically, it could swiftly proceed through a green channel and enter the market once the manufacturing process was refined. However, since the medication was destined for a global rollout, all requisite steps must be adhered to. Otherwise, excuses would be found to prevent it from entering foreign markets. Li Gang felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. The second call came from the department, providing feedback. According to the monitoring report, Zhao Xingher's parents and elder sister had purchased train tickets to the Magic City, expected to arrive around midnight. Moreover, after the department learned of this news, they conducted further investigation and uncovered that Zhao Xingher's mother seemed to be unwell. Their visit to the Magic City would likely be for medical reasons. Upon receiving this information, Li Gang began to contemplate the matter. He considered whether this situation might present an opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Zhao Xingher. The benefits of fostering a good rapport with Zhao Xingher had already begun to manifest. Previously, the gastric cancer prescription had been secured, and after gaining Wang Dawei's cooperation, Zhao Xingher had unveiled several more cancer prescriptions. Viewed in isolation, these two events might appear unrelated. Yet, when considered together, one could draw a conclusion. Zhao Xingher was a person of clear distinctions between love and hate. If you acted decisively and efficiently, he would bestow upon you benefits or rewards. It was somewhat ludicrous to articulate this, given that they represented the will of a great nation, yet the reality remained. In Zhao Xingher's eyes, whether it was personal matters or national interests, there was little distinction. He was a being capable of weathering storms and vanquishing divine retribution. He was unparalleled in the mortal realm. Only his family could elicit a differentiated response from him. Chapter 34, Nanxi. I thought Daddy no longer wanted me. In the quaint Nan family villa, Nanxi was still nestled in slumber, while the elderly matriarch and Dai Yufang were also resting. Only Nansun sat in the living room, lost in thought. Upon seeing Zhao Xingher return, she felt a pang of anxiety, particularly when she noticed the absence of his luggage, which struck her as rather unexpected. Did Zhao Xingher not intend to stay at home? Zhao Xingher settled onto the sofa opposite Nansun and stated, "My parents and second sister are coming over tonight. I've arranged for them to stay at a hotel, so the room will not be vacated for the time being." Nansun's immediate reaction was, "Did you inform them about Shishi?" Given the current circumstances, it seemed that only the matter concerning Nanxi could prompt Zhao Xingher's parents to travel such a distance from their hometown to the bustling metropolis. A hint of reproach crossed her mind. Why hadn't he discussed this with her beforehand? Zhao Xingher shook his head. "No, my mother is ill. The county hospital diagnosed her with breast cancer, and I asked my second sister to bring her to the city for a consultation." "Oh," Nansun gasped, her heart racing. Breast cancer, such a grave diagnosis. For the average person, cancer equates to death. Fortunately, Nansun quickly regained her composure and exclaimed, "Didn't you mention a hereditary remedy for cancer? Can breast cancer be treated?" "Do not worry, it can be treated. My concern lies with the inadequacies of the county's medical facilities. Tomorrow, I will take them to the city hospital for further examination, and we will discuss the results then." Relief washed over Nansun as she replied, "As long as it can be treated, that is what matters." Yet, she soon found herself in a quandary once more. Zhao Xingher likely sensed her internal struggle but remained silent. Eventually, Nansun could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Should I go pick them up tonight? It would seem rather rude not to greet Zhao Xingher's parents upon their arrival, even though they were not in a romantic relationship." Nevertheless, Zhao Xingher's parents were, after all, her daughter's grandparents. Would they blame her for her lack of courtesy? Zhao Xingher responded, "If you wish to go, then by all means, take Shishi with you. Seeing her will surely bring joy to her grandparents. A cheerful heart can alleviate any ailment." Nansun rolled her eyes in exasperation. Was he truly suggesting that a good mood could cure illness? Was he treating her like a child? However, she did take his words to heart. Given the current situation, it was indeed time for Nanxi to meet her grandparents. She understood all too well that since Zhao Xingher was aware of the situation, it would be futile to hide it any longer. It was better to take the initiative this time, if only to salvage some goodwill. After all, they are my daughter's grandparents. Showing them respect is only fitting. Nansun rationalized her decision to herself. Zhao Xingher rose and began to wonder about the various corners of the Nan home. While Nansun found his behavior somewhat peculiar, she dismissed it, assuming he was simply familiarizing himself with their residence. Yet, with Zhao Xingher present, her heart felt at ease. A household without a man truly lacks stability. She was but a woman, incapable of shouldering the weight of a family alone. In the past, her father may have been unreliable, but he was still a man, imparting a sense of security. Now, with her father gone, if their home was to have a man, it could only be her man. Thus far, she had only one man in her life, Zhao Xingher, who was also the biological father of Nanxi. If given the choice, she would undoubtedly choose Zhao Xingher. However, 2 years of separation made it unrealistic for her to simply accept him back into her life. Furthermore, such matters should typically be initiated by the man, should they not? Nansun's emotions were complex, yet she did not harbor any resentment towards Zhao Xingher's presence in her home. This alone was a significant step forward. Any further progression would hinge upon Zhao Xingher's attitude. After completing his arrangements in the small villa, Zhao Xingher returned to the main hall. Not long after, Nanxi awoke, bursting out of her room in tears. Both Zhao Xingher and Nansun were taken aback, particularly Zhao Xingher, who initially feared for Nanxi's safety. However, upon scanning the surroundings with his mental acuity, he found nothing amiss. In an instant, he swept across the room like a shadow, enveloping Nan Shi in his embrace, asking urgently, Shi, what's wrong? Upon hearing her father's voice, Nan Shi clung to his neck and sobbed, Daddy, when I woke up and didn't see you, I thought you no longer wanted me. Zhao Xinghe was at once amused and exasperated. He had anticipated some danger, only to discover it was this. He sighed with relief, saying, How could that be? Daddy promised he would never leave again and would be here to watch you grow. By the way, Shi, your grandparents and second aunt are coming over tonight. Would you like to meet them? Nan Shi exclaimed. Really? I have grandparents and an aunt too. Of course. Did you think Daddy sprang forth from a rock? But Mommy never told me about my grandparents. I thought only other children had them, she replied. In the past, she had asked, but Nansun had only responded with silence. After several attempts, the understanding Nanshi ceased to inquire further. At that moment, Nansun rushed upstairs, panting heavily. Upon seeing Zhao Xinghe holding Nanshi and sharing laughter, she was momentarily stunned. She glanced back at the staircase, certain she hadn't seen Zhao Xinghe when she had just ascended. When had he come upstairs, and judging from their interaction, it seemed they had been engaged in conversation for quite some time. Did Zhao Xinghe possess the ability to fly or teleport? Unbeknownst to her, her sarcastic musings were not far from the truth. In the end, she could only attribute Zhao Xinghe's rapid movements to his swiftness. Shi, are you all right? Nan Shi replied, Mommy, I'm fine. When I woke up and didn't see Daddy, I thought he no longer wanted me. Nansun was left speechless, panting heavily as her chest rose and fell dramatically. Zhao Xinghe cast a glance and noted, as they say, that after childbirth, certain aspects of a woman's body undergo a second development. Indeed, this was not untrue. At that moment, Nanshi declared, Mommy, Daddy just told me that my grandparents and aunt are coming tonight, and I want to go pick them up. Nansun had initially intended to suggest that it was too late for her to go, but considering it was the first meeting between the grandparents and grandchild, she ultimately agreed, All right, we'll go together. The crux of the matter was that if she didn't accompany her, how could she justify visiting Zhao Xinghe's parents? Dinner was once again served at the Nan residence. The elderly matriarch appeared significantly rejuvenated, able to rise from her bed and join them at the table. After the meal, Zhao Xinghe engaged in conversation with the matriarch. Suddenly, she interjected, Xinghe, when will you and Nansun have another son? It would be splendid to have several, and if one could carry the Nan surname, I would have the honor of introducing myself to the ancestors of the Nan family. Chapter 35, The arrival of the parents on the way to the amusement park. Zhao Xinghe was driving, with Nansun and Nanshi seated in the back. Zhao Xinghe occasionally glanced at Nansun through the rearview mirror. Sensing his scrutiny, Nansun retorted angrily, What are you staring at? She was filled with embarrassment, particularly due to the old lady's remark after dinner that had left her feeling awkward. What could she do? In front of Nanshi, she found it difficult to explain. Should she really tell Nanshi that her father and mother were not together and that everything she had previously said was a deception? Just earlier, she had chastised Zhao Xinghe for lying to Nanshi. Now, she certainly would not expose her own deceit. Perhaps allowing this falsehood to become reality was the best option. However, it irked her that Zhao Xinghe had yet to express his feelings, which only fueled her frustration. Moreover, the way Zhao Xinghe had sneaked a look at her moments ago, was he mocking her? It was utterly infuriating. She resolved that even if Zhao Xinghe brought up the topic of reconciliation, she would extend his probationary period to let him understand the consequences of offending her. Nansun. Zhao Xinghe, unfazed, merely smiled and continued driving. Although Nanshi was unaware of her mother's sudden anger, she remained unconcerned, basking in the joy of being taken to the amusement park by her parents. Indeed, it was still only 8 in the evening, and there was ample time before Zhao's parents' train arrived. Therefore, Zhao Xinghe inquired what Nanshi wished to do. Without hesitation, Nanshi expressed her desire to visit the amusement park, to which Zhao Xinghe readily agreed. He quickly searched online and discovered a nearby amusement park close to the train station, perfectly convenient. What could Nansun say? She had initially thought that since Nanshi was accustomed to sleeping before 10 o'clock, it would be better for her to rest a bit, lest she meet her grandparents for the first time while still in slumber. Yet, in her current excitement, Nanshi was far from sleepy. Ultimately, it was Zhao Xinghe who suggested that once Nanshi tired herself out from playing, she would naturally fall asleep. Nansun reflected on this and agreed. It was around 8 o'clock, and after an hour of fun, Nanshi would likely be ready to nap. It would not be a problem to wake her when Zhao's parents arrived. As for her possibly dozing off, that was inconsequential. Zhao Xinghe could always infuse her with a touch of ethereal energy to keep Nanshi invigorated for an entire month. At 10 o'clock, Nansun hoped to coax Nanshi into taking a short nap. However, Nanshi was full of energy and unwilling to sleep. Nansun felt a surge of frustration, but Zhao Xinghe intervened. It's fine, let her play. It's only occasionally, and it won't harm her. Nansun retorted, she has developed a habit of sleeping at this time. It is a beneficial biological clock, disrupting it today may throw her off. Zhao Xinghe responded, "It's not as severe as you make it out to be. Children possess a remarkable ability to self-regulate. She will naturally return to her routine by tomorrow, you needn't be so rigid. Children should be allowed to act freely and grow happily." Nanson's nose crinkled in irritation. It was evident that he had never raised a child and knew nothing of child-rearing. What foolishness! If children were allowed to roam freely, they would reach for the heavens. What would happen if they did not study? In this fiercely competitive era, how would they survive without attending a good university? Zhao Xinghe seemed to sense her inner turmoil and remarked, "You need not fret about future matters. Even if Nancy does not work later on, I can support her. Our family is not lacking in wealth. My money is hers. As long as she does not venture into entrepreneurship, she will never face financial ruin." Nanson was both amused and exasperated. She wished to counter his argument, but found herself at a loss for words. With those prescriptions backing him, Zhao Xinghe would indeed not lack for money in the future. The fact that Zhao Xinghe proclaimed his wealth to be Nance's brought her some comfort. This indicated that he likely had no intentions of remarrying and having more children. Perhaps he still possessed a conscience. Perhaps it was due to her first encounter with her father, or perhaps the novelty of realizing she had grandparents and an aunt. Whatever the reason, Nancy was brimming with vitality today, her energy seemingly exhausting all the other children at the amusement park. Eventually, she was the last child remaining in the entire venue. Observing Nancy, drenched in sweat, Nanson called out, 11:11, "Are you tired? Come here and take a break. Soon, we will head to the train station to wait for your grandparents. They should be arriving shortly." Nancy promptly halted her jumping and rushed over, asking, "Mommy, are Grandpa and Grandma here?" Zhao Xinghe interjected, "Your aunt just messaged. They should arrive in about half an hour. Let's head to the train station. The timing will be just right." Nancy instantly brightened, exclaiming, "Great, great." At that moment, Nanson's lingering annoyance dissipated. After all, it was only natural for a child to be excited to meet family. Since Nancy had become aware of her surroundings, she had posed many questions, particularly concerning her father. Nanson had always relied on lies to maintain the facade. Now, they were managing to navigate this situation peacefully. Once back in the car, Nanson meticulously dried Nance's sweat with a towel and dressed her in fresh clothes purchased earlier from the store. The three of them then proceeded towards the train station. Upon parking and arriving at the train station's exit, the timing was nearly perfect. Zhao Xinghe had already connected with his second sister, Zhao Changhong, and informed her to wait at the exit. Before long, familiar faces came into view. Zhao Xinghe felt a momentary daze. According to the timeline of this world, he had not seen his parents in over half a year, the last encounter being during the New Year. Yet, from his own memories, it had been nearly 2 centuries since he had seen his family. His father, Zhao Hengsheng, was not yet 60, yet his hair was streaked with grey, and his posture was slightly stooped. His mother, Xia Anxiu, was 2 years younger than his father, and their conditions were similarly affected. Zhao Xinghe's heart ached. Having just returned from the realm of cultivation, he had been preoccupied with the affairs of the Nans. It was only now that he realized he should have brought his parents over to enjoy a better life. His second sister, Zhao Changhong, was 28 years old, sporting a practical short haircut. Her petite frame concealed an immense vitality. Unfortunately, her husband was a source of constant worry, requiring her to manage both the household and the exterior. Thankfully, she operated a beauty salon in town. While it might not lead to great wealth, it sufficed for a comfortable living. As for his elder sister, she and her husband worked in another city while their 2 sons attended school back home. Previously, he had felt powerless, but now he possessed the means to alter his family's fate. Zhao's father and mother were the first to spot their son. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that drew their attention. However, upon seeing Nanson and Nancy beside Zhao Xinghe, they were instantly taken aback. Nanson was strikingly beautiful, exuding the grace of a well-bred lady. The crucial point, however, was the child she held. Nance's resemblance to Zhao Xinghe's younger self was uncanny. They were at least half alike, especially in their noses and lips, which seemed to have been sculpted from the same mold. In such a moment, appearing here with such remarkable similarities, it was impossible for them to believe that there was no connection between the two. Chapter 36. An abundance of surprises, an overwhelming thrill. Dad, Mom, second sister, over here. Zhao Xinghe waved his arms, beckoning his family to come forth. Nanson averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, Nancy was brimming with excitement, leaping into Zhao Xinghe's embrace, eager for a hug. Nanson objected, knowing that with Nancy in her arms, she could conceal her own presence to some extent. If Nancy were to let go, she would be entirely exposed before the Zhao family. Yet, Zhao Xinghe paid no heed, swiftly snatching Nancy from Nanson's grasp, exclaiming, "Nancy, look, there are Grandpa and Grandma, and also second aunt." Upon seeing them, Nancy's first remark was, "Grandpa and Grandma are so old." Innocent words, yet they rang true. The aged faces of Zhao's parents seemed to age even more compared to their peers in the bustling metropolis, reflecting a generational gap even greater than 2. Zhao Xinghe replied, She, Grandpa and Grandma toil in the fields in the countryside, enduring the elements daily, which is why they appear older. You mustn't look down upon them, understand? Nanxi obediently responded, I'm sorry, Daddy, I don't dislike them. I just think they seem much older than other children's grandparents. Zhao Xinghe assured her, well, as long as you don't, that's good. Don't you worry, once Grandpa and Grandma rest in the metropolis for a while, they will look younger, Nanxi inquired. Really? Zhao Xinghe affirmed, of course, what Daddy says is always true. At that moment, Zhao's father, mother, and second sister finally approached them. Zhao Xinghe immediately announced, Come, Shi, greet them. Nanxi promptly exclaimed, Hello, Grandpa, hello, Grandma, hello, second aunt. Upon hearing these titles, it was clear that her suspicions were correct. The elderly couple beamed, unable to contain their smiles. Zhao Changhong appeared equally astonished. Zhao Xinghe hurriedly made the introductions. Dad, Mom, Sister, this is Nanxi, my daughter, and this is her mother, Nansunde. The group exchanged greetings once more. Just as Zhao's parents were about to inquire further, Zhao Xinghe handed Nanxi back to Nansun, taking the luggage from his parents' hands, stating, Mom and I'll take you back to the hotel to rest, and we can talk more tomorrow. As they made their way from the exit to the parking lot, Zhao Xinghe sensed the protective barriers of the Nan family's villa being triggered. He knew that those troublemakers had indeed made their move. However, he paid them little mind. With the barriers in place, they would come and go without success. He would deal with the matter once he had settled his parents and returned to the villa. At the Nan family's villa, a seer had intentionally waited until after midnight to arrive. After all, the metropolis was a city that never slept. Though the streets were still brightly lit, the foot traffic had diminished by 90%. They disguised themselves and approached the Nan family's villa, avoiding surveillance, first observing for a while before signaling for others to infiltrate the backyard. In the villa's rear garden, spanning over 100 square meters and devoid of dogs, they found the perfect entry point. However, as soon as they entered the garden, it felt as though they had stepped into another realm. They could no longer see one another. They began to call out to their companions softly, yet received no response. Increasing their volume yielded the same result, and soon panic set in. What was happening? Were they seeing ghosts? In the dead of night, encountering such a phenomenon led them to think of the legendary ghost wall. But was that not mere superstition? Even a seer, known for his ruthless demeanor, was now frightened. He searched for his subordinates, calling out for them. Yet there was only silence. When he attempted to enter the villa, he found nothing. It was as if they had wandered into a path from which there was no escape. Zhao Xinghe, unconcerned about their predicament within the barriers, led his family to the parking lot, where beside his car stood Mr. Zhao. The leader sent me to assist with the driving. It was Huang Bin's driver. Having encountered him at the Peace Hotel, the Nan family's villa, and finally at Donghua Hospital, Zhao Xinghe recognized him well. Surprised, he responded, How did you know? The driver replied, The leader was aware that Mr. and Mrs. Zhao were in the metropolis. Initially, he did not wish to intrude, but considering that your vehicle may not accommodate everyone, Zhao Xinghe suddenly realized that with 6 of them, they indeed exceeded the vehicle's capacity. Well, adhering to traffic regulation starts with oneself. It was fine if they hadn't come, but it would be inappropriate to overload the vehicle in front of the driver of the Bureau of Public Safety. The driver was efficient, swiftly placing their luggage in the trunk. Under Zhao Xinghe's guidance, Zhao's parents and second sister took their seats in Huang Bin's official car. Zhao Xinghe informed the driver to head to the Peace Hotel. The Zhao family sat in the back of the high-ranking official's vehicle, still in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. The surprise was utterly overwhelming. The elderly couple was not well versed in automobiles, but Zhao Changhong was knowledgeable. Moreover, even if she were not, she could always check online. Goodness, the car Zhao Xinghe was driving was worth over $1 million, and it required a reservation. The vehicle they now occupied revealed itself to be no ordinary private car upon examining its interior. Hearing the mention of the leader, it seemed to be the official vehicle of a high-ranking official. Had it not been for Zhao Xinghe's relatively unchanged appearance, she might have doubted whether her brother had transformed into someone entirely different. Zhao mother, Xian Xiu, hesitantly asked, Changhong, am I dreaming? Initially, she had thought that Zhao Xinghe was just an ordinary worker in the metropolis. Little did she expect that this trip would bring such an abundance of surprises. Zhao Changhong replied, Mom, you are not dreaming, but I am also unclear about the specifics. Let us rest first, and we can ask Xinghe more tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhao mother did not press further. Suddenly, Zhao Changhong turned to the driver and asked, Comrade, I just heard you mention your leader. Could you tell me who he is? The driver responded, Miss Zhao, our leader is Huang Bin, the director of the Bureau of Public Safety in the metropolis. Director of the Bureau of Public Safety, exclaimed the Zhao family in unison, utterly astonished. Their immediate reaction was disbelief, but what reason would there be for deceit? Zhao Changhong quickly pulled out her phone to search for information on Huang Bin. Indeed, the director of the Bureau of Public Safety was named Huang Bin. However, whether it was the same Huang Bin mentioned by the driver remained uncertain. Yet, considering the driver was recognized by her brother, it seemed unlikely he would deceive them. So, they were truly in the official vehicle of the Director of the Bureau of Public Safety, and this was the metropolis. The director's status was several ranks above that of their hometown's county magistrate. How had her brother come to know such a significant figure? Initially, she had worried that her brother, driving a $1 million luxury car and having transferred 100,000 yuan to her just yesterday, might have gotten into some illegal dealings. But now, with the Director of the Bureau of Public Safety dispatching a special vehicle for their transport, it seemed unlikely. She was genuinely curious. Everything had seemed fine during the new year, yet now, there was no turning back. Her brother had transformed into someone entirely different from her previous impression of him. Chapter 37, The Wang Family, Extinction. The vehicle came to a halt before the Peace Hotel, where the staff had been awaiting their arrival at the entrance. There was no need for them to lift a finger to retrieve their luggage. This was the first time for Zhao's father and mother to experience such a spectacle. They nearly feared that these individuals intended to seize their belongings. The attentive service and the hotel's opulent and grand decor conveyed one unmistakable message. It was extravagant. Even upon entering the presidential suite, Zhao's parents felt a sense of unease. Zhao Changhong also found it difficult to relax. Could a family like theirs truly afford to occupy such a room? She quickly pulled Zhao Xinghe aside and asked, Xinghe, you must tell me honestly, have you become someone's son-in-law? Throughout the journey, this question had occupied her mind. Perhaps this was the only plausible explanation. After all, how could a rural-born university graduate, lacking connections and wealth, command such privileges? What could possibly justify having Nan's son bear his child? What warranted Director Huang sending a car for him? What allowed him to reside in such luxurious accommodations? Was it merely his modest salary of a few thousand yuan a month? The numerous anomalies rendered Zhao Changhong completely sleepless, even though it was already the dead of night. Nan's son, Nanshi, the only rational explanation was that her younger brother had become a son-in-law to a wealthy family in the metropolis. Yet, how could their parents, having just one son, endure the revelation of such a truth? She understood all too well how much rural families valued lineage and heritage. The weight of such a revelation could shatter their family's backbone, leaving them unable to hold their heads high for a lifetime. Wasn't this akin to taking her parents' lives? Zhao Xinghe, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Sister, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be someone's son-in-law? Nan's son is my ex-girlfriend. I had no idea she bore me a daughter. He continued. Not long ago, her family faced a calamity. Her father committed suicide by jumping off a building, and only then did she reveal the existence of Nanshi, hoping I would take her back to our hometown. I intervened to help resolve their family's troubles. As you can see, I am not lacking in money or connections. Solving their issues was merely a matter of a few words. You both can rest easy here. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the hospital for checkups. Once we ascertain Mother's condition, we can discuss further matters. As for Nan's son and Nanshi, we can address that later. Earlier, at the bus station, he had already seized the opportunity to alleviate the ailment within his mother. Was it necessary for his own mother to take medication? Certainly not. The truth was, the county doctor had made a grave error. Zhao's mother did not suffer from breast cancer, it was merely a case of breast nodules. Indeed, the county doctor was unreliable. Such occurrences were not uncommon in this country. Zhao Xinghe did not even need to fabricate an excuse. He could simply present the facts. Zhao Changhong sought confirmation once more. You truly have not become a son-in-law, Zhao Xinghe affirmed. Sister, I swear, I have not. A wave of relief washed over Zhao Changhong, as this allowed her to explain the situation to their parents. Provided he was not a son-in-law, everything else could be negotiated. No wonder she had noticed an unnatural expression on Nan's son's face earlier. It seemed their story was not as straightforward as it appeared. If her memory served her right, Zhao Xinghe had mentioned that his girlfriend from university had broken up with him. Yet, breaking up and willingly bearing a child without informing the father, what scheme did the Nan family have in mind? That was a question better posed to Zhao Xinghe. However, it was indeed too late now. The timing was not suitable. Zhao Changhong decided to let Zhao Xinghe off the hook, saying, All right, you may go now. Take Nanshi and the others home to rest. We can discuss things further tomorrow. I will manage our parents. If it were just their elderly parents, Zhao Xinghe would undoubtedly feel uneasy. However, with his second sister present, he felt assured. Though she had not pursued extensive formal education, she had completed middle school and later worked outside. With her looking after them, there would be no issues. She cautioned him, All right, should anything arise, you can call the hotel front desk. Also, the hotel provides breakfast. You all can head straight to the dining area in the morning. The location is indicated in the elevator. Zhao Changhong remarked, I understand, I'm merely concerned about your spending. I'm not foolish. Who doesn't know the allure of a fine hotel? The crux of the matter lay in the finances. Zhao Xinghe bid farewell to his parents, urging them to rest early. Before descending the stairs, Nanshi had already fallen asleep in Nan's son's arms, so they remained in the car rather than going upstairs. Zhao Xinghe got into his vehicle, started the engine, and drove towards the Nan residence. Upon returning to the Nan household, Nan's son mentioned, "My mother has prepared a room for you, it's on the second floor next to mine." With that, she ascended the stairs with Nan Shi to sleep. Zhao Xinghe remained silent, simply observing them make their way upstairs. In the backyard, there were still a few matters to attend to. At this moment, Xiao and his companions had exhausted themselves after 2 hours of tumultuous activity and were now sprawled out, filled with fatigue and fear. Xiao's hands were stained with blood, yet he no longer bore a fierce expression. He was convinced he had encountered something uncanny. He had heard that Nan Jinfei from the Nan family had just committed suicide by jumping from a building. Could it be that his resentment had rendered him otherworldly? Yet, he had never heard of any wrongdoing associated with the Nan family. Despite the recent influx of troublesome visitors to the Nan household, he had not encountered any reports of bizarre events. It was all too strange. This place felt like an alternate realm. No matter their ruckus, there was no response. Shouting and smashing things yielded no reaction, even firing a gun elicited no answer. Logically, this was a densely populated area of the metropolis, surrounded by many residents, and the commotion they had caused should have alerted nearby inhabitants long ago, not to mention the gunfire. The only explanation for their experience was the supernatural. Thus, Xiao ceased his commotion and lay still. If it were indeed something uncanny, the sunlight would surely dispel it come morning. If it were man-made, then the perpetrator would undoubtedly seek him out. As expected, within 20 minutes of lying still, someone came looking for him. Upon seeing Zhao Xinghe, Xiao rose from the ground, gun in hand, and asked, "Are you the son-in-law of the Nan family?" Zhao Xinghe twitched his lips in annoyance. Perhaps he had watched too many internet novels, mistaking every stranger for a son-in-law. "Are you sent by the Wang family?" Zhao Xinghe countered with a question rather than an answer. Xiao did not respond. Instead, he raised his gun and fired. However, after a few shots, the bullet seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving Zhao Xinghe completely unscathed. Zhao Xinghe remarked, "Well, I had intended to ask you a few questions, but I no longer find it necessary." With a casual wave of his hand, Xiao and his subordinates were lifted into the air and transported high above the Wang family estate. Xiao and his men stood dumbfounded. Was this a film set? Yet, they were not granted any semblance of dignity. Moreover, whose family possessed such loftiness? Before their minds could fully process what was happening, their bodies plummeted at an alarming rate. Bang, 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 a series of sounds echoed, bodies falling freely and crashing into structures. The inhabitants of the Wang estate were jolted awake, and the security personnel immediately raised the alarm. Yet, before they could ascertain what had transpired, a massive fireball descended from the sky, engulfing the entire Wang estate in flames. In an instant, the Wang family manor was obliterated. Simultaneously, across the globe, anyone with a blood relation to the Wang family succumbed to sudden death. The Wang family, extinguished. Chapter 38. Seeking a plausible explanation, such a tremendous commotion naturally reached the ears of the Bureau of Public Security in the Magic City at the earliest opportunity. In fact, Huang Bin had specifically instructed that vigilance be maintained regarding the movements of the Wang family during these days. Little did he anticipate that the Wang family would indeed court disaster. Unable to restrain themselves, upon receiving the call, Huang Bin had no choice but to rush to the scene. The entire Wang family estate lay in ruins, reduced to mere rubble. The casualty figures remained uncertain, but the scene suggested that there were no survivors. Despite having mentally prepared himself for the worst, Huang Bin was still taken aback when he arrived on site. This was truly ruthless. Every member of the Wang family, regardless of their lineage, had been wiped out. Truly, as expected of an immortal, their actions were both brutal and decisive. He harbored no sympathy for the Wang family. The pressing question was how to manage such a colossal incident. Concealment was impossible, hence a credible excuse had to be devised. At that moment, another subordinate reported, "Director, we've just received word that the Wang family members dispersed across the country have all perished, succumbing to sudden deaths." Huang Bin gasped in shock, his mind racing with exclamations of disbelief. He quickly inquired, "Is that confirmed?" The subordinate affirmed. He absolutely confirmed. Hastily, Huang Bin retrieved his phone and dialed Minister Li Gang. Initially, he had planned to report on the Wang family situation the following day, considering it was already late at night and disturbing the minister's rest seemed improper. However, the urgency of the matter rendered such considerations moot. Certain issues could only be addressed by Li Gang himself. Before long, Li Gang answered the call, his voice slightly muffled, indicating he had just awakened. Huang Bin wasted no time, stating, "Minister, we have a crisis. The Wang family estate has been obliterated. I intended to report this tomorrow, but I've just learned that all Wang family members scattered across the country are dead." Li Gang was taken aback, but having weathered many storms, he quickly regained his composure. "Is this confirmed?" he asked. Huang Bin replied, "Minister, it is confirmed. I would like to request that you verify whether Wang family members abroad have met with a similar fate." Li Gang queried, "Are you suggesting that Mr. Zhao could trace the Wang family members through their bloodline?" Huang Bin responded, "It appears to be the only plausible explanation, otherwise, how could they be located so swiftly despite their widespread dispersal?" Li Gang, "I will immediately contact the department to initiate an investigation." After hanging up, Huang Bin sighed. Another sleepless night awaited him. Meanwhile, in his hotel, Li Gang remained silent for some time before beginning to communicate with the capital, delegating tasks accordingly. It was a frustrating predicament. They had received orders to cultivate a good rapport with Zhao Xinghe, yet upon arriving in the Magic City, they were met with a series of unforeseen events. No one could have predicted that a stockholder's suicide would unravel such extensive undercurrents. The Wang family's arrogance had led them to disregard Huang Bin's warnings, and their audacity in confronting Zhao Xinghe had ultimately sealed their fate. His current concern was whether Zhao Xinghe would allow this incident to sour the relationship they had painstakingly built with the authorities. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, he hastily dialed another number. Once the call connected, he stated, "This is Li Gang from the Bureau of Public Security. I urgently need to report to the Grand Elder." Indeed, Li Gang felt it was imperative to inform the Grand Elder of the situation. The subsequent handling of this matter would likely require deliberation by the Council of Elders. Zhao Xinghe had already demonstrated his capabilities, leaving no room for doubt regarding his decisiveness and lethality. Li Gang believed that allowing the Wang family to linger could pose a threat to the safety of his kin. Thus, every individual with Wang blood, irrespective of age or gender, had been eradicated. Although they had yet to receive confirmation from abroad, Li Gang did not expect Zhao Xinghe to spare the Wang family members residing overseas. Their previous conjecture had proven accurate. Such an individual, having transcended the bounds of mortality, would remain indifferent to lives beyond those of his closest kin. This was precisely why he had hastened to the Magic City, not only to foster ties with Zhao Xinghe in hopes of securing his assistance, but also out of fear that minor conflicts might provoke a catastrophic response. The ramifications on societal order could be immense, inciting widespread panic among the populace. Yet, it was clear that their mission had failed. A significant event had already transpired. The obliteration of the Wang family estate, coupled with the simultaneous deaths of numerous Wang family members across the nation, would undoubtedly capture public attention. In this digital age, by dawn, the news of the Wang family's downfall would have spread nationwide. The scene, reminiscent of a missile striking the earth, left Huang Bin at a loss for a credible excuse. What was to be done? Were they truly to disclose to the public that the Wang family estate had been struck by a missile? Such a notion was preposterous. This predicament could only be resolved by the Grand Elder. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Grand Elder's voice emerged from the phone. He had been urgently awakened by the duty officer. This was a testament to Li Gang's status, as the Grand Elder had specifically instructed that any news from Li Gang be communicated to him immediately. "Comrade Li Gang, what seems to be the issue?" The Grand Elder, a seasoned leader, sensed that something significant had transpired. Otherwise, Li Gang would not be making a call at such an hour. Li Gang replied, "Grand Elder, a crisis has occurred. Mr. Zhao has taken action, completely uprooting the Wang family in the Magic City. The Wang estate has been destroyed, and all members within the country are deceased. We are currently investigating the situation abroad, but I suspect the outcome will be the same. Having taken such drastic measures, he would not leave any potential threats unaddressed." A silence enveloped the line. Li Gang steeled himself and continued, "We had previously warned the Wang family against any actions, yet it is evident they did not heed our counsel. This implied that the Wang family's demise was a consequence of their own recklessness." The Grand Elder responded, "Very well. Devise a plausible explanation for this situation. This incident serves as a warning to us. Mr. Zhao is no ordinary individual. He is an immortal." After the call ended, Li Gang's expression grew grave, as he chain-smoked through the night, fully aware that sleep would elude him. The staff at the Bureau of Public Security in the Magic City were similarly deprived of rest. The entire Wang family estate, from its members to the staff, numbered over 100 individuals. This was indeed a monumental affair. Moreover, the scale of the incident made concealment utterly impossible. By dawn, they would need to present the public with a credible account, otherwise, the entire Magic City would descend into chaos. Thus, not only the city bureau but also personnel from various district branches were summoned by Huang Bin, emphasizing the need for manpower to tackle this extensive operation. Clearing the site of the Wang family estate was no small feat, and without understanding the situation on the ground, how could they formulate a reasonable explanation? If the rationale they concocted contradicted the conditions at the scene, it would be tantamount to slapping the Magic City Bureau in the face. Would he, as the director, be so shameless? 2 directives. First, secure the site. Second, conceive a plausible reason for the state of affairs here. The best suggestion will earn its proposer commendation. Chapter 39. The two families should meet. Zhao Xinghe remained utterly oblivious to the monumental trouble he had unwittingly caused the labor security system in the bustling metropolis. After completing his tasks, he settled down on the lawn in the backyard, embarking on a contemplative journey regarding the events that lay ahead. Since his return from the realm of immortals, life had been a whirlwind, leaving him no opportunity to pause and reflect. He found himself perplexed. Having attained immortality, he had not ascended to the celestial realm, but instead returned to the world of his former existence. Was this reasonable? He could not say, however. The question he needed to ponder was not this, but rather, what should he do next? Continue his cultivation? What was the point in that? Having already become an immortal, in this environment, how could he possibly train? It seemed utterly futile. Thus, the only endeavor he could presently undertake was to cherish the time spent with his family. Ensuring that his parents enjoyed a good life and watching his daughter grow up joyfully had become his paramount objective. For a man, to provide enjoyment for his parents, offer a comfortable life for his relatives, and ensure his child's happiness seemed to encapsulate the essence of a perfect life. After reaching this realization, Zhaoxinghe cast aside all distracting thoughts and began to meditate. Cultivation was an impossibility here, as the ambient energy was utterly devoid of value. Therefore, he could only resort to meditation. Fortunately, having attained immortality, cultivation had evolved beyond mere enhancement of magical power. It was now significantly about the elevation of one's realm. Meditation was one of the pathways to this elevation. Enhancing both magical power and spiritual strength were avenues to fortification. In this realm, Zhaoxinghe had lost the desire to grow stronger, yet, as a human being, one must always find something to occupy oneself. Moreover, habits cultivated over 2 centuries are not easily discarded. Furthermore, on nights devoid of female companionship, meditation became the only means to pass the time. On the second floor, a window in a certain room was slightly ajar, allowing a glimpse of Zhaoxinghe seated upon the grass. Nansun inwardly cursed, wondering if this fool was truly daft. Hadn't she informed him that the room upstairs was ready? If her mother were to discover Zhaoxinghe had spent the night on the lawn come morning, she would undoubtedly scold her. After all, she had vehemently opposed Zhaoxinghe residing in their home. Would her mother conclude that his overnight stay on the grass was a result of her invitation? Such a heavy burden of blame was not one she wished to bear. Yet, given the late hour, what if he misunderstood her urging him to come upstairs to sleep? Although she, too, felt lonely in the stillness of the night, having once indulged in romance, she could not bring herself to resume. At the very least, they ought to spend more time together, to reacquaint themselves. Damn it, you can just feed the mosquitoes outside. I can't be bothered with you, Nansun muttered to herself before heading to bed. Beneath the delicate fabric of her nightgown, her mature and alluring figure was only visible to the night, regrettably without an appreciative gaze to behold. 86 in the morning, when Nan Mama Dai Yufang came downstairs to prepare breakfast, she discovered Zhaoxinghe in the living room brewing tea. Xinghe, why are you up so early? Don't drink tea on an empty stomach, she remarked. Zhaoxinghe replied, Auntie, I'm accustomed to rising early. It's fine, I brewed it quite weak. This was ethereal tea he had brought back from the immortal realm, which he could now only enjoy as a common beverage. Nevertheless, for ordinary people, it could improve one's constitution. Dai Yufang approached, inhaling the aroma, and commented, It smells delightful. Zhaoxinghe offered, Would you like a cup, Auntie? She quickly declined and inquired, By the way, I fell asleep too late last night. How are your parents? Zhaoxinghe responded, They've been arranged to stay at a hotel, and today I'll take them for a health checkup. Dai Yufang said, Of course, by the way, please invite your parents over for lunch. Zhaoxinghe replied, Auntie, there's no need to trouble yourself, they can eat at the hotel. Dai Yufang insisted, No, since they've come to the city, we must extend our hospitality. After all, they are Shishi's grandparents, wouldn't you agree? Zhaoxinghe hesitated momentarily. Dai Yufang continued, It's settled then, I'm heading out to buy groceries, and I'll prepare breakfast when I return. Zhaoxinghe refrained from further objections. Seizing this opportunity for the two families to come together was a good idea. He had already made up his mind. Now that his parents had come, he would not allow them to return to their hometown, lest he later be compelled to bring them back. As for the matters at home, his second sister, Zhao Changhong, could return to handle them. After all, aside from the old house and a few acres of land, there was little else. Locking up their house and letting his uncle's family farm the land would suffice. They didn't require rent, and it wouldn't go to waste. The reason he had purchased the top-floor apartment was precisely to bring his parents to live in the metropolis. The space was too small for comfortable living. 2 units were just right, especially as they had been combined for greater convenience. In the coming days, he would set about furnishing the place adequately, allowing them to move in directly. Perfect. At 7:30, when Dai Yufang returned and saw only Zhaoxinghe still seated there, she asked, Has Nansun and the others not woken up yet? Zhaoxinghe replied, They stayed up too late last night. Let them sleep a bit longer. Dai Yufang chose not to press further. She understood that Zhaoxinghe's parents had arrived shortly after midnight, and after a bit of commotion, they would not have settled until 1 or 2 in the morning. Given the recent events, she also felt sympathy for her daughter. Xinghe, come have breakfast, help me prepare for your parents, she called. Zhao Xinghe quickly consumed his meal and drove towards the Peace Hotel. He picked up his parents and second sister before heading to Donghua Hospital. During his last visit, he had established a rapport with the hospital director, and it would be foolish not to leverage that connection. Huang Bin had explicitly instructed Director Lai Minghua to treat Zhao Xinghe's affairs as his OWN.as a person striving for advancement. Lai Minghua naturally grasped the implications of such words. Thus, upon receiving Zhao Xinghe's call, he patted his chest, assuring him that as soon as they arrived, they could begin the examination immediately, providing results at the fastest pace and dispatching the best specialists for Zhao's mother's diagnosis. In the car, Zhao Xinghe observed his anxious mother through the rearview mirror and offered words of reassurance. Mom, don't be nervous, you're familiar with the county's standards. Surely you've heard of their misdiagnosis. I've already contacted the hospital director. They will assign the finest specialists for your diagnosis. Everything will be all right. Hearing his words, Zhao's mother indeed felt a wave of relief. Cancer, it was a terminal affliction, a death sentence upon diagnosis. Back in their hometown, she had heard countless tales of cancer leading to demise. Some had even succumbed in their 30s. This disease showed no mercy for age. It struck indiscriminately. She did not wish to die yet. Her son had yet to marry, and her youngest daughter had not yet graduated. She longed to witness the birth of her grandchild and to see her youngest daughter settle down. Zhao Changhong also consoled her. Mom, what Xinghe says makes sense. Hasn't there been cases in our village of misdiagnosis from the county hospital? Presenting this example further eased Zhao's mother's mind. Indeed, there had been instances in the village where misdiagnosis nearly caused panic. Later, when they went to the city hospital, it turned out not to be cancer but a mere misdiagnosis. Had it not been for a fortunate turn of events, that family would have demanded an explanation from the county hospital. Chapter 40, Examination Results. As Zhao Xinghe's vehicle arrived at the outpatient building of Donghua Hospital, Lai Minghua was already waiting. However, this time, thanks to Zhao Xinghe's prior warning, there was no need for a large-scale mobilization. Only the relevant specialists were summoned. Zhao Xinghe alighted from the car, shook hands with Lai Minghua, and said, Director Lai, thank you for your trouble. Lai Minghua quickly replied, Mr. Zhao, you are too polite. It is my honor to be of service to you. By the way, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed Chief of Thoracic Surgery, Director Wang Gang. Zhao Xinghe promptly extended his hand, saying, Director Wang, greetings, and I appreciate your assistance. Wang Gang naturally reciprocated the handshake and courteously replied, It is but a small effort, nothing to worry about. A person whom even the director must treat with utmost respect deserves to be regarded as a revered figure. Otherwise, how can one expect to progress? The reason he diligently hones his skills is to advance. After all, healing the sick and saving lives are merely ancillary benefits. One cannot discuss such noble aims if one is struggling to make ends meet. Ask those who serve the people, which of them was not first well served themselves before they could extend their help to others. Without this fundamental awareness, he would not have ascended to the position of Chief of Thoracic Surgery. Under Wang Gang's guidance, the group proceeded to the imaging department, where the director was already awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing them approach, he immediately stepped forward and said, Director, everything is prepared. In an effort to accommodate Zhao Xinghe, a designated examination room had been kept closed to the public since morning to ensure that his mother could undergo her examination promptly upon arrival. Noticing her mother's slight apprehension, Zhao Changhong asked, May I accompany my mother inside? The director of the imaging department quickly looked towards Director Lai, who immediately affirmed, Certainly, this examination involves minimal radiation and poses little risk to the human body. If the family wishes to accompany the patient, it is absolutely permissible. Such privileges would not ordinarily extend to regular patients, but exceptional circumstances warrant exceptional treatment. It is worth noting that even in the most sterile environments, such as operating rooms with much stricter regulations, connections can facilitate close observation, provided one has the right relationships. Upon hearing about the radiation, Zhao's mother promptly declined. Zhao Changhong reassured her, It's all right, Mom, the doctor has said the radiation is minimal and poses no harm. The imaging department director added, Indeed, as long as there are no multiple exposures in a short period, there is no cause for concern. The body will naturally expel small amounts of radiation. Encouraged by these words, Zhao's mother agreed to her daughter's company. Once they entered the examination room, the director turned to Zhao Xinghe and explained, Mammography is... If Mr. Zhao still has concerns, we can certainly arrange for a supplementary ultrasound examination. Lai Minghua, having done his homework, understood the procedure well. Although he was a trained physician who had transitioned into an administrative role, his background was in general surgery, and he lacked expertise in breast health. All of this information had been relayed to him in advance by Chief Wang Gang. Zhao Xinghe responded, I will defer to your professional judgment. If Director Wang deems it necessary to conduct an ultrasound, then let us proceed. Wang Gang quickly assured him, "We will ascertain the need for an ultrasound once the mammography results are available." Zhao Xinghe then inquired, "How long does it typically take to receive the mammography results?" Wang Gang explained, "Normally, patients would wait around 2 hours for results. However, since we are expediting this case, we can provide them immediately." Zhao Xinghe was taken aback. Indeed, in this remarkable country, expediting services and monetary incentives often serve as effective solutions to challenges. Before long, the examination concluded, and shortly thereafter, the results were ready. Upon reviewing the report, Wang Gang smiled and said, "No issues to worry about, everything is fine." The Zhao family was naturally elated. However, Lai Minghua wore a look of disappointment. Why was there no problem? If an issue had been identified, it could have paved the way for a better relationship with Zhao Xinghe. Little did Zhao Xinghe know of his thoughts, otherwise, he would surely understand the reasons behind such feelings. Zhao Xinghe then asked Wang Gang, "Director Wang, is there a need for an ultrasound?" Wang Gang replied with a smile, "At this juncture, it appears unnecessary. Your mother has a breast nodule, commonly referred to as fibrocystic changes. Generally, this is quite normal, and many women who have given birth experience this, so there is no cause for alarm. However, if possible, regular checkups can provide peace of mind and allow for early detection of any issues." Zhao Xinghe found his reasoning sound, yet their family felt no need for such measures. "Thank you, Director Wang, and my gratitude to you, Director Lai. We shall take our leave now." Zhao Xinghe expressed his thanks before preparing to depart. Lai Minghua and Wang Gang escorted them to the vehicle, with Lai Minghua saying, "We welcome Mr. Zhao to visit us again." After speaking, he realized the potential awkwardness of his words. They were, after all, in a hospital, and it could be misconstrued as wishing misfortune upon Zhao or his family. He quickly corrected himself. "I apologize, Mr. Zhao, I hope you never have to return." Zhao Xinghe felt a sense of urgency to leave, fearing that Lai Minghua might utter another inappropriate remark. This fellow was somewhat reckless. While he worked efficiently, he seemed heedless of the consequences of his words. It was uncertain whether to regard him as clever or foolish. Zhao Xinghe resolved to cease any further dealings with him to avoid unnecessary stress. He could not afford to lose his composure over well-intentioned yet misguided statements. Once the examination results were revealed, it was evident that the smiles on the Zhao family's faces were even more radiant. Particularly, Zhao's mother wore an unceasing smile, a rarity that had only been seen briefly when she encountered Nanxi. "Dad, Mom, Nanson's mother has invited us to lunch over there," Zhao Xinghe suggested, seizing the opportunity while their spirits were high. Zhao's mother suddenly recalled the invitation and asked, "Xinghe, what is going on between you and Nanson? Nanxi is already 3 years old, and we still know nothing. You must come clean with me." Zhao's father added, "Indeed, Nanxi is already 3 years old, and it is absurd that we are kept in the dark." Zhao Changhong intervened to defend her brother, saying, "Dad, Mom, Xinghe is currently driving. Xinghe, perhaps we should find a place to park and discuss this. If you do not clarify this matter, how will we proceed with the Nan family?" Zhao Xinghe realized that he indeed needed to explain the situation to his parents, particularly regarding the issue of assisting the Nan family with their debts. How could he justify the considerable sum of money involved? In just 3 years since his graduation, he had earned over 100 million, even with the lucrative income of a pharmaceutical representative. Such figures might lack credibility. Although Zhao's parents hailed from humble beginnings, they were certainly not naive. Chapter 41, the old Taoist priest in the back mountain of the village school. "Dad, Mom, do you remember that Taoist temple behind our village's elementary school?" Zhao Xinghe inquired after finding a nearby beverage shop, ordering a few cups of iced drinks, and settling down. Both Zhao father and Zhao mother nodded, acknowledging that the existence of the temple behind the Mingking village elementary school was common knowledge among the villagers. Many would even visit to offer incense. On the way there, Zhao Xinghe had already contemplated that this matter likely implicated the old Taoist priest of the temple on the back mountain of the village school. After all, the old priest had passed away, leaving no witnesses to contest the narrative. Zhao Xinghe continued, "In fact, I studied under the old Taoist priest for a time when I was in elementary school." Zhao father and Zhao mother were taken aback. They had no idea their son had nearly pursued a path as a Taoist priest. After a moment of relief, they were grateful that Zhao Xinghe ultimately did not stray onto a misguided path. Otherwise, what would become of the Zhao family lineage? However, Zhao Changhong wore a skeptical expression. She was indeed familiar with the Taoist temple on the back mountain of the village school and had visited it with classmates. She had seen the old priest as well, but her memories were somewhat hazy due to the passage of time. If her recollection served her correctly, the old priest had passed away when she was in 5th grade, while Zhao Xinghe was in 3rd grade. She remained silent, keen to hear Zhao Xinghe's explanation. Zhao Xinghe continued, since first grade, I often visited the Taoist temple to play. As I grew more familiar with the place, I began studying traditional Chinese medicine under traditional Chinese medicine. Zhao father and Zhao mother exclaimed in astonishment. They had assumed Zhao Xinghe was learning Taoist scriptures, never imagining it was traditional Chinese medicine instead. Zhao Xinghe elaborated, indeed, traditional Chinese medicine. He had me memorize the Song of Decoction, but my memory was limited at the time, and despite my efforts over the years, I made little progress and stumbled through it. Zhao father frowned and interjected, we asked you about Nansun and Nanshi. Why are you bringing this up? It was perfectly normal for a curious child to learn traditional Chinese medicine from an old priest, but he wanted to hear about the current matters, not childhood anecdotes. Did he think they were senile and could be easily distracted? Zhao Changhong, however, said, Dad, don't rush him, let Xinghe continue. She was intrigued and wanted to see how Zhao Xinghe would weave this story together. Zhao Xinghe continued, before he passed, the old priest entrusted me with several prescriptions, instructing me to keep them safe and, ideally, to memorize them for future use. I didn't think much of it at the time, but after entering university, I realized these prescriptions might truly be significant. I contacted an official pharmaceutical company to collaborate. I provide the prescriptions, and they handle the research and development. Zhao mother, utterly bewildered, couldn't help but ask, and then what happened? Zhao Xinghe replied, then I partnered with a state-owned enterprise, and now the proprietary Chinese medicine derived from those prescriptions is about to be released, so our family no longer needs to worry about financial matters. The three of them remained mystified. Zhao father, irate, exclaimed, we asked you about Nansun and Nanshi, why are you bringing this up? Zhao Xinghe remained calm, stating, Dad, please don't be anxious. This is all background information. If I don't clarify this, you will have questions later. Besides, it's not that I'm afraid you'll worry, it's just that if I suddenly have money, you might think I've done something illicit. Upon hearing this, Zhao father felt Zhao Xinghe had a point and urged, quickly, tell us about Nansun and Nanshi. Zhao Xinghe explained, Nansun was my girlfriend in university, but we broke up just before graduation. I didn't know at the time that she was already pregnant. After the child was born, she never contacted me, so I remained unaware. Recently, something happened to the Nan's family, and she found me, entrusting me with Nanshi, saying I would take care of her from now on, and then she left. I later had a friend investigate, and it turned out her father, Nan Jianfei, had incurred substantial debts from stock trading and had even mortgaged their house. Zhao father and Zhao mother were alarmed, quickly asking, is it that serious? What is the current situation? Has the matter been resolved? Zhao Xinghe replied, the debt issue has been settled, but her father jumped off a building. Zhao mother gasped in shock, quickly covering her mouth. Zhao Xinghe continued, these past few days, I've been dealing with the Nan's debts. I used the patents for the prescriptions as collateral, and with the help of friends, I secured a loan from the Shanghai Commercial Bank, which allowed me to pay off the Nan's family's debts. So when we arrive at the Nan's home, please do not mention these matters. Both Zhao father and Zhao mother nodded in understanding. Such a painful incident was best left in the past. Bringing it up again would only reopen old wounds. Zhao father and Zhao mother found themselves captivated by Zhao Xinghe's words. However, Zhao Changhong remained skeptical, sensing too many inconsistencies in Zhao Xinghe's account. A college student in architecture, connecting with a national pharmaceutical company, offering prescriptions, and entering into a research partnership, it all seemed rather implausible. Did the state-owned pharmaceutical company even know who he was? Why would they trust him? Any random person could claim to possess ancestral prescriptions. Was that rational? She kept her doubts to herself, opting to observe further. Zhao father and Zhao mother had no. They were solely focused on seeing their granddaughter. Thus, once Zhao Xinghe clarified that he had been unaware of Nanshi's existence prior, they ceased blaming him and hurriedly urged him to take them to the Nan's home. On the way, they stopped to buy some gifts. Since the Nan's family still had an elderly matriarch, they purchased some health supplements, and for Dai Yufang, the mother-in-law, they bought a piece of jewelry. As for Nansun, they decided to postpone any gifts for her, thinking they could always prepare something later if she and Zhao Xinghe were to marry. For Nanshi, they bought a plethora of snacks that children adore. This was a token of love from the grandparents. Zhao Changhong also expressed her desire to take Nanshi shopping for some clothes as a gesture. The vehicle came to a stop in front of the Nan small villa, and the family, laden with bags, entered the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Nansun emerged with Nanshi, quickly rushing over to assist, taking the items from Zhao father and Zhao mother. Nanshi sweetly greeted, hello, grandpa, hello, grandma, hello, auntie. Her little voice was charm incarnate, bringing smiles to the faces of the Zhao family members, especially Zhao father and Zhao mother, whose hearts swelled with joy. This granddaughter was truly endearing, beautiful and polite, a testament to excellent upbringing. She looked like a porcelain doll, a far cry from the sturdy appearance of rural children. Zhao Changhong immediately pulled out her phone, capturing Nanshi from every angle. Nancher, understanding the act of photography, smiled brightly and even posed with a peace sign for her aunt. Zhao mother scooped up Nancher, exclaiming, "Oh my dear, come, grandma has some delicious treats for you." Chapter 42. I told you, that kid from the galaxy is no good. Zhao Changhong stood in the courtyard, snapping a few more pictures before sending them to the family group chat, tagging her elder sister and younger sister. Can you guess who this is? The elder sister was working outside, but it didn't hinder her from checking her phone. The younger sister was nearing graduation from university, her coursework light, allowing her to glance at her phone at any moment. Thus, their replies came swiftly. Zhao Lihuo, who is this? Quite good looking, but I don't recall any relatives looking like this. Zhao Xingmiao, looks somewhat similar to third brother. Zhao Lihuo, impossible, the younger brother isn't he even married? Zhao Xingmiao, can't one have children without being married? Zhao Lihuo, Zhao Changhong, the younger sister truly deserves her university status, her mind is sharp, and she quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Zhao Xingmiao, no way, is this really third brother's daughter? She felt a bit dazed. Upon seeing the photo, she merely thought the child bore resemblance to third brother, and thus she spoke casually. Little did she know her words would ring true. Zhao Changhong, my parents and I have come to the Magic City. We arrived too late last night to take pictures, so today we hurried to snap some, allowing you to meet our new family member, Zhao Nanxi. Yes, Zhao Xinghe introduced her as Nanxi, appending the Zhao surname before her given name, which is quite reasonable. She was well aware that Nansun's family hadn't informed Zhao Xinghe about Nanxi, thus not intending for her to bear the Zhao surname. But now, the situation had changed. Since they had already learned that Nanxi was Zhao Xinghe's daughter, it was only fitting for her to be named Zhao. Otherwise, what would Zhao Xinghe be regarded as? A son-in-law of the Nan family? Would the Zhao family lose face? Would the Zhao family's second branch, comprising hundreds, not care for their dignity? The Zhao family may be numerous, but not a single one is superfluous. Even if a subsequent child were to bear the Nan surname, it would not matter. However, the first must bear Zhao. This revelation not only sparked a discussion between Zhao Lihuo and Zhao Xingmiao, but also drew out Zhao Xinghe's brothers-in-law. The second brother-in-law, though somewhat unreliable, was undeniably an honest man, albeit lazy. In every other aspect, he was beyond reproach. Therefore, even if Zhao Xinghe held dissatisfaction with this second brother-in-law, he could only endure it. After all, he was better than those men who, despite having wives and children, still indulged in a life of revelry. In the current scenario, Zhao Xinghe could still help promote him. If he were truly reckless, no amount of assistance would suffice, for that would be a bottomless pit. W, is this for real? Xinghe has a daughter, I don't believe it. Erpao, I told you, that kid from the galaxy is no good. See, I was right. Note, Erpao has been removed from the family group chat by Zhao Changhong. Zhao Lihuo, Zhao Xingmiao, W, this is quite bold, isn't it? Is this treatment suitable for Erpao? However, Zhao Changhong remained silent, and the others knew she was merely dealing with Erpao. They would await the outcome of their negotiation. Minutes later, Erpao rejoined the group. Erpao, sorry, I just lost connection and didn't have data on everyone. You explained well, please refrain from further explanations. Erpao's fear of his wife is now confirmed. Zhao Xingmiao, wait a minute, second sister, everything was fine, so why did you suddenly whisk mom and dad away to the Magic City? Did third brother summon you? But why didn't he invite us? The others remained silent, yet their meaning was quite clear. There seems to be a disparity in treatment here. Even if you choose not to invite us, a heads up would have sufficed. Zhao Changhong, Mom had some issues during a checkup at the county hospital. I initially planned to have Xinghe return home, but he insisted that the medical standards in the Magic City are superior and urged me to bring Mom here for examination. Dad was worried, so he came along. Zhao Xingmiao, what's wrong with Mom? Is she ill? How did the checkup go? Zhao Lihuo, Mom is sick, is it serious? Zhao Changhong, it's nothing to worry about. We just visited a major hospital here. It's merely glandular hyperplasia, nothing serious. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. W, county doctors are indeed unreliable. Erpao, right, the county said Mom had breast cancer, which startled me. Zhao Lihuo, Zhao Xingmiao, second sister, is it truly just glandular hyperplasia? There is a vast difference between glandular hyperplasia and breast cancer. Zhao Changhong quickly snapped a photo of the examination report and sent it to the group. Rest assured, my younger brother has invited the hospital's director and the chief of thoracic surgery for diagnosis. There's no room for error. Zhao Xingmiao, third brother has such solid connections. Is it perhaps due to sister-in-law's family ties? Zhao Changhong, no, it's my younger brother's own connections, but let us not dwell on that. We've already arrived at Nanxi's grandmother's home. It would be impolite not to greet them. I'll update you all later. She put away her phone and hurried inside. I in the living room. Zhao's father and mother were already conversing with the elderly lady and Dai Yufang. Upon entering, Zhao Changhang apologized with a face full of regret. I was just on a call outside. My apologies. Good afternoon, Grandma. Good afternoon, Auntie. The elderly lady and Dai Yufang naturally had nothing to say, merely gesturing for Zhao Changhang to take a seat. After all, she was Zhao Xinghe's elder sister, the future aunt of Nan Sunday. After a brief chat, Dai Yufang remarked, "Everyone, please sit tight, I'll go prepare lunch." Zhao's mother immediately stood up, saying, "Mother-in-law, I'll help." Zhao Changhang added, "Auntie, I'll help too." Dai Yufang quickly replied, No, you are guests. Just sit." Zhao's mother insisted, "We are family, what is the big deal about being guests?" Zhao Changhang concurred, "Indeed, Auntie, we are family." Zhao Xinghe remained impassive, while Nan Sun felt her cheeks flush. What does this mean? She wanted to ask, what does this imply? Are you all deciding that I am to be your Zhao family's daughter-in-law without consulting me? But she could not confront Zhao's mother and Zhao Changhang. Thus, she could only shift her gaze to Zhao Xinghe. Frustratingly, Zhao Xinghe showed no reaction, preoccupied with playing with Nanxi, as if he hadn't heard his mother and sister's words at all. She then looked at the others, whether it was the elderly lady, Dai Yufang, or Zhao's father, all bore smiles, seemingly in consensus. It appeared that Zhao Xinghe and Nan Sun were destined to be together, for they were indeed one family. Nan Sun felt vexed. She longed to exclaim loudly, "We are merely the parents of Nanxi, nothing more," but was it appropriate to say such a thing now? Of course not. Even if she were foolish, she would never dampen everyone's spirits at this moment. Very well, if we are family, so be it. After all, Nanxi undeniably carries the blood of both families, thus truly making them one. Yet, she still believed it necessary to clarify certain matters with Zhao Xinghe. If Zhao Xinghe desires to share my bed, he must start anew. He cannot presume to utilize the title of Nanxi's father to gain access to my bed. That is out of the question. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Magic City were convening for a rather special meeting. Chapter 43. The esteemed leaders envy Huangbin. Huangbin is currently delivering a remarkably unique report. The reason it is deemed unique is that this time he faces not just one or two leaders, but the core leadership of the Magic City Municipal Committee has gathered in full attendance. The commotion from last night was indeed overwhelming. The fact that these leaders have restrained themselves until now to hear Huangbin's report is already a considerable show of respect. In truth, after Huangbin reported the situation at the Wang family manor to Li Gang last night, his phone has been incessantly ringing. What could he do? He could only inform the leaders that he was making every effort to address the situation and would provide a detailed report afterwards. Now, the leaders require his specific briefing. Huangbin's report is succinct. Of course, one cannot present a report to the leaders in the same manner as one would at a press conference. Here, one must speak the truth. As they listened to Huangbin's report, which sounded almost like a fantastical tale, all the leaders exchanged glances, questioning whether their ears were deceiving them. Shi Wei, the secretary of the Magic City, and Li Dukan, the secretary of the Magic City, shared a look, both sensing that this matter should not be allowed to spread further. They summoned the other leaders back to their duties, though they still issued necessary reminders. In essence, within their ranks, the truth of the matter was known among them. Externally, however, a unified stance must be maintained, adhering to the information released by the Work Safety Bureau. Shi Wei and Huangbin remained behind. Shi Wei expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Comrade Huangbin, why was this matter not reported immediately?" Huangbin, looking troubled, replied, "Secretary Liu, I had no choice. The ministry requires confidentiality, and I could only adhere to that. If it weren't for the Wang family's situation, this matter would likely still be under wraps." Lu Xianyang retorted, "Does my rank still necessitate confidentiality?" Huangbin responded, "Currently, the central authority believes that the situation is not fully clarified and should not be disseminated. Once we have a complete grasp of the information, it will surely be declassified step by step." Lu Xianyang did not intend to press Huangbin further. After all, the work safety system operates under dual leadership and has its own peculiarities. If the Ministry of Work Safety demands confidentiality, could they really contravene that order? However, Li Dukan interjected, "Comrade Huangbin, can we meet with Minister Li and the others now?" Lu Xianyang remained silent. He held a higher rank, and even the two prominent ministers, Li Gang and Li Taijun, would be regarded as subordinate in his presence. It would be more appropriate for them to pay him a visit. Yet, he was also aware that Li Juquan's mention of visiting Minister Li was essentially a desire to meet the esteemed figure. He, too, wished to make the acquaintance of this remarkable individual. The esteemed one, were it not for Huangbin's utterance of this phrase, the several ministers would have covertly arrived in the Magic City, and they would never have dared to believe it. If there exists a prescription to cure cancer, might he also possess a formula to extend life? What do those in power fear most? Illness and death are the two prime concerns. A grave ailment can strip one of life, while death severs all ties to authority. Thus, irrespective of how high one ascends, figures like Zhao Xinghe become objects of their admiration and flattery. Indeed, to curry favor, one must know the right channels. This esteemed individual has already demonstrated his capabilities, wielding a sweet date in one hand and a heavy club in the other. The sweet date represents the healing prescription, while the heavy club signifies the downfall of the Wang family. How would you choose? How do you wish to select? Huang Bin replied, I am uncertain and must seek guidance. However, to my knowledge, Mr. Zhao's parents have arrived in the Magic City and will likely be accompanying their elders in the coming days. Lu Xianyang remarked, Oh, Comrade Huang Bin, I believe this presents an excellent opportunity. It would be quite reasonable for us to pay a visit to Mr. Zhao's elders. Huang Bin could only remain silent. It was indeed reasonable. The rhetoric of these high-ranking leaders is truly imbued with artistry, often leaving him, a military-born director of the Work Safety Bureau, feeling a step behind. At that moment, Li Dukhan suddenly inquired, Comrade Huang Bin, has the Wang family truly perished? Huang Bin sighed and replied, This morning, I received news from the ministry that even the Wang family members abroad are no more. Both Lu Xianyang, how could this have been accomplished? The capabilities of this esteemed individual are nothing short of astonishing. The Wang family possesses wealth and connections spanning the globe. Domestic matters aside, the fact that even those abroad have met their demise is simply unfathomable. They understood that the esteemed one could summon the winds and rain, but how did he achieve such precise strikes? According to Huang Bin, aside from those unrelated to the Wang bloodline who perished within the confines of the Wang manor, all other deaths exclusively involved members of the Wang family. Very well, he is indeed extraordinary. He possesses the ability to track bloodlines, but what of the Wang family's wife and son-in-law? They bear no Wang lineage. How did he execute such precision? Merely contemplating it sent shivers down their spines. To be in the Magic City and orchestrate precise strikes globally, what kind of being could provoke such a force? Certainly, one must not. Thus, it is imperative to recognize this at the earliest opportunity and then ingratiate oneself. This is the very essence of safeguarding one's life and authority. The gazes of the two esteemed leaders from the Magic City towards Huang Bin were filled with envy. This individual, quite fortunate indeed, has managed to engage with Zhao Xinghe at the first opportunity due to his position as the director of the Work Safety Bureau. Meanwhile, the Nan family concluded their lunch in a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, a group of them chatted with the matriarch for a while before Zhao Xinghe proposed a visit to their new home to procure the missing furniture. The Zhao family members were surprised to learn for the first time that their son had purchased a property in the Magic City. The group, excluding the matriarch, set off towards the new residence. Given the proximity, they opted to walk rather than drive, treating it as a post-meal stroll. A lively procession made its way towards the nearby Xianyang community. The local residents, upon seeing them, greeted Dai Yufang warmly. Dai Yufang beamed with pride, mentioning that her son-in-law had bought a house right next door in the Xianyang community, and that her in-laws had come to visit the new home. Zhao Xinghe wore a smile, while Nansun gritted her teeth in frustration. This was an attempt to establish a definitive fact. Henceforth, should she ever assert that she is not the Zhao family's daughter-in-law, how much effort would it take to counter that claim? Regardless, Zhao Xinghe's status as her family's son-in-law is now firmly established. Although there is nothing inherently wrong with this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of resentment. After all, they had parted ways several years ago. She bore him a daughter, raised that daughter, and ultimately sacrificed herself in the process, yet there was no acknowledgement whatsoever. How suffocating. She felt that Zhao Xinghe was utterly lacking in masculinity. At such a moment, shouldn't he have stepped forward to say a few words? How could he allow a woman to bear such a burden without conscience? Unfortunately, at that moment, Zhao Xinghe, cradling Nanxi, wore a bright smile as he chatted with her about accompanying their grandparents on an outing, blissfully unaware of Nansun's feelings. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the main entrance of the Xianyang community. After verifying their identities, the group was allowed entry. Zhao Changhong expressed surprise, exclaiming, The security here is quite impressive. The guards aren't just old men. They require identification for entry, which is excellent. Nansun responded, This is a high-end community. Such security measures are standard. If anyone could enter freely, who would ensure the safety of the homeowners? Who would want to buy a house here? Chapter 44, Erpang is once again removed from their loving family group chat. Zhao Changhong, video, this is the new apartment my younger brother just purchased. It has been renovated, though the furniture has yet to be acquired. It is a spacious flat, over 600 square meters, originally designed for 2 households per elevator. It has been transformed into a single household per elevator. Zhao Lihuo, that must have cost a pretty penny, right? Dabiao, Absolutely, the housing prices in the Magic City are the highest in the country. A flat of over 600 square meters, one would need at least tens of millions to even contemplate it. Zhao Xingmiao, Horrified, where on earth did Sanji get the money to buy such a house? Erpang, I've always said that Xinghe is no good, he must be playing the role of a live-in son-in-law for someone in the Magic City. Note: Erpang has already been removed from their loving family group chat by Zhao Changhong. Zhao Liwo, Dabiao, Zhao Xingmiao, .o, Erpang, how can you be so forgetful of your lessons? After signing who knows how many unfair agreements, he finally returns to the group. Dabiao Erpang, while Xinghe may have spoken ill of you, he does so out of concern for your well-being. Why can't you wish him some good fortune? Erpang, yes, my dear sister-in-law speaks the truth. It is indeed my fault, I tend to speak without thinking, and I will reflect on my actions. Just moments ago, Zhao Changhong had given him a stern reprimand, reminding him that the younger brother of today is no longer the same as before. Now, he possesses connections and wealth in the Magic City. If he continues to disobey, he will face consequences. He wouldn't dare to show his teeth again. Truth be told, he has always harbored a bit of fear towards Zhao Xinghe. This young man does not regard him as a brother-in-law at all. During family gatherings, he often scolds him. He treats him like a grandson, and he has no retort. Is it a crime to be a little lazy? To be a tad simple-minded, to rely on his wife for support? What wrong has he committed? He neither gambles nor visits brothels, and his only vices are drinking and smoking. Compared to some, he can certainly be considered a model husband. Moreover, in a family, if someone manages external affairs, it is only right that another oversees domestic matters. With a wife who is more capable and assertive in the outside world, he manages the home. What is wrong with that, however? Should he confront Zhao Xinghe, he would not dare. The Zhao family has over 100 uncles, cousins, and brothers. Each one could drown him in a single spit. Every visit to his father-in-law's house leaves him trembling, fearing a misstep might lead to a beating. Zhao Xinghe's great-grandfather fathered 3 sons and 1 daughter. Thus, there are Zhao Xinghe's paternal grandfather, uncle, and great-uncle. The great-uncle has 7 sons and 4 daughters, while the second uncle has 4 sons and 1 daughter. His grandfather has 6 sons and 1 daughter. This accounts for the number of Zhao Xinghe's uncles and aunts. In his generation, the number of cousins alone exceeds several dozens, and when including distant relatives, the total surpasses 100. This is just from their branch. If one were to consider the other branches descended from the great-grandfather, there would be hundreds of people, enough to fill the ancestral hall to capacity. Such a terrifying reality. Though Erpang may be somewhat rotund, he cannot withstand such a barrage of blows. After receiving a thorough scolding, Erpang returns to the group chat, behaving rather meekly. Of course, those who know his character are certain that today's events will surely repeat themselves. Zhao Changhong, all right, the work report has concluded for now, we are heading out to buy furniture. Zhao Xingmiao, I really want to go to the Magic City. I've made up my mind to find a job there for my internship. Zhao Liwo Xingmiao, be calm, the competition in the Magic City is incredibly fierce. Dabiao, Indeed, while the Magic City offers many opportunities, the competition is equally intense, and the requirements are high. Think carefully. Zhao Changhong, it's all right, Xinghe has invited you. He is currently holding 1111 and cannot type. Zhao Liwo, Dabiao, Erpang, I believe Xinghe's actions are rather hasty. The Magic City is a place that devours people without leaving a trace. The competition is fierce and the cost of living is high. With Xingmiao's academic qualifications, I doubt he could even sustain himself there. Zhao Changhong, Erpang, if you dare to speak without thinking again, you shall never re-enter this group. What a disgrace. She pondered whether to add Nansun to the group. Ultimately, she decided against it, realizing that while her younger brother and Nansun both harbor feelings for each other, they simply cannot let go of their pride. After being apart for over 2 years, how could they possibly fall back into each other's arms upon meeting again? With a little more time to become familiar again, it would surely be fine. The family, in high spirits, headed to the mall to purchase furniture. They took one car and called for another. Zhao Xinghe contemplated buying another vehicle, so he could have one and Nansun could have the other. After all, she is the mother of his daughter, and he is determined not to let her slip away. There is nothing wrong with buying a car for his woman. Upon arriving at a nearby large supermarket, they found that most of the items they needed were available here. The significant purchases had already been handled during the renovation, so they only needed to acquire some essentials for daily life. Kitchenware, bedding, and other items such as air conditioners, refrigerators, and televisions had already been addressed during the renovation. With several women involved, shopping became much more manageable. Aside from Nansun, who was accustomed to a pampered life, Zhao Mu, Nansun's mother, and Zhao Changhong all knew how to manage a household and what items were necessary. Thus, the 3 of them took charge of the shopping while Zhao Xinghe handled the payments, and Nansun was tasked with cheering them on enthusiastically. However, when it came to bedding, Nansun asserted that she had a say in the matter. While he was unaware of what kitchen items were necessary or which were the best, she certainly knew which mattresses and quilts were of good quality. Watching her make a grand gesture, thousands of dollars were swiftly spent. Zhao Fu and Zhao Mu watched with pained hearts, yet, for the sake of their son's reputation, they refrained from voicing any objections. Back in their hometown, all these items combined would not exceed 2,000 yuan. The Magic City, indeed, is not a place for ordinary folk to thrive. Fortunately, Zhao Xinghe had previously warned them, assuring them that money was not a concern, though they might be earning. Seeing their son spend money so recklessly still made Zhao Changhong, however, remain silent. She understood Nansen's background and the life she had led. Since her younger brother was not short on funds, it was only fitting to purchase these essential items. After all, it was merely several tens of thousands of yuan. If the elderly couple were to discover that the car her younger brother bought cost over 1 million yuan, they would likely suffer a heart attack from the shock. However, it was best not to rush. They could gradually discuss such matters with them when they returned to their hometown. With a swipe of the card, they signed the receipt and filled in the delivery address before leaving. Zhao Mu expressed her concerns. Do we really not need to take these ourselves? What if we lose them? Zhao Xinghe reassured her. It's fine. If they get lost, they will compensate us. The elderly couple had never encountered such a situation. They only knew that young people today could order things online for delivery. Could even items bought in a mall be delivered now? Chapter 45, The Terrifying Zhao Immortal. We have no means to threaten him. While Zhao Xinghe strolled through the city with his parents, the official side of affairs was far from stagnant, progressing along multiple fronts. In the capital, the Elder Council convened once more. The purpose of this meeting was to hear the report from the simulation chamber. Esteemed Grand Elder and fellow elders, our simulations have yielded the following results. With our current capabilities, we possess no means to threaten the Zhao Immortal's weapons and methods. We have simulated various attacks, including but not limited to nuclear bombs, laser weaponry, and energy cannons. In our simulations, we employed the most powerful weapons available to us. However, the outcome is unmistakable. We are utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon him. Silence. An interminable silence. Although the Elder Council had initially resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhao Xinghe, recognizing the immense potential he embodied, the allure of an immortal being, rumored to possess boundless abilities and eternal life, was profoundly tempting. Yet, simultaneously, they pondered whether there might be a means to restrain Zhao Xinghe. Consequently, the military's strategic simulation department received directives to recreate the energy attacks Zhao Xinghe endured while immersed in the Sea of Thunder. They also modeled the strength he exhibited in shattering the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. While the simulations may not have been perfectly precise, they were at least within a reasonable margin of error. The results, however, were far from encouraging. The lead analyst continued. We also simulated the destructive power of Zhao Immortal's attacks and reached the following conclusion. The materials available to humanity are utterly incapable of withstanding his might. Even America's most advanced aircraft carriers would crumble like paper under his strength. Upon hearing this conclusion, a collective gasp echoed through the room. An aircraft carrier, reduced to mere paper, they were acutely aware of the resilience of the materials used in its construction, which represented the pinnacle of human technological achievement. Even when subjected to the impact of numerous aircraft, it remained unscathed. Yet, in the face of Zhao Xinghe, it was as fragile as parchment. What an absurd conclusion. Surely, it must be a fabrication. Yet, they understood that the head of the simulation department would never dare to lie in their presence. Thus, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. The absence of any means to counterbalance such power was deeply troubling. Of course, they were not contemplating the extermination of Zhao Xinghe, at least not at this juncture. Their desire was merely to find a way to limit his capabilities, just as one might prefer to have a nuclear option available, even if it need not be employed. Currently, their interactions with Zhao Xinghe placed them at a distinct disadvantage. Much like their nation facing foreign adversaries, they found themselves compelled to abide by his terms, unable to resist, as they lacked any capacity for opposition. Though the analogy was imperfect, it was illustrative nonetheless. Observing the silence among the elders, the head of the simulation chamber added, Esteemed Grand Elder and fellow elders, we have reviewed the footage. Throughout, Zhao Immortal did not wield any magical artifacts or spells. While immersed in the Sea of Thunder, he relied solely on his physical form, and in his final blow against the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, he similarly depended on his corporeal strength. Our department has ascertained that even the extraordinary individuals within the Special Investigations Bureau possess magical artifacts or have cultivated various spells. Thus, we speculate that Zhao Immortal undoubtedly possesses even more formidable artifacts and spells, perhaps transcendent instruments or celestial techniques. The elders felt a chill run down their spines. Just moments ago, the revelations had already been daunting enough. Now, they were informed that this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding Zhao Immortal's displayed powers. Indeed, he was as terrifying as rumored. Finally, the head of the simulation chamber concluded, Our final assessment is that Zhao Immortal is invincible among mortals. Should he choose, he could effortlessly terminate the existence of this planet. The elders exchanged glances, their thoughts unspoken. Was it truly necessary to articulate such a stark reality? Were they being warned? If Zhao Xinghe were to learn of the simulation chamber's findings, it would undoubtedly prompt a response from him. This was clearly not merely a matter of physical strength, it was the result of the Thunder God body. After achieving immortality and absorbing the energy of heavenly tribulations, his physical form had undergone a transformation, amplifying his power significantly. The thunder of this world was trivial in comparison to his might, even as he stood amidst the tempest. As for his ultimate victory over the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, it was less a matter of him defeating it than the Eye retreating in fear. Indeed, it fled. The Eye symbolized the celestial order of this realm. Upon realizing it could not contend with Zhao Xinghe, it was not foolish enough to remain. Its purpose was to maintain the balance of this world, and Zhao Xinghe's immense power threatened that equilibrium. Thus, it had no choice but to strike against him. Alas, it was no match for Zhao Xinghe. Should it suffer injury or demise at his hands, it would spell disaster for this realm. In essence, whether Zhao Xinghe disrupted the world's order or the Eye was harmed or destroyed, the outcomes were fundamentally the same. So persist in the confrontation, retreat was the wisest course of action. Returning to the meeting, after what felt like an eternity, the Grand Elder's voice finally broke the silence. It appears our prior decision was indeed prudent, and according to reports from Magic City, this Zhao Immortal is quite amenable to negotiation. The elders were taken aback. They had received news of Zhao Xinghe annihilating the Wang family in Magic City. Not only had their estate been reduced to ashes, but the entirety of the Wang lineage worldwide had been eradicated. Was this what they termed amenable? While it was true that the Wang family had instigated the conflict, the global extermination of their kindred was hardly an indication of amicable dealings. It was a brutal retaliation, ruthless to the core, resulting in complete annihilation. Who would not feel trepidation before such a figure? Who would dare provoke him? The Grand Elder continued. The principle of he who does not offend me, I shall not offend seems to be Zhao Immortal's guiding philosophy. My recommendation is to disclose Zhao Immortal's identity within our ranks. Upon hearing this, uncertainty rippled through the assembly. Previously, their consensus had been to maintain secrecy, keeping the information confidential internally and even more so externally. This would significantly delay other nations and factions from locating Zhao Immortal. The Grand Elder pressed on. You have witnessed Zhao Immortal's capabilities. I do not wish for the unwary to provoke him. The elders shuddered at the thought. This individual had obliterated the Wang family due to their provocation, leaving no trace of their bloodline. Not even the extended relatives had been spared. If someone within the establishment were to incite his wrath, would he not retaliate by eradicating the entire institution? Chapter 46. The elderly lady, you must prioritize having a second child. Upon returning to the new house, the furniture that had been purchased had already been delivered. Their women began to arrange the space. Zhao's mother suggested, why don't we cook here tonight? Xinghe, go ahead and cancel that hotel reservation, we shall stay here for the night. It seemed rather absurd to stay at a hotel when one had their own home. Just looking at the hotel's decor, it was evident that the room would not come cheap. Of course, he was unaware that the cost of his room amounted to several tens of thousands for a single night. Otherwise, he would have insisted on cancelling the reservation yesterday. The nightly rate was something they would toil for years to save up. Zhao Changhang was aware of this, but she chose not to voice it. After all, this was the legendary presidential suite of the Peace Hotel in the renowned metropolis, which had hosted many foreign dignitaries. To spend even a single night in such a room was undoubtedly a milestone experience. She took numerous photographs to boast about to her friends upon returning. However, the exorbitant room rate was indeed terrifying. The annual profits from her beauty salon would hardly cover a single night's stay. To save enough for just one night would require at least 2 years of scrimping and saving. It would be sheer folly to spend such hard-earned savings on a hotel stay for a single night. She felt a pang of sympathy, however, since it was her younger brother's money. If he wished to spend it, she could not intervene. All she knew was what Zhao Xinghe had disclosed. Yet, she always sensed that there was more he had withheld. Nonetheless, it was understandable that siblings might not share everything. As long as her brother was thriving and progressing well, she would offer her blessings. Whether she, as the elder sister, could partake in the benefits of her brother's prosperity remained a matter of practicality. After all, she had her own family, and he had his. Regardless, she was genuinely pleased that her younger brother had found success. Zhao's mother's suggestion received the consensus of most present, with the exception of Dai Yufang, who opposed it vehemently. In her view, there was no necessity for such arrangements. They could simply cook at the small villa. Although the kitchenware had been fully acquired, essential supplies such as rice, flour, cooking oil, and various vegetables had yet to be purchased. She insisted, let's not have dinner here tonight, we should go home instead, where the groceries have already been bought. After dining there, we can come back to stay here. Zhao's mother, upon hearing this, found merit in her words and replied, all right, dear mother-in-law, I will heed your suggestion. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the market to buy groceries. How does that sound? Zhao Xinghe acknowledged with a nod, and the matter was settled. 11:11, don't run around, be careful not to fall. Nancy was darting about the room, while Zhao's father trailed behind her, anxious that she might trip. The room was filled with sharp corners, and the furniture and floors were quite solid and hard. A fall or a bump could easily result in a concussion for a child. Nansun remarked, "Uncle, it's all right, don't worry about her, she will tire herself out and stop running on her own." Hearing this, Zhao's father seized the opportunity to halt, patting his forehead as he said, "I'm getting old. I didn't expect that just a little running would make me feel dizzy." Zhao Changhong retorted, "Dad, that's not dizziness from running, that's dizziness from circling around. 1111, stop running in circles. You might not fall, but your grandfather might." Nancy burst into a tinkling laugh and then crashed into Zhao Changhong's embrace. Zhao Changhong held her tightly, fearing she might tumble. This little niece was simply delightful, utterly unspoiled, and understood that they came from the countryside, showing no signs of estrangement. She had heard too many tales of city children looking down on their rural relatives. What did children know? It was all the adults who imparted such notions to them. Hence, it was clear that neither Nansun nor her daughter harbored such sentiments. This was quite refreshing. Zhao Changhong felt a sense of approval for her sister-in-law when she learned that her younger brother had directly invested over 100 million to settle matters for the Nan family. She nearly choked on her breath. However, she had heard that this money was likely to be recouped. Now that the Wang family was no more, their assets were being confiscated or auctioned off. A portion of the funds would need to be allocated for compensating those who had been deceived by the Wang family. It was evident that Nan Jianfei was among them. Although Zhao Xinghe did not care much for the money, Huang Bin had assured him that the facts of the case were clear and the evidence chain was robust. Therefore, the money that Nan Jianfei had lost to Wang Dawei and his subordinates would be returned in full. This meant that the money Zhao Xinghe had used to assist the Nan family was merely a temporary allocation. Of course, proper procedures had to be followed. The timeline remained uncertain until the matter was finalized. Zhao Xinghe was unaware if Huang Bin's assurances were indeed reliable, so he had not mentioned it to Nansun, to spare her any false hope. Once the funds were secured, he would surprise them with the good news. Indeed, Zhao Xinghe was certainly not one to exploit the situation to instill guilt in Nansun. Was he the type of person to do such a thing? Absolutely not. After arranging the house, the sky gradually dimmed, and the group once again made their way toward the small villa of the Nan family. Previously, Nansun had already contacted her family, informing her grandmother about the situation and that they would return later. Therefore, when they arrived at the Nan family villa, the elderly lady was watching television on the first floor. Upon seeing them enter, she greeted them with a smile, saying, "Back already? Has everything been arranged over there?" Zhao Xinghe replied, "Yes, it's all set, Grandma. Tomorrow, we will have dinner at the new house." The elderly lady beamed, "Wonderful, wonderful, tomorrow, we shall go see your new home. Now that you've bought a house and a car, and 1111 is already 3 years old, it's time for you to consider having a second child." Nansun quickly interjected, "Grandma." However, the elderly lady paid her no mind, continuing, "I wasn't speaking to you. I was speaking to Xinghe, you keep quiet." The elderly lady had a tendency to favor males, placing great importance on the continuation of the family lineage. She believed that if the Nan family did not produce a male heir, she would have no face to meet the ancestors of the Nan family. She needed Zhao Xinghe to give her a promise. She feared that one day she might fall asleep and never awaken. How would she explain to her deceased husband? How would she face the ancestors of the Nan family? Zhao Xinghe understood the elderly lady's sentiments, and during his few limited visits to the Nan family, she had treated him quite well. Thus, he replied, "All right, Grandma, I promise you that we will prioritize this matter and strive to ensure that you see your great-grandson born soon." Although the likelihood of this happening was almost negligible, Zhao Xinghe did not mind offering the elderly lady a grand vision. Indeed, she was thoroughly pleased, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful, I knew you would heed your grandmother's wishes, unlike Nansun, who always insists on having her own way and argues with her father all day." Chapter 47. Erpang, I knew it all along, this lad is no good, always dreaming of living off others, family, united in love. Zhao Changhong: video. Everyone, take a look, this is Grandma Nansha's home, located in the very heart of the Magic City, a small villa worth over 100 million. Zhao Liuo: It seems their family has been part of the Magic City for quite some time. They are definitely locals of the Magic City. Zhao Xingmiao: second sister, is your sister-in-law quite wealthy? Erpang: I knew it, that scoundrel Xinghe has been living off others, and now he has indeed succeeded. Group notification, Erpang has been removed from the group chat by Zhao Changhong. Everyone. This is so like Erpang, they speculate that this time he might not return. Zhao Changhong is exceedingly furious, that glutton simply forgets the lessons learned from past mistakes. She had already explained to him that Zhao Xinghe's achievements are the result of his own hard work. Yet, in his eyes, Zhao Xinghe is merely a freeloader, completely dismissing his efforts. Although Zhao Xinghe's diligence merely involved minimizing the prescriptions left behind by the old Daoist, is that not effort? Without his keen memory, these prescriptions would have been lost to the annals of history. Thus, Zhao Xinghe's contributions are indeed paramount. As for the pharmaceutical company that transforms these prescriptions into proprietary medicines, it merely plays a supportive role. After all, companies can change at any time, but Zhao Xinghe's role is irreplaceable. To think he would be labelled a freeloader by his own man. If my younger brother is a freeloader, then what does that make you, you glutton? On her phone, Zhao Changhong, irritated by the incessant pleas for forgiveness from her husband, decided to block him. Now, the group nickname Pang, whose real name is Hanqing, is truly in a state of panic. Having been blocked on WeChat, he resorts to calling for mercy. Unfortunately, his call is also promptly blocked. In desperation, he locates Zhao Xinghe's phone number, grits his teeth, and dials. He knows that at this moment, only this brother-in-law can save him. As for whether he will be berated by his brother-in-law, he can no longer afford to care. If this matter is not resolved before his wife returns, he can only anticipate kneeling on a washboard. And that is not the worst part. The most dreadful scenario would be kneeling on the washboard and being unable to share the bed. Zhao Xinghe is engaged in conversation with the elderly lady and is completely oblivious to his phone. After 200 years of cultivating immortality, he has long since rid himself of the habit of playing with his phone, unlike his second sister and Nansun, who cannot seem to part with their devices for a moment. Just then, his phone rings. Nanshi, nestled in his embrace, reminds him, "Daddy, you have a call." Zhao Xinghe chuckles, takes out his phone, glances at the caller ID, and is about to answer when he hears his second sister's voice. "If it's your brother-in-law calling, just ignore him." Zhao Xinghe is momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Memories flood back. In his recollection, this brother-in-law is broad and portly, and has only grown larger since their marriage. Though well-meaning, he is also quite lazy. In his memories, he rarely offered this brother-in-law a kind countenance, to the extent that, despite being his brother-in-law, there exists a hint of fear. It seems this brother-in-law has never taken the initiative to contact him. What could have happened today? Did they have a quarrel? Could it be regarding the matter of his second sister bringing their parents to the Magic City? That seems unlikely. Though this brother-in-law is somewhat unreliable, he is still obedient. Thus, the only possibility is that they have just had a disagreement. While he feels it necessary to mediate, he must still consider his sister's feelings. Therefore, without hesitation, he hangs up the phone. Indeed, the call does not come again. He merely receives a text message. "Xinghe, I just said something that upset your sister. She blocked me. Please speak a few kind words on my behalf. Thank you, brother-in-law. Also, I assure you that what I said earlier was merely nonsensical chatter, absolutely not meant with malice. Please, emoticon saying the wrong thing." It is rather commonplace for this brother-in-law to misspeak, so why is the second sister so furious? To block him entirely is no small matter. Nanshi inquires, "Daddy, who called?" Zhao Xinghe casually replies, "Oh, it was no one, just a spam call." Nanshi retorts, "You're lying. I saw it, the caller ID says Hanqing. Is it a woman?" Zhao Xinghe is astonished. How does his daughter possess such remarkable intelligence to recognize those two characters? She can even make connections. Indeed, Nansun's gaze shifts from the phone screen to him, filled with suspicion. She is certainly skeptical. Her words remind her that Hanqing is a name that could belong to either a man or a woman. However, based on Zhao Xinghe's earlier reaction, she suspects it is a woman. If it were a brother-in-law calling, there would be no need to lie about it being a spam call. At this moment, Zhao Changhong cannot remain silent any longer and hastily explains, "Nansun, don't misunderstand, Hanqing is your brother-in-law." Nansun's face flushes, and she hurriedly clarifies, "Second sister, I didn't misunderstand. I have nothing to misunderstand." How careless, to think it truly is her brother-in-law, that detestable Zhao Xinghe. Why must he call it a spam call? Does he truly view her brother-in-law as someone without any standing? Little does she know, in Zhao Xinghe's eyes, this brother-in-law genuinely holds little stature. After all, this brother-in-law has placed the burden of providing for the family, something traditionally expected of a man, on his second sister's shoulders. The fact that he has not been outright dismissed is already quite gracious. In her words, everyone has their own fate. Although your brother-in-law cannot provide for the family, he excels in other areas. He listens to his wife, manages household chores, and takes care of the children's school runs. In a family, the couple can divide responsibilities. They have merely adjusted their roles, yet no one has decreed that the one representing the family outwardly must be the man. As a modern woman, she is equally capable of being the breadwinner. Zhao Xinghe feels compassion for his second sister but also respects her choices. Thus, he replies with a message. It will suffice once she calms down. Think before speaking. After sending the response, he puts away his phone, disinterested in further engagement. Suddenly, he turns to Zhao Changhong and asks, "Second sister, I was wondering if our parents would be willing to stay in the Magic City." Zhao Changhong is taken aback. She had not considered this question before. "I honestly don't know. You would have to ask them. However, if it's about staying to help with the grandchildren, I believe they would be agreeable." Nansun feigns seriousness as she plays with her phone. Do these people think of nothing but their grandchildren? Jia Xinghe, however, nods thoughtfully, saying, all right, I understand. Though grandchildren are still a distant prospect, a granddaughter is readily available, having them stay to help care for her seems quite reasonable. Chapter 48, The Plan for the Salvation of the Bodies of the Don Father and Son. Eagle Source, the White House. The understanding king has won the election, yet has not yet assumed control here. For now, the authority still lies with the old Don. In a state of profound instability, the old Don dozes off. After all, there are others to handle affairs. His sole task is to remain seated, and whatever he does is of no concern to anyone. His only requirement is to serve as a mere instrument for signing documents. He has even been stripped of the power to make official visits. Alas, his physical condition forbids it, as does his mental state. The populace of Eagle Source finds it perplexing why they would elect such a leader. Is it not an embarrassment for Eagle Source to appear so diminished before the world? Well, their leader has already brought enough shame upon himself. Over time, what once seemed outrageous has become a matter of course. However, in recent days, he has been rather active. Their satellites captured a series of images depicting a divine visitation. He bathed in the sea of thunder, rendering even the heavens powerless before him. All in Eagle Source, this was the very manifestation of a deity upon earth. Upon hearing this news, the old Don's first thought was that if the deity could arrive sooner, he might secure another term. If it were not for his unstable body and mind, how could he possibly have lost his candidacy? Without losing his candidacy, the understanding king would amount to nothing. Nevertheless, even if the deity's arrival is delayed, he must find this divine being. For only a deity could restore his health and stabilize his mental condition, allowing him to relish a life above others. The medical technology of this world has proven inadequate to remedy his ailments. He can only await the arrival of death, but a deity could change that. However, after thorough analysis by the technical department, they concluded that the deity possessed an Eastern lineage. This revelation shattered their beliefs. How could it be? How could a deity possibly be of Eastern descent? At that moment, they loathed the clarity of their satellite images. If only they had been a bit more blurred, perhaps the truth would have eluded them. Alas, facts do not bend to personal will. Furthermore, the old Don did not care whether the deity was Eastern or Western. He simply wished to locate where the deity resided so that he might receive assistance in healing his wretched. He possessed wealth, his family was replete with riches, with funds that seemed inexhaustible. He wielded immense power and commanded vast financial resources, the only drawback being his waning health. Those wretched incompetents had squandered countless resources on their eternal life project, yet there had been no progress whatsoever. If sacrificing those fools could rejuvenate his body, the old Don would not hesitate to issue such an order, but alas, there are no IFS. Just then, the door to his office swung open. He furrowed his brow, irritation boiling within him. Though I may be aged and unstable, I am not yet dead. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his son entering. The sight of this worthless son ignited his fury. Were it not for this offspring, his state would not be so precarious. It was all due to the vexations he caused. How much had he sacrificed for this son? Yet, just as his anger began to kindle, it was swiftly extinguished. After all, at his advanced age, could he still rear a younger generation? The boy may be inept, but he was still his blood, and he needed him to carry on the family legacy. Thus, he stirred and asked, "What brings you here? Have you caused more trouble again?" "Father, you misunderstand. It is all a fabrication by others," replied the young Don. The old Don shot him. "Now, speak, what is it that you want?" The young Don could only reply, "Father, I have located the deity." Upon hearing this, the old Don nearly toppled over in shock. The young Don hurried to steady him, chiding, "Father, you must remain calm. You represent the image of Eagle Source, even if you have tarnished it beyond recognition." Slap! The old Don delivered a stinging blow to his son. He wished to inquire how this inept child had the audacity to utter such words. For it was this very son who had made him one of the most embarrassing leaders of Eagle Source, second only to the one who resigned due to scandal. After striking his son, the old Don finally regained his composure and asked, "Is what you just said true?" The young Don would not dare deceive his father. All his pleasures and luxurious lifestyle stemmed from his father's power and wealth. Without adequate protection, he knew not how long he could continue to revel in indulgence. Thus, his father must not perish. The deity, who had bathed in the sea of thunder, must be found. After expending considerable effort, even enlisting the aid of the CIA, he had uncovered some leads. Their deity bore an Eastern countenance, and through calculations based on photographs, there was an 89% probability that this Eastern deity hailed from the Summer Kingdom. Armed with this data, the CIA operatives honed in on the upper echelons of the Summer Kingdom. They understood all too well that should the deity descend, the official hierarchy of the Summer Kingdom would undoubtedly spare no effort in seeking him out. In the Summer Kingdom, there were only a handful of departments that specialized in locating individuals. As anticipated, the higher-ups in the Summer Kingdom began to stir under their scrutiny. The movements of Li Gang were quickly detected, revealing that the deity had indeed manifested in the enchanting metropolis of the Summer Kingdom. The young Don produced a photograph and placed it before the old Don, stating, "Father, behold, this is the deity." The old Don found the term rather jarring. Deities belonged to the West, how could one now possess an Eastern visage? Moreover, it was a lineage he despised from the Summer Kingdom. This was outrageous, a deity of Summer Kingdom descent. Where could they possibly seek redress for this? Furthermore, the people of the Summer Kingdom did not believe in deities. Thus, this would be their own celestial being. He hastily retrieved a satellite image from his drawer and began to compare it. A smile finally broke upon his face as he declared, "Indeed, it must be him. You have done well this time." The old Don had not anticipated that this worthless son would finally achieve something noteworthy. He interrupted the young Don's self-congratulation, stating, "Can we establish contact with him? I require his assistance." The prospect of a new leader was bleak, but if his health permitted, he could still fight for another 30 years. As long as his body could be restored, he could continue to wield power. When that time came, even if the understanding king occupied the leader's throne, what would it matter? He would ensure the understanding king suffered, making it impossible for his policies to be executed. He would show him that even in the highest office, one could not act with impunity. The young Don replied, "We are attempting to reach out to the Eastern deity, but as you know, the official forces of the Summer Kingdom have encircled him. Should we attempt contact too hastily, the officials will undoubtedly discover us." The old Don frowned, stating, "You should be aware that I do not have much time." The young Don responded, "I understand, father. That is why I do not wish for official personnel to make contact. Instead, we shall do so privately. This way, the officials of the Summer Kingdom will have no reason to obstruct our approach." The old Don's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Very well. You have demonstrated some intellect. I know this is likely not entirely your own thought, but it matters not. As a superior, one need not possess all the intellect oneself, only to surround oneself with those who do. Therefore, make it a point to associate with intelligent individuals. Should any of the previous incidents recur, I shall personally break your legs." The young Don's expression soured, and he quickly replied, "Father, you know I always heed your words. Previously, I was merely deceived by others. Now, I associate only with wise individuals." The old Don scrutinized him for a moment before stating, "I do not care for your words, I wish to see your actions. The outside world claims I have become senile. I require the deity, regardless of whether he is Eastern or Western. As long as he can restore my health, he shall be my deity, understand?" The young Don hastily affirmed, "Understood, father. I shall immediately send someone to contact the Eastern deity. No matter the cost, I will ensure he intervenes to save your health. Of course, I believe my own health also requires the intervention of the Eastern deity." The old Don cast a look of disdain at his son. If given the choice, he would genuinely want to strangle him. Were he not the leader of Eagle Source, the young Don would surely perish in prison. Chapter 49, Do Not Mischief in the East. That is not our domain. The conversation between Brother Deng and his son is akin to dialogues held among high-ranking officials from various nations. The only distinction lies in their varying degrees of progress. However, one certainty prevails: God originates from the East, or perhaps possesses Eastern lineage. Although this notion may seem absurd, it is indeed a fact. Their intelligence capabilities, however, do not match the formidable prowess of the Eagle Nation, thus they have yet to pinpoint the exact identity of God. Yet, they have a powerful ally. By aligning with the Eagle Nation, they will eventually uncover the identity of the Eastern God. In the Commander's office, old Brother Deng gazed at young Brother Deng and inquired, "Why have you not yet departed?" Young Brother Deng responded with a sheepish grin, "Father, such a formidable task requires substantial funding." Old Brother Deng rolled his eyes, realizing yet again that his son was asking for money. This wretched fellow has squandered so much of his wealth over the years. If this continues, the Deng family will be utterly depleted. Indeed, there is wisdom in the saying from the great Eastern nation: "To lie flat and indulge is the correct choice for the wealthy second generation. Investments and business ventures are mere illusions, given their family assets. As long as young Brother Deng refrains from investing or engaging in business, bankruptcy is an impossibility. However, once investments and business dealings are involved, the scenario drastically changes. Regrettably, with the loss of his eldest son, the Deng family finds itself in a precarious position, relying on this inept heir. Alas, his grandchildren are equally unfit for the mantle. It is indeed a profound pity. The greatest misfortune, however, is that his time is running short. Thus, the Eastern God represents his sole opportunity." "Very well, state the amount of funding you require. However, I must forewarn you, should you fail in your mission, for every sum spent, you shall endure an equal number of days confined indoors." Upon hearing this, young Brother Deng shivered. Indeed, when it comes to ruthlessness, no one surpasses this aged patriarch. Unfortunately, his elder brother is no longer with them. Should the old man also pass, he would be left without protection. Thus, he has no choice. If given the option, he would prefer the old man's survival over his elder brother's demise. After all, his brother could shield him for decades. Alas, what a lamentable situation. Father, rest assured, I shall exert every effort to accomplish this task. However, as I am aware, John Bull and the Gallic Rooster are also tirelessly pursuing the identity of the Eastern God. Moreover, despite the considerable sum I have expended, you are well aware of the CIA's tendencies. They will not be able to prolong this matter for too long. They are merely a group of wealthy individuals who believe money can solve all. I suspect John Bull and the Gallic Rooster will take action against them. Old Brother Deng raised a hand to halt young Brother Deng's further remarks, understanding the implications. He stated, I can offer you a promise, there is no upper limit on transactions with the Eastern God. Young Brother Deng's eyes sparkled with delight. This was a stroke of fortune. Father, you truly are a paragon of wisdom. As you know, Easterners possess certain peculiarities. Their insatiable greed drives them to even barter their souls for wealth. Of course, there are also those with unyielding resolve, as stubborn as stones in a cesspool. Some would descend into the depths of hell for the sake of their homeland. Old Brother Deng felt another pang of frustration and retorted, will you never cease? Are you implying that you cannot complete this task? Shall I assign it to another? Young Brother Deng quickly replied, no, Father, that is not my intention. I simply believe that my journey to the east will be protracted. Old Brother Deng snapped, get out. I warn you, do not cause disturbances in the east, that is not our territory. Young Brother Deng was unceremoniously expelled from the office. He knew full well that this son of his had a penchant for creating complications. Were it not for the gravity of this matter and the scarcity of trustworthy individuals, he would never allow this unreliable son to take charge. Alas, it seems that in this world, the one who most desires his continued existence is indeed his youngest son. In the bustling city, the small Western-style villa, after dinner, a group of individuals made their way toward the new residence. Dai Yufang only escorted them to the doorstep before leaving it to Nansunde. Zhao Xinghe held onto Nanxi and asked, Xi, would you like to sleep here tonight? He recalled how, during her first visit to the hotel, Nanxi had wept bitterly, yearning for her mother. It is entirely natural for a child to cling to their mother, especially when meeting their father for the first time. However, after spending the last few days together, Zhao Xinghe sensed that Nanxi would likely not seek her mother tonight. Nanxi asked, is Mama staying in the new house too? Zhao Xinghe replied, I cannot say for certain, why don't you ask Mama to accompany you in the new house? Nanxi cheerfully responded, all right. Nansun led the way, discussing with Zhao's parents where they might explore the following day. However, Zhao's parents expressed a desire to return to their hometown. Nansun urged, Uncle and Auntie, you rarely visit the bustling city, why not stay a little longer? There is no rush to return home. Zhao's mother countered, no, there are many matters awaiting us at home. Even the chickens are entrusted to our neighbor for feeding. Moreover, Changhong's shop cannot remain closed for long. Hearing his mother's words, Zhao Changhong immediately interjected, Mom, you can stay here longer, I can return first. When the time comes for you to return, let my younger brother escort you to the train station, and I will be there to pick you up. Zhao's father firmly rejected, no, we have no pressing matters. We will not stay here. Zhao Changhong reminded, Dad, Mom, don't you wish to spend more time with Xi? Those words struck a chord with Zhao's parents. Naturally, they desired to bond more with their granddaughter. Yet, their hometown indeed demanded attention, both in the fields and at home. A day or two away is feasible, but an extended absence is not. For them to abandon everything altogether is simply out of the question. After a moment, Zhao's father remarked, it's all right, we can see Xi at any time. Nowadays, aren't their video calls? Just ensure you buy me a phone with good performance and signal. In order to communicate with his granddaughter via video, Zhao's father was prepared to splurge, replacing his old phone with a smartphone. Worth it. Zhao Changhong felt that she could not persuade them, so she fell back a few paces to inform Zhao Xinghe of the recent developments. Zhao Xinghe said, no worries, I will have a word with them shortly. Zhao Changhong replied, they are reluctant to part with their hometown. Zhao Xinghe responded, then it is up to them to choose, the agricultural products of their hometown or their own granddaughter. Zhao Changhong stared in disbelief, saying, don't stir up trouble. Zhao Xinghe retorted, it's fine, I'm merely trying to scare them. Zhao Changhong replied, what if they aren't intimidated? Zhao Xinghe pondered for a moment before responding, then let them return home. Zhao Changhong was left speechless, so all this fuss was for nothing. The outcome felt utterly anticlimactic. Upon arriving at the new residence, Zhao Xinghe set Nanxi down and encouraged her to speak with Nansun about staying the night. He then settled beside Zhao as parents and began discussing life in the bustling city. Chapter 50. Zhao Xinghe, this is unscientific. Dad, Mom, you wouldn't want Xi to grow up only close to her grandmother and distant from her grandparents, would you? Zhao Xinghe felt compelled to unleash his trump card. What disheartened him, however, was Zhao father's calm response. It's all right. Xi has been raised by her grandmother, who has cared for her since childhood, so it is only We will frequently video call with Shishi. She is a clever child and won't feel estranged from us. When Nansun gets pregnant, we will come over. By the way, when are you and Nansun getting married? Zhao Xinghe was left dumbfounded. No, this was entirely contrary to his expectations. Shouldn't his parents be anxious upon hearing his words? This was the third generation of the Zhao family. They should be unable to bear the thought of Shishi being close only to her grandmother and not to her grandparents. How could his parents, who held such deep-rooted familial values, become so accommodating? This is unscientific. Furthermore, by the time Nansun becomes pregnant, perhaps it would be too late. However, after a moment's contemplation, he remarked, shouldn't this matter be discussed between you and Nansun's mother? After all, the so-called parental commands and matchmaker's words are but mere conventions. Zhao father shot him a stern look, saying, so now you understand parental commands. When Shishi was conceived, why didn't you consider that then? Zhao mother tugged at Zhao father's sleeve, signaling him to tone it down, lest it come across as overly dramatic. Zhao father cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Zhao Xinghe, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Dad, Mom, you know that Nansun and I have been apart for over 2 years. It's not that simple to reconcile. Moreover, you've seen Nansun's situation. She currently has no inclination in that direction. What Nansun was contemplating, he could somewhat guess. It was merely about how to earn money to repay him, otherwise, she would forever feel inferior in their relationship. Nansun was a proud woman, having enjoyed a princess-like life since childhood. During their time together in university, she had always been the one in control. In her heart, she believed she was always in a superior position compared to Zhao Xinghe. Yet now, the tables had completely turned. How could she accept this so calmly? Perhaps she felt no emotional conflict in reconciling with Zhao Xinghe to provide a complete home for Nanxi. However, rationally, she could not accept it. It was evident that she had been struggling with this matter for the past few days, especially when the elderly lady repeatedly suggested that they prepare for a second child. Her desire became particularly pronounced. This made Zhao Xinghe realize that the princess of the Nan family had truly fallen from grace. She needed time for self-adjustment. One cannot rush the consumption of hot tofu. Thus, Zhao Xinghe remained unhurried. However, his lack of urgency did not alleviate his parents' anxiety. They needed to take action and apply pressure. Only then could he seize the opportunity. Yet now, his parents, whom he regarded as his strongest allies, were planning to return to their hometown, seemingly abandoning both daughter-in-law and granddaughter. What kind of operation was this? Had his parents' brains been swapped? At that moment, Zhao mother said, Xinghe, since you were able to pursue Nansun during university, it should be even easier now. I have faith in you, go for it. Zhao Xinghe shook his head repeatedly in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Such words could not possibly come from his mother. This is unscientific. Either she had undergone a brain transplant or had been brainwashed. In his memory, his parents were the epitome of honest, hard-working farmers, solely focused on toiling day in and day out, yet now, they were speaking in a manner that bordered on philosophical. Where on earth did they learn that? Suddenly, a figure flashed in his mind, Ms. Dai Yufang, Nansun's mother, yet that didn't quite add up. If he wasn't mistaken, this prospective mother-in-law had been actively trying to reconcile him with Nansun. What did this mean? Had her previous support been feigned? Was she merely acting in front of him? Her acting skills were so impressive that she might as well pursue a career in film. Remaining a housewife was a waste of her talent. Ultimately, Zhao Xinghe's plans and intentions fell through, and he had no choice but to accept his parents' temporary return to their hometown. Zhao Changhong reassured him, saying, Don't worry, I will keep an eye on your parents, nothing will happen. Besides, there are so many uncles and aunts in the village who would dare bully our family. Zhao Xinghe replied helplessly, I'm not worried about anyone bullying our family, I just want to ensure that my parents can enjoy a good life now that I've found success. I even plan to bring you and my elder sister's family to live in the metropolis in the future. Zhao Changhong responded, No way, after these past few days, I've come to understand what it means to live in the big city. Just spending a month here would bankrupt us. Zhao Xinghe rolled his eyes and said, All right, I won't discuss so much with you now. I will make arrangements here. Even if you don't think for yourselves, you must consider the children. Can the education in our hometown compare to that in the metropolis? Zhao Changhong replied, Isn't it quite challenging to secure a household registration in the metropolis? Zhao Xinghe reassured her, No worries. The director of the Municipal Security Bureau is a good friend of mine. I can talk my way into securing some household registrations. In the past, one could obtain a household registration simply by buying a house. However, it was no longer that straightforward. Zhao Xinghe believed that whether it was Huang Bin or the officials in the metropolis, they would grant him this courtesy. In fact, the municipal officials had already expressed a desire to meet him, as conveyed by Huang Bin. However, considering that his parents needed companionship here, he postponed the meeting. It was highly likely that he would reside in the metropolis for an extended period, so Zhao Xinghe did not want to lose face in front of the local officials. After all, some matters would still require their assistance. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Nansun prepared to take her leave. Despite Zhao father and Zhao mother's earnest attempts to retain her, she ultimately returned to the small villa. However, Nanshi stayed behind, which left Nansun feeling somewhat indignant. This ungrateful little one had been raised for nothing, yet upon returning to the small villa, she discovered that the courtyard door had been locked from the inside. She attempted to call out, but considering the late hour, she refrained and instead took out her phone to dial her mother. "Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off." Nansun was left astounded. She suspected her mother was doing this on purpose. Helpless, she dialed her grandmother's number. Generally, at this hour, her grandmother would already be asleep. However, she had little choice. The same unfortunate occurrence transpired. Her grandmother's phone was also powered off. At this point, Nansun was truly dumbfounded. This is deliberate. It is definitely deliberate. Just then, Zhao Xinghe approached from behind and inquired, "What's wrong?" Nansun jumped in surprise and replied, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Xinghe shrugged and said, "My parents are worried about your safety, so they sent me to escort you." Nansun retorted crossly, "Is this how you escort someone?" She had truly gained insight. He had escorted her to the point where she couldn't even see his shadow. Zhao Xinghe clarified, "I have been following you the whole time." "You just didn't notice?" Nansun looked at him with skepticism, glancing between her phone and Zhao Xinghe. Could this be a conspiracy? Chapter 51. In her heart, Nansun had formed a preconceived notion, believing that the entire situation was orchestrated by Zhao Xinghe and his cohorts to coerce her. Yet, would the princess of the south yield? Absolutely not. With a cold chuckle, she declared, "Zhao Xinghe, do you truly think I will be led by the nose like this? Such a delusion. I, Nansun, stand firm and shall never submit." Zhao Xinghe was taken aback. This woman, was she out of her mind? It was as if she considered herself a revolutionary, while he was merely the executioner. He replied, somewhat exasperated, "Fine, you won't yield. So what do you intend to do now? Wait outside all night, or return home to accompany Shishi to sleep?" With a resolute tone, Nansun stated, "I will stay at a hotel." Zhao Xinghe responded, "Very well, I shall take my leave then. Shishi is alone over there, and she is not very familiar with my parents. I fear she might feel uneasy tonight." With that, he turned and walked away. Dealing with a woman like Nansun required such an approach. She possessed her own pride and a unique logic for survival. The more one attempted to draw close, the more she perceived ulterior motives. Ironically, Zhao Xinghe's current demeanor left Nansun feeling at a loss. The situation had veered beyond her expectations, diverging from her imagination. Watching Zhao Xinghe's departing figure, Nansun felt momentarily stunned. What was happening? This was not right. Zhao Xinghe, were you not supposed to plead with me to return to the new house? Why did you not extend even a single invitation? Unable to restrain herself, she called out, "Zhao Xinghe, are you truly leaving just like that?" Zhao Xinghe waved his hand dismissively, not glancing back, his voice echoing from afar, "Why should I stay? It's late, and unlike you, I can sleep at the entrance." Nansun felt a surge of indignation. He could sleep at the entrance, and his whole family could too. No, that would only lead to cursing Shishi as well. Casting a glance at the small mansion's gate behind her, she realized that this door would undoubtedly remain closed for the night. Reluctantly, she pursued Zhao Xinghe's retreating form. She intended to stay at a hotel, but alas, she had no money. She could barely afford meals, and her family was on the verge of subsisting on air. Where would she find the funds for a hotel? Zhao Xinghe noticed Nansun trailing behind but chose to ignore her, continuing toward the community gate. Nansun, quite self-aware, caught up to him and calmly stated, She used to sleep with me every night. She is certainly still unaccustomed to this. I am not an irresponsible mother." The corners of Zhao Xinghe's mouth curled slightly upward. He thought to himself, how long can this stubborn woman hold out? New arrivals had come to the capital, matters of foreign affairs and security. Wang Ji, in charge of foreign affairs, and Huang Yang, responsible for security, appeared before Li Gang, who was taken aback. "Old Wang, old Huang, what brings you both here?" These two individuals were not easily mobilized, one overseeing national image and the other national security. Their simultaneous presence signified that the upcoming matters involved both foreign affairs and security concerns. Wen Ji turned to Huang Yang, saying, "Huang, please elaborate." Huang Yang wasted no time, stating directly, "Old Li, we have received news that Xiao Deng is preparing to enter the country." Li Gang was momentarily stunned. Although the industrial and security sectors each had their intelligence systems, the latter was significantly stronger. Moreover, their areas of responsibility differed, thus, he had indeed been unaware of Xiao Deng's impending arrival. However, he quickly regained his composure, asking, "Is he coming to make contact with Mr. Zhao?" Huang Yang confirmed, "Exactly, your activities have surely been detected by the intelligence personnel from the Eagle Nation, therefore, Mr. Zhao's identity as a secret must be compromised." Despite their efforts to minimize visibility, Li Gang's movements were akin to a beacon to the Eagle Nation's intelligence system. One must never underestimate the Eagle Nation's capabilities. Their strength was contingent on the rewards offered. Xiao Deng had provided ample compensation, thus unleashing unprecedented power. Li Gang inquired, "What does the Council of Elders signify?" Huan Yang replied, "The council means we can prevent Xiao Deng from meeting Mr. Zhao, but we cannot stop Mr. Zhao from meeting Xiao Deng. The council hopes we can create a time gap, fostering a good relationship with Mr. Zhao to prevent him from being swayed by the Eagle Nation." Li Gang nodded, "I believe Mr. Zhao still harbors a sense of national identity. As long as we do not disappoint him, he is unlikely to be lured by foreign powers." Huang Yang shared this belief, based on Mr. Zhao's current actions, his affinity for his homeland and strong familial ties were their greatest advantages. Of course, Mr. Zhao's temper was notoriously volatile, with the entire Wang family, immediate and extended, meeting a horrific end. It was indeed terrifying. Coupled with the predictive results from the simulation room, this was the best plan they could devise. Hence, Huang Yang added, "The Wang family's incident must never recur." The expressions of the several leaders turned grave. This matter was exceedingly serious. Mr. Zhao had already showcased his capabilities, serving as a warning. If they failed to handle matters properly, he would step in. Today it was the Wang family. Tomorrow, which family would it be? Thus, from their perspective, a second Wang family incident was absolutely intolerable. Li Taijun had remained silent. His focus was solely on the commercial aspect. He felt pleased and satisfied. The prescription provided by Mr. Zhao, after a night of expert scrutiny, had not revealed any issues thus far. However, the specific efficacy of the treatment still required further experimentation. Yet, given the previous success of the gastric cancer treatment, they did not doubt that Mr. Zhao would present them with a fraudulent prescription. Consequently, they planned to return to the capital at dawn to convene a commercial expansion meeting, arranging for the prescription's implementation and mobilizing national resources for rapid development and mass production. The implications of this were profoundly significant. As for the contemporary celestial master, Zhang Lingyu, he had remained silent as well. Thus far, the time had not yet come for them to take action. Provided that foreign forces refrained from deploying extraordinary individuals, their special investigation bureau would remain concealed in the shadows. Li Gang remarked, "Very well, so are we now transferring matters to your security division?" Huan Yang shook his head, stating, "No, the responsibility for engaging with Mr. Zhao still lies with you. Our security division will handle interactions with the Eagle Nation CIA. Of course, I anticipate that our dealings will not be limited to the CIA, but may also involve the intelligence agencies of other nations such as Zhongbul and Gaul. We are in a precarious position. Thus, Old Li, I hope your actions can be expedited. With such significant undertakings, I am uncertain how much longer we can endure." This was a silent confrontation with the intelligence agencies of all. They needed to navigate carefully, avoiding excessive provocation while managing both overt and covert interactions. Even Huang Yang, who oversaw the security division, felt the pressure mounting. The moment to truly test their skills had arrived. Chapter 52. What the hell, shouldn't that have been my line? In the Shenyar community, in a new apartment, the living room was occupied by Zhao Xinghe, who was engrossed in a group chat titled A Loving Family. Currently, the group comprised only 6 members, including the 4 siblings and their elder and second brothers-in-law, known online as Big Biao and Second Fatty. The elder brother-in-law's real name was Sun Hong Biao, whom I referred to as Big Biao. Although he was not a part of the underworld, tales of Big Biao's exploits had always circulated within it. Oh, hold on, the group now had only 5 members. Second Fatty had been expelled and had yet to be readmitted, indicating that the second sister had not forgiven him. As Zhao Xinghe scrolled through the chat history, he wholeheartedly agreed with the second sister's actions. How dare he insult her? Merely expelling him from the group was a gesture of mercy. He ought to have been banned from the entire realm of social interaction. Even more infuriating was this individual's blatant disregard for consequences, repeatedly challenging the authority of his brother-in-law. He located the WeChat of Second Fatty and added him back into the group. Second Fatty entered the chat instantaneously, clearly having awaited this invitation. As soon as he joined and prepared to type, a notification appeared, informing him that he had been kicked from the group by member Zhao Xinghe. This was absurd. Second Fatty was taken aback. Although Zhao Changhong was the group owner and had the authority to do so, Zhao Xinghe was merely an ordinary member. What gave him the right to expel anyone? Even the other members who were engaged in conversation found this peculiar. Had the group owner's authority been usurped? Zhao Changhong with Zhao Xinghe, how do you possess group owner privileges? Zhao Xinghe, I have no idea. Zhao Changhong, the technology from QQ is truly unreliable. They excel at collecting fees. Zhao Xinghe, third brother, I'm about to start my internship. Zhao Xinghe, Great, come to Magic City and let me know when you arrive. I'll pick you up at the station. Zhao Xingmiao, thank you, third brother, by the way, why haven't you added sister-in-law to the group? Zhao Xinghe, It's not yet time. Zhao Changhong, you won't be sleeping on the couch tonight, will you? Zhao Xinghe, it doesn't matter, the living room is cooler in the summer. Zhao Changhong, Should I help you make the bed? Zhao Xinghe, no need, you won't be staying long, returning home tomorrow, it's not worth the hassle. Upon reflection, Zhao Changhong agreed and did not press further. The night deepened, and the conversation came to a halt. Only the elder brother-in-law continued to send Zhao Xinghe messages of apology, which Zhao Xinghe chose to ignore, opting to leave him hanging for a while. In the master bedroom, Nan Sun had bathed and lulled Nan Shi to sleep. She lay in bed, wide awake, devoid of any inclination to sleep. She contemplated her relationship with Zhao Xinghe. It seemed that both families believed they should be together, entirely unconcerned with the fact that they had been apart for 2 years. Her grandmother often suggested that they should consider having a second child. Her mother had even locked the door at night, making her stance abundantly clear, yet no one asked her if she could accept such an arrangement. She was an individual, possessing her own thoughts and emotions. From her perspective, Zhao Xinghe had done a great favor for their family, helping repay a substantial debt and preserving the ancestral home. However, this could not serve as justification for their reconciliation. If they were to reunite, it must be for love, not for financial reasons. The love of their Nan princess was certainly not something that could be tainted by money. Meanwhile, far away in the land of the eagle, little Deng had boarded a flight to Summerland. However, old Deng was not at ease. He worried that his unreliable son might cause trouble in Summerland, a country where the death penalty was a reality. Despite having given numerous warnings, he still feared the worst. What if his son fell ill? What if he was sold out by someone? There had been too many reckless antics from this useless son for him to feel completely secure. Thus, while issuing protection orders to the CIA, he also contacted the 7th Fleet, instructing them to commence freedom of navigation towards the Bay of Arc. With the 7th Fleet present, at the very least, some ill-intentioned individuals might think twice. All information regarding Little Deng and the Eagle was ultimately consolidated at the Peace Hotel. Their continued presence there was entirely due to the fact that Zhao Xinghe's room had not yet been vacated. This location was the most likely place for them to encounter Zhao Xinghe. They certainly wished to meet him at the Nan family's small villa or his new apartment, but they had been warned by Zhao Xinghe not to disturb him. Although this posed some inconvenience in their work, it was manageable. What? The 7th Fleet of the Eagle is on the move. Where are they headed? Oh, the Bay of Arc, these bastards. Huang Yang muttered curses as he answered the phone. This was typical of the Eagle, flaunting their military might at a whim. Yet, given the current circumstances, did they truly have the capability to display such force near the shores of Summerland? Were it not for the devastation they had wrought, requiring Summerland to finance the reconstruction, that child would have long since returned to our embrace. Under the pretense of freedom of navigation, they were merely provoking others. This news reached not only Huang Yang and Li Gang but also prompted an urgent meeting in the capital that very night. Although the 7th Fleet's freedom of navigation was likely intended to bolster Little Deng, such provocative behavior was utterly unacceptable. Yes, let us stir public opinion, let the world see the true nature of the Eagle. We must ensure that Zhao Xianren witnesses the shamelessness of the Eagle. The following day, Zhao Xinghe had no choice but to personally drive his father and second sister to the station, watching as they boarded the train before returning to the city. The circumstances were indeed not conducive at this moment. This matter would have to be postponed. As Zhao Xinghe contemplated how to entice his parents to reside in Magic City, he was suddenly jolted by a violent collision. A car accident. Zhao Xinghe was momentarily stunned. How could a celestial being like himself be involved in a car crash? Oh, he had just been lost in thought. It was nothing to worry about. He had to admit that this luxury car was impressive. Despite the force of the impact, his body had not endured significant trauma. Although a collision of this magnitude could not harm him, he could still sense whether his body had been compressed. The vehicle that collided with him was a sports car, undoubtedly expensive. From the wreckage of the mangled sports car, a young man emerged, swaying unsteadily. Zhao Xinghe initially assumed he had suffered a concussion. However, as the young man approached, the overwhelming stench of alcohol revealed that he was merely nursing a hangover. Zhao Xinghe's disdain for such individuals was profound. If one chose to drive while intoxicated, that was their choice, but dragging others into the fray was wholly unacceptable. Had it been a different vehicle, there could have been grave consequences. This demonstrated a complete disregard for both his own life and the lives of others. What the hell? How could you drive like that? If you can't drive, stay off the road. Do you have any idea how you could endanger others? Before Zhao Xinghe could utter a word, he was met with a tirade of insults from the young man. Zhao Xinghe thought to himself, what the hell, shouldn't that be my line? Chapter 53, Destroying Evidence, Switching Drivers, Shifting Responsibility. The words of the intoxicated driver momentarily left Zhao Xinghe in a daze. For a fleeting instant, he even entertained the notion that he was experiencing a hallucination. However, he quickly regained his composure. It was, after all, typical for a drunken man to exhibit irrational behavior. When the driver noticed that Zhao Xinghe was ignoring him, he became enraged, reaching out to grab Zhao while cursing vehemently. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." Zhao Xinghe slightly shifted his shoulder, causing the driver to miss his grasp and stumble, leading to a comical fall that left him sprawled on the ground. A cry of despair escaped the driver's lips as his face met the pavement, resulting in injuries to his forehead, nose, and chin. The pain seemed to momentarily pierce through his inebriation. Just as Zhao Xinghe was about to call the police, he noticed a police car approaching in the distance. He was quite surprised. Do traffic officers respond this swiftly nowadays? I haven't even made the call yet, and they are already here. Unbeknownst to him, the safety features of the sports car had already alerted the authorities at the moment of the accident. The dispatch had notified nearby patrolling officers to handle the situation. Given that this was a bustling thoroughfare, teeming with pedestrians and vehicles, traffic officers were always on duty to patrol the area. Any delay could lead to significant congestion. In the brief time that had passed, a considerable number of vehicles had already accumulated on both sides of the road, although traffic had not completely halted, as it was a 6-lane road in both directions. The traffic officer quickly directed vehicles to continue passing through, urging them not to gawk at the scene, lest they contribute to a major traffic jam. Approaching Zhao Xinghe, the officer inquired, "Is anyone injured?" Zhao Xinghe replied, "I'm unharmed, but the other party seems to have sustained serious injuries." At that moment, the driver lay on the ground, wailing in agony. The officer, perplexed, asked, "What happened?" Zhao Xinghe explained he was drunk, couldn't even stand straight, and fell on his own. The officer's expression turned serious. If this were merely a typical traffic accident, the situation could be resolved without further complications. After all, neither party appeared to be financially disadvantaged. They could simply handle matters with their insurance companies. Their responsibility was solely to restore traffic flow. However, with the involvement of drunk driving, the situation had escalated significantly. It was astonishing that such a wide road could witness an accident of this nature. One would have expected a reckless driver, but instead, it was a case of driving under the influence. How could anyone be intoxicated before 9 in the morning? Some officers knelt beside the sports car driver to assess his condition, while others called for emergency medical assistance. Given the sounds of his pain and furious exclamations, he seemed quite vigorous. Moreover, since he had fallen on his own, the situation appeared manageable. Zhao Xinghe recounted the sequence of events surrounding the accident and then inquired, "Officer, how should we proceed from here?" The officer responded, "As it stands, the other party is entirely at fault. However, we must take him to the hospital for a blood test to determine if he was under the influence. In a moment, the towing company will transport both vehicles to the Traffic Accident Processing Center. Once the liability report is issued, you can take your vehicle to the designated 4S shop for repairs." Zhao Xinghe sighed, "I just bought this car yesterday, and now it's considered an accident vehicle." The officer, equally resigned, replied, "You can apply for additional compensation later. Beyond that, there's little we can do." It was not just the fact that he had purchased the car the previous day. Even if he had just driven it off the dealership lot and had an accident, it would still be classified as a wrecked vehicle. Zhao Xinghe then asked, "Can I leave now?" The officer affirmed, "Yes, but please keep your phone accessible. We may need to contact you at any time." With the record completed, the remaining matters could be left to the traffic police. They would retrieve the dashcams from both vehicles, and there were traffic surveillance cameras in the vicinity. All of these would form a crucial part of the evidence chain. Once they transported the sports car driver to the hospital for a blood test, the evidence chain would be complete, and their responsibilities would conclude. The remainder would be handled by other departments. Zhao Xinghe initially assumed that this incident would end there. Thus, after bidding farewell to the officer, he hailed a taxi and departed. Meanwhile, at the accident scene, the tow truck removed both vehicles, and the officers accompanied the ambulance to a nearby hospital. Their objective was not only to assess the driver's injuries but also to test his blood alcohol content. On the way to the hospital, team leader Wu Liang, the officer who had taken Zhao Xinghe's statement, received a phone call. The caller was Zhao Jun, the captain of their precinct. "Wu Liang, did you just handle a traffic accident?" Zhao Jun's tone was grave, indicating that the leadership was closely monitoring the situation. Wu Liang immediately became alert, responding, "Yes, Captain, we have just concluded the incident. The liability is clearly defined, the driver was intoxicated, and we are currently en route to the hospital." Zhao Jun continued, "I've heard he was injured." Wu Liang hesitated, puzzled by the leader's concern. Zhao Jun elaborated, "Once you arrive at the hospital, the driver's chauffeur will accompany you to conduct the alcohol test. The driver did not operate the vehicle today, understood?" Wu Liang's apprehension grew. "Captain, there were numerous witnesses at the scene, and plenty of surveillance footage. I am worried about the implications." Zhao Jun reassured him, don't worry about those details, others will take care of it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Liang understood that this was beyond his control. After all, the driver's father was the billionaire Jiu Huang, the chairman of a company valued in the hundreds of billions. How could his son possibly be caught driving under the influence? If this news were to break, it would undoubtedly impact the stock prices of the conglomerate. Any fluctuation could result in losses measured in the hundreds of millions. Jiu Huang would never allow such an incident to transpire. With this in mind, Wu Liang added, Captain, what about the other party involved? He was driving a luxury car worth millions and witnessed the whole thing. Zhao Jun replied, does he have evidence? If we can shift the responsibility of the accident onto him, then we're in the clear. Wu Liang was left speechless. How ruthless. He silently mourned for Zhao Xinghe, who had unwittingly found himself in a predicament involving the son of a billionaire. Talk about bad luck. After the call, Wu Liang returned to the vehicle and instructed the driver to proceed. By the time they arrived at the hospital, the driver had already been switched out. Clearly, arrangements had been made in advance. Wu Liang's subordinates recognized the change and understood the situation. They had seen enough of these incidents to become accustomed to them. Surely, the advantages this time would likely amount to several months' worth of their salaries. At the entrance of the small villa, Nansun spotted Zhao Xinghe stepping out of a taxi and asked, where's your car? Zhao Xinghe replied helplessly, I was in an accident, and the car has been towed away. Nansun gasped, oh no, are you all right? Although Zhao Xinghe stood before her unharmed, it was still a car accident. Zhao Xinghe reassured her, I'm fine, the car is of good quality, the airbags deployed, and I emerged unscathed. Chapter 54, Do you misunderstand the power of immortals? Huang Bin called Zhao Xinghe to convey two matters. The first was that the situation regarding Wang Dawei had been resolved quite swiftly. As for the downfall of the Wang family, Zhao Xinghe refrained from mentioning it, and Huang Bin and his associates pretended to be oblivious. The official narrative was that a meteorite had fallen, leading to the misfortune of the Wang family. Concerning the deaths of Wang family members scattered across the globe, the general populace remained utterly uninformed, save for official channels. The second matter Huang Bin wished to discuss was a face-to-face meeting with Zhao Xinghe. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xinghe acquiesced, as he too desired to inquire about the restitution of the Nan family's funds. Having agreed upon a meeting place, Zhao Xinghe turned to Nanxi and asked, Xi, would you like to accompany Daddy out? Nanxi replied, is Mommy coming? Zhao Xinghe glanced at Nansun, who shook her head and declared, I'm not going. She was currently trying to avoid being seen as a family unit of three, as this arrangement made her feel somewhat more at ease. Dai Yufang interjected, what are you doing holed up here? It's rare to have a day off work. Take Xi out to have some fun. Think about it, how many times have you taken her out before? Nansun remained silent. At times, she genuinely wished to ask her mother why she was so insistent on forcing them together. Couldn't they be granted a bit of breathing room to resolve their issues at their own pace? Yet, upon encountering her mother's piercing gaze, she could only rise from the sofa, grasp Nanxi's hand, and make her way outside. Unable to reason with a menopausal housewife, she opted for a quick exit from home. Zhao Xinghe exchanged pleasantries with Dai Yufang, saying, Auntie, we'll be off now. Dai Yufang cautioned, all right, I won't leave the door open for you tonight. Zhao Xinghe thought to himself, it's barely noon, and you're already considering whether to leave the door open tonight. Is it truly necessary to plan so far ahead? What should I do now? Should I return for lunch? Should I come back for dinner? Stepping out of the quaint villa, Nanxi extended her arms and exclaimed, Daddy, hug. Zhao Xinghe scooped her up, saying, all right, Daddy will give you a hug. Now, let us take a ride. The trio hailed a taxi and arrived at the designated tea house. Huang Bin was already waiting there, and Zhao Xinghe asked Nanxi, Xi, would you prefer to join Daddy in the tea house or accompany Mommy to the amusement area upstairs? Nanxi replied, I don't want to disrupt Daddy's important matters. Zhao Xinghe praised, what a good girl, very well, then let Mommy take you to play, and I'll come find you shortly. He handed Nanxi's hand to Nansun's, watching as the mother and daughter ascended the escalator. Nanxi turned back occasionally to wave at Zhao Xinghe, who returned the gesture until their figures vanished from sight, at which point he redirected his attention to the adjoining tea house. Upon his entrance, a staff member inquired, Sir, would you like to view the tea or partake in it? Zhao Xinghe replied, I have a reservation under the surname Huang. The staff member's expression shifted to realization, oh, you must be a distinguished guest of Mr. Huang, please follow me. Under the staff member's guidance, they arrived at a private room. Inside, Huang Bin had already begun preparing tea in anticipation. Upon seeing Zhao Xinghe, he promptly stood to greet him. Zhao Xinghe gestured dismissively, it's all right, let us keep it casual. The staff member, however, was taken aback. She was aware of Huang Bin's status. To her surprise, previously, it had always been the staff who had to serve Huang Bin with utmost care. As Zhao Xinghe settled into his seat, Huang Bin poured him a cup of tea. Zhao Xinghe examined it, noting that while it was indeed a fine tea among ordinary varieties, it paled in comparison to his spiritual tea. Setting down the cup, he unconsciously rotated it with his fingers and stated, "If there is something to discuss, please do so. I must attend to playing on the slide with Shishi afterward." Huang Bin mentally lamented that he was, after all, a prominent figure in the super metropolis of Magic City. Countless individuals from political and business circles sought his company yet found no opportunity. Yet, in Zhao Xinghe's presence, he felt utterly diminished. "Mr. Zhao, Xiao Dengji has arrived, and the 7th Fleet has been dispatched by the Eagle Nation for his protection. Captain Huang Yang wishes to meet with you." Huang Bin endeavored to keep his words succinct. Zhao Xinghe, taken aback, inquired, "Who is Xiao Dengji?" Huang Bin faltered momentarily before clarifying, "He is the son of the Eagle Nation's supreme leader." Zhao Xinghe remarked, "Is he in Xia country to flaunt his power? Do you expect me to eliminate him?" Huang Bin was utterly bewildered. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Was it his phrasing that was flawed, or was it Zhao Xinghe's comprehension that was askew? Certainly, it was his own words that were lacking, for Zhao Xinghe's understanding was undoubtedly impeccable. He hastily re-explained the circumstances. Zhao Xinghe felt an impulse to slap the other against the wall. Here was a figure of significant stature, the son of the supreme leader, accompanied by a fleet, and yet they presumed he had come to Xia country to parade his might. After all that discussion, it turned out he was there to seek his assistance. How could the son of the supreme leader, with such grand pretense, require naval protection merely for a visit to Xia country? Huang Bin continued, "According to Captain Huang's information, Xiao Dengji's purpose in visiting Xia country is to seek medical attention for his father. It's no secret that old Deng's health and mental state are deteriorating," he elaborated. Zhao Xinghe urged, "Speak plainly. I detest when you speak in riddles, leaving me perplexed." Huang Bin began to perspire profusely, quickly asserting, "Mr. Zhao, it's not that I wish to obfuscate, rather, such matters should be decided by you alone, and we dare not interfere." Zhao Xinghe chuckled lightly, "If you truly wish to refrain from interference, then withdraw him and allow him to meet me." Huang Bin's sweat intensified, as if he could not wipe it away. He felt an invisible pressure emanating from Zhao Xinghe, rendering him breathless, yet, Zhao Xinghe maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by any emotion. He defended, "Mr. Zhao, we do not intend to meddle with your decisions. We merely wish to buy some time. We cannot afford for you to be swayed by other nations, as that would be a catastrophic loss for us." This statement was devoid of deception, and thus Zhao Xinghe refrained from further pressuring him. "I am a citizen of Xia country, and this will not change regardless of my status as an immortal. My family and friends are here. Do I need to be swayed by their interests? Do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding the power of immortals?" Boom! Huang Bin felt as though his mind had exploded. Chapter 55, The Conflict at the Tea House. Damn it. Huang Bin felt as though his mind had erupted. He swore he was utterly oblivious to the situation. Either it was arranged by... Yet now, it was he who bore the brunt of Zhao Xinghe's direct pressure. He felt utterly betrayed. He had been thoroughly ensnared by the two cunning old foxes, Li Gang and Huang Yang. Indeed, subordinates were merely scapegoats. "Mr. Zhao, rest assured, I will certainly convey your intentions to my superiors. Please believe, we harbor no ill intentions," Huang Bin explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. Zhao Xinghe found this credible. If there had been malice, the other party would have acted long ago. However, a timely warning was still necessary. He did not want these self-important individuals to think he was entirely oblivious to their maneuvers. Zhao Xinghe stood up and said, "All right, in the future, just inform me of these trivial matters over the phone. Don't waste my time. I need to make up for the paternal love my daughter has been lacking." Huang Bin felt a deep sense of frustration, yet he kept it to himself. Here he was, the vice-mayor of the bustling metropolis, the director of the safety bureau, yet he felt utterly overshadowed by a mere 3-year-old girl. Well, indeed, he truly was. After all, she had been fortunate in her birth, hadn't she? Finally, Zhao Xinghe added, "By the way, I wish to establish a company. Do you know any talents in this field? Please recommend someone to me." Huang Bin assured him that it would not be a problem and that he would make contact as soon as he returned. As Zhao Xinghe stepped out of the private room, a figure collided with him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have landed a slap on the intruder. A waft of fragrance enveloped him as the individual blinked her enchanting eyes at him and exclaimed, "Zhao Xinghe, save me." It was Sun Mengmeng, the best friend and confidant of his daughter, a woman whose name starkly contrasted with her striking persona. With cascading waves of hair, fiery red lips, an extraordinarily alluring figure, and legs that seemed to go on forever, she was the epitome of sensuality. Zhao Xinghe's most vivid impression of her was her capacity for alcohol. Calling her a heavy drinker would be an understatement. At present, however, the fragrance emanating from her masked any scent of liquor, indicating she had not indulged excessively. Moreover, this was a tea house. It was evident that Sun Mengmeng had fallen victim to some foul play. Just then, a voice resonated from a nearby room. "Filthy woman, dare to resist, and I'll ensure you can't survive in this city." A rotund man with a Mediterranean hairstyle appeared in Zhao Xinghe's line of sight. At a glance, Zhao Xinghe nearly lost his composure and slapped him from a distance. He turned to Huang Bin, who stood nearby, and inquired, "Can you handle this?" Huang Bin's lips twitched, replying, "I can take him back for questioning." Zhao Xinghe scoffed, "What I despise most is your manner of handling affairs. You can strike hard against the common people, regardless of whether it adheres to the rules, yet when faced with the wealthy and powerful, you suddenly become overly cautious." Huang Bin's face flushed with embarrassment. Though this statement was harsh, it bore a kernel of truth. After all, common folk were often the easiest to manage, but how does one navigate the powerful? Ignoring the rules could often backfire. "Mr. Zhao, in this age of information, we are already quite compliant in our dealings," Huang Bin awkwardly explained. Although he knew Zhao Xinghe would not believe him, he had to say it nonetheless. The Mediterranean man approached Zhao Xinghe and said, "Young man, this woman belongs to me, thank you for helping me catch her." Zhao Xinghe retorted, "Belongs to you, does she acknowledge you?" The Mediterranean man froze for a moment, then erupted in fury. "Come on, we're all decent people here, must you make it so explicit?" His eyes narrowed as he warned, "Young man, don't be too brash. You might invite disaster upon yourself at any moment." Zhao Xinghe replied, "Is that so? I don't believe it. Besides, what is youth without a little audacity?" The Mediterranean man's face shifted through shades of blue and purple, his anger palpable. "Very well, young man, I hope you remain this defiant. Don't say I didn't warn you. Sometimes, standing out can endanger your family." With a swift motion, Zhao Xinghe delivered an air slap, maintaining the ceremonial aspect of confrontation, yet avoiding contact with the oily visage of his opponent. The Mediterranean man, whose height barely grazed 5 feet, and whose weight exceeded 200 pounds, was sent careening into the wall, producing a dull thud. Zhao Xinghe turned to Huang Bin and asked, "Is there a problem with how I handled this?" Huang Bin could only turn his head aside, signaling that he had seen nothing and refraining from a response. A piercing scream echoed, startling many, both patrons and staff alike. Zhao Xinghe paid no heed. Instead, he retrieved his phone and dialed Nansun's number. "Nansun, come to the tea house, there's been an incident involving Sun Mengmeng." Initially, Nansun felt it. She quickly instructed her daughter, Nanshi, who was at the amusement park, Shi, hurry back. Upon hearing this, Nanshi understood the gravity of the situation and complied, asking, "Mom, what's wrong?" Nansun scooped her up and replied, "Something has happened to your Aunt Mengmeng. We must go." Nanshi gasped, "But you said Aunt Mengmeng was on a business trip." Nansun responded, "I'm not sure, she may have just returned." Meanwhile, at the tea house, a heart-wrenching wail echoed through the corridor, reminiscent of someone mourning a great loss. Director Peng, what has happened to you? Someone, quick! We have a murder on our hands." Zhao Xinghe quietly observed the unfolding drama. Huang Bin wished to take action, yet without Zhao Xinghe's approval, he could only watch the situation escalate. The staff of the tea house arrived promptly, immediately calling for medical assistance and the police. When Huang Bin saw the staff preparing to alert the authorities, he initially intended to intervene, but a mere glance from Zhao Xinghe made him relent. Now he could only internally pray that the nearby precinct would be astute enough to respond effectively, otherwise, they would be in for a misfortune. Unbeknownst to him, the traffic police had already laid a trap for him. The owner of the tea house arrived. To operate a tea house in such a prime location, one must not only possess wealth, but also connections, otherwise, no one would patronize the establishment. Upon hearing of the commotion, he was instantly enraged. Learning that the director of the affiliated hospital of Magic City University had been assaulted sent his fury into overdrive. When he discovered that Director Huang Bin of the City Bureau was also present, the tea house owner nearly fainted. This was an utter embarrassment, especially in front of the authorities. He worried that Director Huang would form a negative impression, thinking his tea house was a den of vice. That would be disastrous. Simultaneously, he attempted to calm the patrons while hastily making his way over, speeding and running red lights along the way, all to arrive at the tea house before the ambulance. Chapter 56, Hit and Run, transferred to criminal investigation in the bustling metropolis. At the Yeater No. 1 mall beside the Dengao Tea House, an unusual scene unfolded as the tea house owner, Mar Dengao, arrived. There lay Peng Darhai on the ground, howling in agony, while the head of his medical department wept inconsolably. The pitiful sight was indeed more tragic than the loss of one's parents. However, this was not what struck Mar as peculiar. What truly raised his eyebrows was the presence of Huang Bin among the onlookers. This high-ranking official from the city's Safety Production Bureau stood idly by, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Was this reasonable? Certainly not. Such behavior called into question the credibility of their department. Huang Bin, having caught Ma Dingbao's gaze, understood the unspoken message in his eyes. He merely shrugged, conveying a look of self-preservation. It was evident that they were not just acquaintances but friends, otherwise, Huang would not have summoned Zhao Xinghe to this very location. The tea house, once a bastion of refinement, now reeked of chaos. Huang Bin harbored a concern that Zhao Xinghe, in a fit of rage, might decide to raze the establishment to the ground. Just then, Nan Sun arrived, hurriedly clutching Nan Shi as she approached. Upon seeing Sun Mengmeng unconscious in Zhao Xinghe's arms, her anxiety surged. Is Mengmeng all right? Zhao Xinghe reassured her. She's fine, just drugged. Drugged? Nan Sun gasped, scanning the crowd before her gaze landed. They will handle it, so there's no need for concern, Mrs. Zhao. Relief washed over Nan Sun. Huang Bin's promise implied that matters would be resolved, given his stature, yet, she couldn't help but wonder why the title he used for her could not be altered, despite her prior suggestions. These officials often presumed their superiority, dismissing the perspectives of others, and she found herself inwardly lamenting this tendency. Nanshi then inquired, Daddy, is Mama's son all right? Zhao Xinghe felt no surprise at the address, having become familiar with Nan Sun's social circle over the years of their acquaintance. He understood the profound bond between Sun Mengmeng and Nan Sun. Despite their disparate family backgrounds, they had forged a deep friendship since childhood. In Nan Sun's words, aside from her husband, everything else was fair game for sharing. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Nanshi to refer to her as godmother. Nan Sun took Mengmeng from Zhao Xinghe, stating, I'll take Mengmeng home first, you handle things here. Zhao Xinghe queried, are you sure you can manage? Absolutely, I'm used to it. Her casual remark left Zhao Xinghe momentarily taken aback. What did she imply? That the previous men had been ineffectual? While the comment bore little harm, its sting was undeniably sharp. He contemplated retorting but ultimately surrendered, hastily calling for the tea house staff to assist in getting Mengmeng a cab. The staff, clearly intimidated, complied readily. After all, they had witnessed how Huang Bin was attending to this situation like a dutiful grandson. Finally, Ma Dingao seized the opportunity to speak. Director Huang, what on earth is going on? Huang Bin glared, you don't know. Ma Dingao, I've underestimated you. Didn't you claim your tea house was a reputable establishment? With a look of indignation, Ma Dingao protested, Director Huang, I swear this incident has nothing to do with me. I only associate with refined individuals. I had no idea someone would stoop to such a level. In a moment of dark humor, he thought, better a dead friend than a dead Taoist. Although Pang Darhai was the esteemed director of the affiliated hospital of Modu University, he was but a speck compared to Huang Bin's stature. Initially irked that anyone would dare to assault Pang Darhai in his tea house, he now yearned to throttle him instead. Of all the people to provoke, you chose an esteemed guest of Director Huang. Are you seeking your own demise? And if you must, don't drag me down with you. Desperate to extricate himself from this predicament, Ma Dingao assured Zhao Xinghe, Sir, I assure you, this is a legitimate tea house. Such incidents have never occurred here before. From now on, this individual will be considered an outcast from our establishment. Zhao Xinghe remained non-committal. Huang Bin interjected, Mr. Zhao, this is undoubtedly an isolated incident. You know how things can be. In a large forest, one encounters all kinds of birds. I assure you it will not happen again. Perhaps we could give him another chance? At that moment, Zhao Xinghe's phone rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number, noting it was a landline, yet from the local area. He answered casually, Is this Zhao Xinghe, owner of the vehicle with license plate AD594SD? Yes. Mr. Zhao, this is the traffic police station in Modu. You are suspected of hit and run on Modu Zhanqian Avenue. We request your presence at the station within half an hour for processing, otherwise, we will transfer the case to the District Criminal Investigation Team. With that, the caller abruptly hung up. Zhao Xinghe confirmed it was a scam call. He was clearly the victim of the collision, with the other party bearing full responsibility. Moreover, he had left only after completing the police report. After a moment's thought, he handed his phone to Huang Bin, inquiring, Is this the landline number for your traffic police station? Huang Bin appeared bewildered. While he couldn't recall the station's number, he recognized that this number range was indeed for internal use. Yet, whether it belonged to the traffic police station required further verification. A sense of unease crept over him. Had these incompetent fools landed him in hot water again? Mr. Zhao, is there an issue? Should I make a call to confirm? Huang Bin retrieved his phone. Zhao Xinghe replied casually, Oh, they claim I was involved in a hit and run today and instructed me to report to the traffic police station within half an hour, or the case will be turned over to the District Criminal Investigation Team. Upon hearing the first statement, Huang Bin's scalp began to prickle. The subsequent details nearly sent him reeling. These reckless fools. Zhao Xinghe continued, Director Huang, you should be the most aware of whether I committed a hit and run today, right? Indeed, you have your methods for dealing with powerless ordinary citizens. The metaphorical slap across Huang Bin's face felt as though it had swollen. The invisible humiliation was the most devastating of all. He found himself at a loss for words, only able to utter, "Mr. Zhao, I will call immediately to rectify this. All involved parties will be dealt with severely." Yet Zhao Xinghe stopped him, saying, "That would be rather dull. I wish to see how they plan to handle me. And with so much evidence, how could they possibly make it vanish without a trace? I'm genuinely curious and eager to learn." Huang Bin's face turned ashen. Chapter 57, Huang Bin's subtle thoughts. Huang Bin had resigned himself to fate. He believed he would inevitably be harmed by his subordinates. How could they dare to engage in such audacity? Why had he never perceived their boldness before? And, ironically, their misdeeds had now befallen Zhao Xinghe. Was this not akin to the god of longevity hanging himself, lamenting his prolonged existence? Yet, in Zhao Xinghe's presence, he felt utterly powerless. Even when away from Zhao, he dared not act. This individual was in the Magic City and possessed the power to obliterate the entire Wang clan worldwide, an omnipotent being beyond imagination. Soon, local police arrived. Ma Dengger, upon seeing them, recognized it was time to exhibit his true prowess. He immediately lamented to the officers, "Comrades, this incident is utterly heinous. This Peng Darhai, as a medical professional, has drugged a female colleague. How shameless can one be? There are surveillance cameras in the corridor that captured the events. This gentleman was merely acting in self-defense. I trust you will handle this matter with the seriousness it deserves. This has significantly tarnished the reputation and honor of our Dengger tea house. I hope you can expedite the proceedings to restore our establishment's standing. The tea house is a place of elegance, a sanctuary for appreciating life and discussing ideals. We cannot allow such nefarious individuals to blight it. I will identify and address each transgressor, showing no leniency." Ma Dengger, brimming with emotion, gestured emphatically, his voice resonating with conviction. He was on the verge of exclaiming, "I stand irreconcilably against evil." Zhao Xinghe was left speechless. Huang Bin nodded repeatedly, recognizing the wisdom in Ma's approach. The responding officers furrowed their brows, struggling to believe his claims. They had been in the field long enough to understand the modus operandi of such prominent figures. However, upon noticing the presence of a high-ranking official from the municipal bureau, who subtly indicated that Ma Dengger's account was indeed accurate, they ceased their skepticism. They promptly assured that if the facts aligned with Ma Dengger's statements, they would handle the situation with utmost seriousness. Eventually, the incapacitated Peng Darhai was placed onto an ambulance, while his subordinates, who accused Zhao Xinghe of brutality, were taken back to the precinct by the police. Ma Dengger exhaled in relief, grateful for the opportunity to express his unwavering loyalty to Director Huang. Otherwise, their relationship could have become quite precarious. He invited Zhao Xinghe and Huang Bin for tea, but Zhao declined. For now, I must proceed to the traffic police station to face their righteous judgment." Ma Dengger was taken aback, glancing at Huang Bin as if to ask what was happening. Huang Bin shot him a fierce glance, signaling him not to interfere. While Ma Dengger was unaware of Zhao Xinghe's true identity, he could sense Huang Bin's apprehension towards him. If even Director Huang was intimidated by Zhao, how could he dare to meddle? Certainly, he could not. He cautiously escorted Zhao Xinghe and Huang Bin out of the tea house. Huang Bin, like a sycophant, said to Zhao Xinghe, "Mr. Zhao, my car is over there. Today, I am your chauffeur. Wherever you wish to go, I shall drive." Zhao Xinghe replied, "That wouldn't be appropriate. You are the esteemed head of the Magic City's Work Safety Bureau. How could I impose on you? Moreover, I am going to face. What would it look like for you to accompany me? I do not wish to appear as if I am abusing my authority." Huang Bin was on the verge of tears. "Mr. Zhao, this situation arises from the excessive actions of certain individuals within our ranks. It is their fault, and we shall address it with the utmost seriousness. Whatever course of action you choose, I have no objections and will offer no protection. I merely wish to drive you to alleviate your frustrations." What else could he say? He could only grovel in apology. This incident was indeed their misstep. Had it befallen an ordinary person, they would have been left to suffer in silence. He had never doubted the professionalism of his subordinates, and he was certain that the traffic police had all. He had been warned by Zhao not to make inquiries or report to his superiors, leaving him to watch the situation unfold with wide eyes. He thought that by staying close to Zhao Xinghe, he could at least remain informed of any developments, rather than being left in the dark, anxiously waiting. Huang Bin reassured him once more, "Mr. Zhao, I will disguise myself. No one will recognize me." Zhao Xinghe looked at him with an amused expression, as if to say, "Please, continue your performance." Huang Bin resigned himself to the situation, stating, "Fine, if we aren't taking my car." Although his vehicle was not a police car, it bore a special license plate. As a member of the law enforcement system, one ought to know their own superior's plate number. Otherwise, they deserved their fate. He had initially hoped to use the license plate to signal the traffic police to exercise caution, reminding them that the head of the bureau was in attendance. Their status was not ordinary, they should refrain from unduly persecuting Zhao. Every little bit of assistance counted, however. That plan was now dashed. The fate of the traffic police would depend on their own capabilities. Huang Bin hailed a taxi, struggling to remember the last time he had ridden in one. It had been years since he had distanced himself so thoroughly from the populace. He realized he needed to change that. The privileges of being the bureau chief and the confines of the work safety building had been the culprits keeping him apart from the masses, while his superiors envied him for having immediate access to Zhao Xinghe and for fostering a relationship with him. He sometimes found himself envious of his peers. If Zhao Xinghe had landed anywhere other than the Magic City, would he have been spared such torment? The incident at Wang's Manor had already cost him a significant amount of hair. If this continued, he would inevitably end up resembling that corpulent Peng Darhai, sporting a balding pate. What would become of his dignified image as bureau chief? Thus far, his initial contact with Zhao Xinghe had garnered him considerable capital. As long as he did not offend Zhao, his path to advancement seemed assured, yet, he would undoubtedly remain anxious, perpetually fearful that one of his subordinates might provoke Zhao Xinghe. Amid his turmoil, the taxi finally came to a halt in front of the traffic police station. Huang Bin donned sunglasses and a mask, even tousling his hair to obscure any hint of his identity as a high-ranking official in the Magic City's Work Safety Bureau. He then followed Zhao Xinghe into the office building of the traffic police station. At the inquiry desk, Zhao Xinghe declared his identity. I am Zhao Xinghe. I received your call stating that I was involved in a hit and run. I am here to accept the consequences. The staff at the inquiry desk were left utterly bewildered. This young man exhibited remarkable courage. Chapter 58. Hit and run is illegal. Are you aware? This time, the individual responsible for the traffic incident involving Zhao Xinghe was not the team leader, Wu Liang, but rather a squadron leader named Mu Qiu. He had received a directive from the captain and was fully tasked with overseeing the hit-and-run case involving Zhao Xinghe. From the exchange of testimonies to the handling of surveillance footage, everything was under his meticulous control. As for the minor public discourse online, the Huiguang group would manage that. In truth, this incident had hardly stirred any ripples on the internet. After all, Wu Liang's previous handling of this situation had been relatively fair, devoid of any bullying or abuse of power. Thus, the onlookers merely expressed their regret, lamenting the unfortunate fate of such a fine vehicle. Moreover, the intoxicated Jiu Yi, who had sustained severe injuries, led the spectators to mistakenly believe he had been a victim of the crash, as he was rescued and placed on the ground. Public opinion requires a sensational element. Without a hook, media outlets that thrive on clicks would not engage in sensationalism. Now that the traffic police at the station and the Huiguang group had intervened, it was even less likely for this matter to ignite any public outcry. It was precisely due to this capability and assurance that Captain Zhao Jun felt emboldened to accept this assignment. With everything in place, they proceeded to summon Zhao Xinghe. They had hoped that Zhao Xinghe would indeed flee, but to their although he was somewhat delayed. Mu Qiu contemplated whether to use this as an excuse to transfer Zhao Xinghe to the Criminal Investigation Unit. Ultimately, he decided against it. After all, a hit and run without injuries was not a grave matter. The crux of the situation was to suppress the truth regarding young Master Gu's drunk driving that led to the accident. Everything else was merely trivial. You are Zhao Xinghe, correct? Please follow us, Mu Qiu stated coolly. He had anticipated that Zhao Xinghe would create a scene, hence he had brought along several personnel. However, Zhao Xinghe remained remarkably composed. As for Huang Bin, who was practically wrapped in layers beside Zhao Xinghe, he was completely disregarded. Prior to this, they had already conducted a background check on Zhao Xinghe. His history was exceedingly ordinary. Hailing from a rural area, he had gained admission to a prestigious university in the metropolis, which was why he had relocated there. After graduation, he had secured employment in the city, earning a monthly salary exceeding 5,000, but his annual income did not surpass 100,000. Such earnings in a sprawling metropolis merely allowed him to scrape by. As for how he acquired the luxury car worth millions, that remained uninvestigated for the time being, yet, it mattered little. It was merely a domestic vehicle, and in comparison to the connections within the Huiguang group, Zhao Xinghe was undoubtedly at their mercy. Following orders or accepting a few favors would not be out of the question. If he proved uncooperative, there were ample means to deal with him. The reason for labeling Zhao Xinghe as a hit-and-run driver was merely to intimidate him. Once they established fear from the outset, the subsequent proceedings would be significantly easier. In a conference room, Mu Qiu gestured for Zhao Xinghe to take a seat and then inquired, "Who is he?" His tone was rather brusque. Zhao Xinghe replied, "Oh, he is my friend. It's fine, he won't speak out of turn. Is it all right for him to listen in?" Upon learning he was a friend, Mu Qiu responded, "In principle, outsiders are not permitted in such matters. However, considering your youth, I shall make an exception." Zhao Xinghe felt too exasperated to retort at his words. He merely wished to observe the unfolding drama and see how the other party would proceed, hence his cooperation in this charade. Even he believed his acting could serve as a textbook example. Mu Chu continued, do you know why you have been summoned? Zhao Xinghe replied, I was told I was involved in a hit and run, but that isn't true, so I thought this might be a scam call. After all, telecommunication fraud is rampant these days. Mu Chu's lips twitched. He said, you drove a Yangwang U8 today and collided with someone on Station Front Avenue, correct? Zhao Xinghe, they crossed the median and struck me, and they were also driving under the influence. Mu Chu's expression turned grave as he stated, who informed you that they were driving under the influence? Do not make baseless claims without evidence, or else they could sue you for defamation. Moreover, it is clear that you were the one who crossed the median and collided with them. How can you reverse the narrative? Zhao Xinghe explained, that is impossible, there were numerous witnesses, and one of your traffic officers was present, there are plenty of surveillance cameras nearby, are you attempting to distort the truth? Mu Chu let out a cold laugh, having anticipated Zhao Xinghe's response. He retrieved a tablet, opened a video, and presented it to Zhao Xinghe. The video played, revealing the scene of the accident. Even more bizarrely, it depicted Zhao Xinghe driving across the median and colliding head-on with the other vehicle. To Zhao Xinghe's astonishment, the driver who emerged from the sports car was not the individual he had seen at the time. The quality of this video was astonishing, the technology was remarkable. He certainly did not possess such expertise. He asked, did your staff create this video? The technology is impressive. Is it the AI technology currently circulating online? Mu Chu nearly fell to the ground upon hearing this. What the hell? I intend to use this technology to convict you. Are you seriously discussing AI technology with me? Have you lost your mind? Do you lack the awareness of being a victim of a frame-up? Beside him, he was aware of the accident that had occurred that morning and had followed the entire course of events, and now, his subordinates had completely reversed the narrative. Zhao Xinghe had become the perpetrator and was accused of fleeing the scene. Meanwhile, the driver had changed, and the vehicle had been swapped as well. He could immediately discern that the accident scene had been meticulously reenacted and synthesized with AI face-swapping technology. It could be said that aside from Zhao Xinghe himself appearing in the video, everything else was fabricated. 9 truths and 1 falsehood, making it nearly impossible for even Zhao Xinghe to detect the flaw. Producing this video must have cost at least several million. However, for Jiu Huiguang, investing a few million to twist the truth was hardly a concern. If news of his son's drunk driving leading to an accident were to leak, the fluctuation in his company's market value could result in losses several times over that investment. When he learned of the incident that morning, he had inquired about the traffic police's handling of the situation. The feedback indicated a standard protocol. He had thus felt at ease, just this one oversight, and these scoundrels had turned his world upside down. Bang! Mu Chu slammed the table and declared, Zhao Xinghe, you need to take this seriously. You are currently implicated in a hit and run. Although no injuries occurred, it is still an unlawful act. Do you understand? Chapter 59. Director Huang, this is a misunderstanding. Captain Mu slammed the table, exclaiming, Zhao Xinghe, you need to take this seriously. You have fled the scene of an accident. Although no one was injured, it is still a violation of the law. Mu secretly thought that with such a presence, he could surely frighten an ordinary person like Zhao Xinghe into a state of panic. However, Zhao Xinghe remained unfazed, and instead calmly retorted, isn't it also? After all, in their line of work, one must possess a certain psychological fortitude, otherwise, how could one be entrusted with responsibilities by superiors? Kid, do you have any evidence for what you're claiming? Lacking evidence constitutes slander, which carries legal repercussions as well. Zhao Xinghe fell silent for a moment, observing Huang Bin, who was visibly anxious. Huang Bin was unaware of how long Zhao Xinghe intended to prolong this situation. All he knew was that he was in deep trouble. If he didn't act quickly to clean up the mess, he would likely face consequences from above. Yet, Zhao Xinghe offered no indication, and he dared not reveal his true identity. After a brief silence, Zhao Xinghe finally inquired, so, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was certain that he had Zhao Xinghe in a bind. How could someone like Zhao Xinghe, an ordinary individual, not feel fear? Faced with overwhelming evidence, Zhao Xinghe's denial would be futile. He would have to bear the blame. Mu resumed his seat and stated leisurely, it is quite reasonable for you to be responsible for the repair costs due to your hit and run. Zhao Xinghe replied, but I have no money. Insurance won't cover hit and run incidents. Mu smirked inwardly. That was precisely what he wanted, Zhao Xinghe's lack of funds. Otherwise, why would they pin the hit-and-run charge on him? Only in this manner could they completely control Zhao Xinghe, ensuring he wouldn't dare speak out. Once the document was signed, if Zhao Xinghe dared to utter a word, they could easily initiate a lawsuit against him, sending him to serve time. He continued, Zhao Xinghe, I must say, you are exceptionally fortunate to have encountered a benevolent individual. The other party is quite reasonable, they understand that you cannot afford to pay, especially for $1 million supercar. So, the other party said that as long as you sign this responsibility letter, the matter will be settled. Zhao Xinghe scoffed, so, if I sign, I won't be held accountable. Mu replied, who says you are not fortunate? As long as you sign, you will only need to repair your own vehicle. Zhao Xinghe questioned, is it really that simple? You went through all this trouble just to have me sign a paper and then not pursue. We won't deceive you. He was confident that, faced with overwhelming evidence, Zhao Xinghe would inevitably capitulate. It was precisely because they promised not to hold Zhao Xinghe accountable that they believed the likelihood of success for this plan was high. People often have a mentality of fighting back when cornered. If they truly pushed Zhao Xinghe to a dead end, it could lead to undesirable consequences. Now, all he needed to do was sign, and Zhao Xinghe turned to Huang Bin and asked, Director Huang, what do you think? Your subordinates seem quite kind-hearted. As long as I sign, I won't be held accountable. I thought they would not only make me bear the responsibility but also send me to prison. Director Huang, that title sounded somewhat familiar. After all, their system's big boss was referred to as Director Huang. Huang Bin, realizing that Zhao Xinghe had unveiled his identity, finally felt a sense of relief. He removed his sunglasses and mask, fixing his lifeless gaze on Mu, the death stare reminiscent of Secretary Dakang sent to chill down Mu's spine. How could Director Huang be here? How could he possibly know Zhao Xinghe? What on earth was going on? Just then, Mu's phone rang. To his dismay, it was a call from Zhao Jun. Huang Bin noticed as well. He commanded, answer it. Mu felt like crying but dared not, so he could only comply. Before he could utter a word, Zhao Jun's voice came through. Mu, how is everything going? Mu fell silent. Zhao Jun, growing impatient, said, speak up, your name is Mu Chiu, not Wood. Receiving a pointed look from Huang Bin, Mu could only respond, Captain Zhao, we are in the reception room. Perhaps you could come over. Huang Bin gave him an approving nod. However, Mu could hardly feel elated. Zhao Jun berated, what a waste, everything was prepared for you, and you still couldn't handle it. What use are you to me? Moments later, Zhao Jun stormed into the reception room, cursing, useless, you couldn't even manage such a trivial matter without me coming in person, what can I expect from you? But in an instant, Zhao Jun's expression froze, his demeanor turning blank. Sitting across from Mu was not only the target, Zhao Xinghe, but also his superior, essentially, someone he would never ordinarily have the opportunity to meet. The traffic police station would only see their big boss during the end-of-year inspections to ensure everything was running smoothly during the spring festival. Director Huang. Zhao Jun's voice trembled, a mix of fear and anxiety. Huang Bin sneered, Zhao Jun, your capabilities truly astonish me. I underestimated you, how could you possibly orchestrate such a significant affair? Placing you in the front station is indeed a waste of talent. Zhao Jun forced a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. Director Huang, this is a misunderstanding. Huang Bin replied, oh, a misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? Are all these pieces of evidence and this video simply misunderstandings? Zhao Jun found himself at a loss for words. The evidence was right in front of him. It would take a remarkable level of psychological resilience to assert that it was a misunderstanding. Director Huang, can we speak privately? Huang Bin regarded him with a piercing gaze. At this juncture, he still dared to invoke Jiyu Hua Huang. He truly had no sense of the situation. Having navigated the treacherous waters of bureaucracy for decades, Huang Bin could easily see through Zhao Jun's petty machinations. In the presence of Zhao Xinghe, even if Jiyu Hua Huang were here, one could easily declare, everyone else present is trash. No need for that, let's speak openly here, our police work is transparent and above board. Huang Bin proclaimed with righteous indignation. Zhao Jun was nearly seething with frustration. Indeed, in the realm of officialdom, one could say whatever they pleased. Moreover, given Huang Bin's significantly higher rank, it was a height Zhao Jun could never hope to attain. Therefore, what Huang Bin said was the undeniable truth. Chapter 60, Sun Mengmeng, impossible, absolutely impossible, in the Xianyar community, within a spacious apartment. To spare her mother any worry, Nan Sun chose not to bring Sun Mengmeng back to the With practiced ease, she laid Sun Mengmeng gently onto the bed and instructed Nan Shi to play by herself while she filled a basin with water to cleanse her friend. Gazing at Sun Mengmeng's enchanting face, even in slumber, Nan Sun felt a profound ache in her heart. This dear friend was not merely a companion in her life but also a wellspring of positive energy. Countless times, when she felt on the verge of giving up, it was Sun Mengmeng who offered her encouragement. She had no idea how many predicaments Sun Mengmeng had resolved for her. One could only say that having such a friend in one's lifetime was truly a treasure. With utmost care, she wiped Sun Mengmeng's body and changed her into her own pajamas, ensuring her comfort. Regrettably, Sun Mengmeng was currently in a state of unconsciousness and unable to drink water, otherwise, the effects of the medication could have taken hold more swiftly. Fortunately, prior to taking the medicine, Sun Mengmeng had consumed a fair amount. It was inconceivable that someone would bring alcohol to a tea house. After waiting for over half an hour, Sun Mengmeng began to stir. Her body instinctively sought to rise. Nan Sun rushed to assist her. Sun Mengmeng struggled fiercely, seemingly trapped in the memory of being drugged. While supporting her, Nan Sun called out her name, which gradually lessened her struggles. Once Nan Sun helped Sun Mengmeng to the bathroom to relieve her distended bladder, she tied it up once more. Just as she was about to leave, she witnessed Sun Mengmeng leaning against the toilet, retching violently. Nan Sun hurriedly squatted down, gently patting Sun Mengmeng's back while fetching a towel. Once she was certain that Sun Mengmeng had regained some awareness and would not fall, she stepped out to fetch a glass of warm water. After a rather tumultuous 10 minutes, Sun Mengmeng took a deep breath, as if she had been reborn. Bewildered, she looked at Nan Sun and asked, Nan, how did I end up here? My memory is a bit hazy. I think I saw joshing her. Nan Sun replied, you don't remember what happened earlier. Her heart ached once more. Drunkenness seemed to have become an instinctive trait for Sun Mengmeng. Thankfully, she was adept at protecting herself. Usually, before sensing she might become intoxicated, she would send Nan Sun a message or call. Otherwise, she would have long been taken advantage of. Seeing that Sun Mengmeng truly had no recollection, Nan Sun recounted the events that transpired at the Dingao tea house. Sun Mengmeng exclaimed, so, it turns out I wasn't imagining things. It was a real memory. Zhao Xinghe really did show up at the Dingao tea house. Did you say he hit Peng Darhai? He won't come to any harm, will he? As she spoke, she scanned the surroundings and was astonished to find herself in Nan Sun's new home. Is this your newly rented place? How absurd. What was going on with the Nan family that they could afford such a fine residence? Her dear friend was wonderful in every aspect, except she could not do without this exquisite lifestyle. What could she do? She could only indulge her, contemplating how to earn more money for a better life for the two of them. Sun Mengmeng's memories were still somewhat muddled. She suddenly recalled and asked Nan Sun, Zhao Xinghe hitting Peng Darhai, he won't face repercussions, will he? Peng Darhai is the dean of the first affiliated hospital of Modu University, with extensive connections. Zhao Xinghe striking him, he certainly won't let it slide. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Xinghe had saved her. She could not bear to see him imprisoned because of her. Nan Sun reassured her, don't worry, it's fine. The head of the Work Safety Bureau was present, so nothing will happen. Sun Mengmeng questioned whether her ears were deceiving her. Was Zhao Xinghe still the Zhao Xinghe she remembered? She had known him for many years, ever since Nan Sun started dating him. In fact, her understanding of Zhao Xinghe surpassed that of Nan Sun's parents. While Nan Sun might conceal things from her parents, she would never hide anything from Sun Mengmeng. In her recollection, Zhao Xinghe was handsome and no, in Sun Mengmeng's eyes, even good looks fell into the realm of worthlessness. As for his academic performance, it bore no fruit. If one could not earn money, what use was it? Had Zhao Xinghe's grades translated into wealth? No, therefore, in Sun Mengmeng's view, Zhao Xinghe was entirely inept. Only someone like Nan Sun, raised in a cocoon of privilege, could believe that love was everything and that being handsome equated to love. Apart from her sarcastic remarks, there was nothing she could change about this perception. However, now, based on Nan Sun's narrative, Zhao Xinghe had completely transformed. He had managed to befriend the head of the Work Safety Bureau in Modu. What level of status was that? To illustrate, as a sales representative for a medical company, she knew many leaders of major hospitals, yet these individuals paled in comparison to the head of the Work Safety Bureau. To her, those hospital leaders were already significant figures. A mere head of the medical affairs department could leave her feeling utterly overwhelmed. For instance, it was the medical affairs head of the first affiliated hospital who had invited her to the Dingao tea house. Upon arriving, she discovered that the rotund, balding Peng Darhai was also present. However, considering that this was a tea house, a place of elegance, she did not immediately withdraw, which led to her being ensnared. Unbeknownst to her, despite her extensive precautions against any foul play with the alcohol, it was the tea that had been tampered with. Indeed, those entrenched within the system often harbored countless ulterior motives. Suddenly, she recalled, did Nanshi meet Zhao Xinghe? Nan Sun affirmed, yes. This decision had been discussed with Sun Mengmeng beforehand. Initially, Sun Mengmeng had wished for her to care for Nanshi, but Nan Sun's reasoning was valid. She was not yet married and needed to focus on her own career. How could she strive while also caring for Nanshi? Sun Mengmeng suddenly felt invigorated, encouraging, Nan, don't lose heart. Let us work together to earn money. Once your debts are cleared, we can bring Nanshi back from Zhao Xinghe. Such encouragement was indeed uplifting. Deep down, she knew that repaying the debts incurred by Nansun's father through their labor was utterly unattainable. Fortunately, in sales, anything was possible. She could strive tirelessly and leave the rest to fate. Nansun beamed, saying, "No need, Meng Meng, our family's debts have already been settled." Settled. Had she not just endured a painful bout of vomiting, she would have thought Nansun was speaking nonsense. Nansun smiled. "Yes, the current Zhao Xinghe is not the same as before. He not only repaid our family's debts but also financed the purchase of this house." Sun Meng Meng, impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 61, Do you believe, given your position, that you are qualified to sit here and listen to my words? In the reception room of the traffic police brigade in the bustling metropolis, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Despite Zhao Jun's persistent insistence that this was merely a misunderstanding, Huang Bin was not so easily deceived. It had now become a matter of whose connections and interests held greater weight. If Zhao Xinghe's relationship with Huang Bin were merely ordinary, Zhao Jun, backed by the illustrious Huiguang Group, would have little to fear. After all, the chairman of Huiguang Group, Jiyu Huihuan, though merely a businessman, yet, judging by Huang's demeanor, the situation seemed precarious. It was evident that his relationship with Zhao Xinghe was anything but commonplace. To what extent it diverged from the ordinary remained unclear to him. With no opportunity for dialogue, he was left with no choice but to seek assistance. The narrative of misunderstanding was insufficient to sway them. Zhao Jun could only aim to stabilize the situation and summon his connections, specifically those from Huiguang Group. Liang Xian, the deputy director of the Work Safety Bureau, was hastily summoned by Zhao Jun's urgent call and arrived in a flurry. Before Huang Bin, Zhao Jun refrained from elaborating over the phone, merely stating that he was incapable of resolving the matter without Liang Xian's presence. Liang Xian had vouched for Jiyu Huihuan, and if this issue remained unresolved, it would be a significant blow to his reputation. Whispers would surely circulate that the esteemed deputy director of the Work Safety Bureau could not even manage a traffic accident. However, upon seeing Huang Bin seated alongside Zhao Xinghe, his expression shifted dramatically, and he felt an overwhelming urge to curse Zhao Jun's ancestors. Why hadn't he forewarned him about the presence of such a powerful figure? Caught off guard, he found himself in an awkward predicament. Fortunately, years of political experience allowed him to regain his composure swiftly. He donned a smile as he entered the reception room. "Greeting, Director Huang. What a coincidence, you are here as well." Huang Bin cast a brief glance in his direction, immediately discerning that this was undoubtedly the work of that scoundrel. As the head of the city bureau, he was well aware of Liang Xian's ties to Jiyu Huihuan. Very well, he thought, having summoned him, he could now ensnare this entire motley crew. This insufferable fellow, emboldened by his connections, had frequently attempted to undermine his authority. Did he truly believe that once he was out of the picture, Liang Xian would ascend to his position? Such naivety was laughable. Huang Bin remarked, "I have been here for quite some time, first observing Captain Mu's performance, and now watching Captain Zhao's. Now, Deputy Director Liang, what do you wish to showcase? You hold the position of Director and Deputy Director, but what of it?" He was merely one step away from Huang Bin, though that step was akin to a chasm. Liang Xian refused to be daunted. He believed that he was equally deserving of the position Huang Bin occupied. His capabilities were on par with Huang Bin's, and his network was not inferior either. The only difference was that Huang Bin had secured the position first. How infuriating. Perhaps this was an opportunity. With that thought, he composed himself, seated himself across the table, and exchanged glances with Zhao Xinghe and Huang Bin. As for Zhao Jun and Mu Chu, they found themselves without the standing to interject in the presence of these two city bureau magnates. Thus, they dutifully served he before discreetly exiting. The outcome now hinged on the discourse between the two dignitaries within in the reception room. Only three remained. Liang Xian directed towards Huang Bin. "Director Huang, shall we ask this gentleman to step outside first so we may converse?" Huang Bin replied, "No need for that. Feel free to speak your mind directly." Internally, he cursed Liang Xian's ancestors for dragging him into this predicament. Liang Xian continued, "In that case, I shall not beat around the bush. Jiyu Yi is the son of Chairman Jiyu from Huiguang Group, the future heir of the conglomerate. Huiguang Group is vital to the livelihoods of tens of thousands of families. Should any mishap befall Huiguang Group, it would undoubtedly disrupt societal stability. Thus, for both emotional and logical reasons, Master Jiyu must not come to any harm." Zhao Xinghe scoffed, "So, you believe you can conveniently pin this matter on me?" Liang Xian retorted sharply, "Do you believe you have the right to speak here? If it were not for your connection to Director Huang, do you truly think you are qualified to sit here and listen to me?" Zhao Xinghe was so incensed he almost laughed, glancing at Huang Bin before saying, "Director Huang, is this how you all claim to serve the people? Is this your interpretation of public service? Your lofty demeanor is hardly distinguishable from the officials of feudal times." Huang Bin, wiping cold sweat from his brow, attempted to clarify, "Mr. Zhao, I assure you, today's events are an exception." Zhao Xinghe countered, "I recall you uttering similar words at the Dingo Tea House. I can't be mistaken, can I?" Huang Bin, embarrassed. Zhao, I assure you, these are merely a few bad apples. The vast majority of our team is dedicated and hardworking. Zhao Xinghe stated, are you implying that my misfortune is merely a matter of encountering these bad apples? Or do you suggest that I am seeking out trouble? Huang Bin quickly responded, no, absolutely not, I did not mean to imply that. Zhao Xinghe continued, in just 2 days, I have encountered so many intriguing situations that I begin to question whether I am indeed seeking out trouble. Liang Xian, now catching on, inquired, who are you? He could afford to disregard Huang Bin's authority due to his connections, however, Zhao Xinghe had repeatedly appended his perceptions, making him realize that Zhao Xinghe's status was far from ordinary. Otherwise, why would Huang Bin appear so intimidated, and why did he consistently refer to him as Mr. Zhao? What significance did this title hold? Was he not from a rural background? How could a university graduate from such humble origins command such respect from Huang Bin? This seemed an inversion of the natural order. Had he overlooked something while conducting background checks on Zhao Xinghe? He had reviewed Zhao Xinghe's file. There could not be any errors. He was no fool. Knowing that Zhao Xinghe drove a luxury car, how could he not have conducted a thorough background inquiry beforehand? He was not like Mu Qiu, the reckless one. Zhao Xinghe replied, who am I? Did you not investigate me? I am merely a poor lad from the countryside, at your mercy. Huang Bin, Liang Xian's expression darkened further. There was no need for conjecture. Zhao Xinghe's identity was undoubtedly more complex than what was indicated in the file. But where lay the flaw? What was the oversight? Was there hidden information in that file that he had missed? Chapter 62, What the leader says must be right. Liang Xian is certainly no fool. Otherwise, he would not occupy his current position. He has merely been blinded by his own confidence, or rather, he has been ensnared by the dossier of Zhao Xinghe. To put it differently, who wouldn't he be perplexed? If it were Huang Bin, would he not be equally bewildered had he not been privy to Zhao Xinghe's true identity beforehand? It is preposterous. Zhao Xinghe's identity transformation is far too drastic and sudden, leaving no room for comprehension. This is also one of the reasons why Zhao Xinghe refrains from disclosing his true identity to those close to him. Anyone would find it hard to believe that their son or brother, with whom they have shared over 20 years, has suddenly become an otherworldly being. They might even question whether he has been possessed by extraterrestrials or if he has suddenly succumbed to madness. Thus, it is prudent to delay any confrontation and observe how things unfold. Liang Xian's abrupt silence prompts Zhao Xinghe to realize that his counterpart has acknowledged his misjudgment, resulting in a silent standoff. Liang Xian glances at Huang Bin, his eyes pleading. It is unclear whether he seeks assistance in advocating for him or wishes to remind Zhao Xinghe of his true identity, searching for a glimmer of hope for redemption. However, none of this ultimately matters. Zhao Xinghe suddenly finds the situation utterly tedious. Those entrenched in this circle have all become adept at their games, particularly those in high positions, who are like foxes sharpened by a millennium of cunning. Liang Xian will likely resort to playing the submissive role, burying his head in the sand. Zhao Xinghe has no interest in indulging them in their antics. He rises and declares, Director Huang, you may handle this matter yourselves. It is of no interest to me. I shall take my leave. Zhao Xinghe truly departs, leaving Huang Bin utterly astonished. He had anticipated that Zhao Xinghe would be furious and unleash a rampage. Instead, he simply walked away. However, soon after, Huang Bin finds himself in a quandary. How should he proceed? He has not been given any clear directives. If he takes a heavy-handed approach, it might incite discontent among his peers, while a lenient approach could displease Zhao Xinghe. How does one strike the right balance? This circle does not prioritize swift retribution. It upholds principles and decorum. It values harmony and balance. Under these constraints, he cannot afford to act with reckless abandon, lest he appear politically immature. Does he still aspire to ascend the ranks? This is not merely a matter of background or connections. Even with the strongest of supports, if one's political acumen is lacking, high office will remain out of reach. Is that not sheer folly? Yet, he understands that Zhao Xinghe is the type of individual who favors decisive action and bold measures. Just look at the fate that befell the Wang family. It was merely due to their agents infiltrating the Nan family's villa under the cover of night that the entire Wang clan was obliterated, annihilated at its very roots. In this world, there exists no being with any. Observing Liang Xian's silence, he inquires, Director Huang, speak honestly with me, what exactly is Zhao Xinghe's true identity? Huang Bin sighs and replies, do not ask me, I cannot disclose it. I can only tell you that he is someone we cannot afford to provoke. Do not even entertain the thought of crossing him, do you understand? Liang Xian retorts, I refuse to believe it. Even the scions of the prominent families in the capital do not wield such extraordinary power. The Magic City does not permit the existence of such formidable individuals, neither does the Xia nation. You may control my position, but can you truly dictate my thoughts? Huang Bin rises, stating, whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. I do, so tread carefully. Liang Xian, taken aback, asks, Director Huang, will you not address our situation? Huang Bin responds, I lack the authority to handle your affairs, so let me report to my superiors first. You shall await my word. This is the best course of action Huang Bin can devise, to shift this troublesome situation onto the shoulders of the leadership, though it may seem somewhat underhanded, he cannot bear this burden alone. Their higher-ups have greater capacity to shoulder such troubles. No fault in that, Liang Xian insists, Director Huang, there is no need for that, let us negotiate, from now on, I will heed your guidance, how does that sound? We are all part of this circle, and thus, there is no need for such antagonism, is there? I am already willing to take a step back, what more do you want? At this moment, Zhao Xinghao's departure felt too nonchalant. At this age, knowing that someone is plotting against him, it would be remarkable if he did not retaliate, yet he left so casually, is this not a sign of insecurity? Zhao Xinghao was not mistaken, those in this profession are all too astute. In the blink of an eye, his thoughts can shift countless times. Huang Bin observes Liang Xian's clumsy performance, wanting to laugh but restraining himself. How amusing, he cannot wait to see the more expressive reactions when calamity befalls them. He refrains from engaging in further dialogue with Liang Xian and departs. Liang Xian watches Huang Bin's retreating figure, disdainfully snorting, you think you can intimidate me? Do you take me for a fool? Outside, Zhao Jun and Mu Qiu, having seen both Zhao Xinghe and Huang Bin leave, rush inside. Zhao Jun eagerly inquires, Director Liang, what transpired? This concerns their political aspirations. Currently, their only hope rests with Liang Xian. Liang Xian, appearing unfazed, replies, rest assured, all is well. Zhao Jun and Mu Qiu immediately brief. Zhao Jun further asks, Director Liang, what shall we do about this case? Liang Xian states, with Huang Bin safeguarding Zhao Xinghe, we surely cannot resort to framing him, we shall proceed according to the standard protocol for traffic accidents and simply replace young Master Jiyu. After all, there were no casualties, merely damage to a vehicle, and young Master Jiyu certainly does not lack the funds to cover repairs. Zhao Jun and Mu Qiu feel entirely reassured. Mu Qiu internally grumbles, as he had previously suggested following the standard procedure, allowing Huiguang Group to pay for Zhao Xinghe's car repairs. However, the leadership insisted on applying pressure to Zhao Xinghe, hoping to deter him from speaking out. Now, they have evidently encountered a formidable obstacle, yet, he cannot voice this opinion. Although he is called Mu Qiu, he is no simpleton. In this line of work, one must always remember the adage. What the leader says must be right. If the leader declares something acceptable, even if it is not, it is deemed so. If the leader states it is unacceptable, even if it is still viewed as such. This is an unbreakable rule. Although experience has shown him to be correct, he must not entertain such notions, nor can he articulate them. He must maintain an expression that conveys, leader, your words are indeed wise. Liang Xian is quite satisfied with Zhao Jun and Mu Qiu's demeanor, stating, very well, proceed according to my plan. Do not worry about Huang Bin, I will manage that, you may focus on your work. Zhao Jun and Mu Qiu, overflowing with gratitude, escort Liang Xian out of the station with great deference. Little do they know, a tempest is about to descend upon them. Chapter 63, Zhao Xinghe, I present you with an opportunity to be my employer. Zhao Xinghe was not averse to taking matters into his own hands. Rather, if he chose to intervene directly, it would seal the fate of these individuals. Death would be too lenient a punishment for them. Those who were accustomed to wielding power would find it far more unbearable to lose that power and face judgment than to simply perish. Indeed, which is more painful, a moment of discomfort or a lifetime of suffering? It seems there is no need to choose. As for whether Huang Bin and his superiors would take action against these people or impose severe consequences, Zhao Xinghe felt no trepidation. Should they hesitate to act, they could merely await his decisive response. While seated in a taxi, he called Nan Sunday. Have you arrived at the new house? Is Sun Mengmeng all right? Oh, she has awakened. Good, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Zhao Xinghe couldn't help but admire Nan Sunday. She had managed to bring the unconscious Sun Mengmeng home by herself, and she claimed to have grown accustomed to such situations, indicating that this was not her first experience. Sun Mengmeng, who appeared to be an innocent girl, was, in reality, a striking woman with luscious waves of hair and fiery red lips, radiating sensuality. Her capacity for alcohol was nothing short of legendary. Zhao Xinghe mused that prior to his own transformation, he could hardly measure up to her. Perhaps this was one of the reasons she ultimately pursued a career in pharmaceutical sales. With her beauty and impressive drinking prowess, it would indeed be a waste of talent for her not to be in sales. It is well known that the drinking culture in Xia country is exceptionally developed. There is hardly any issue that cannot be resolved over drinks. If there is such an issue, it can only be attributed to a lack of sufficient drinking. In Shenyar community, a spacious flat. Upon seeing Nan Sun hang up the phone, Sun Mengmeng immediately inquired, was that Zhao Xinghe? As their conversation deepened, Sun Mengmeng felt as though she was conversing with a fabricated version of Zhao Xinghe. Could this truly be the same Zhao Xinghe she remembered? Had anyone else spoken to her in such a manner, she would have surely doubted their identity. However, since it was Nan Sun, she had no choice but to accept it. Nan Sun was not only her most trusted confidant but also someone who had once shared a bed with Zhao Xinghe. There was no possibility of mistaken identity. Thus, despite her skepticism, she could only choose to accept it. Regarding Nan Sun's claims that Zhao Xinghe had saved Gong and Buzhang with a family prescription and subsequently collaborated with a state-owned pharmaceutical company, forming connections with influential figures in the bustling metropolis, these narratives seemed plausible yet riddled with inconsistencies. Did she truly believe Gong and Buzhang was so easily accessible? Did she consider him a fool? And would anyone dare to consume unverified prescriptions so recklessly? Furthermore, Zhao Xinghe lacked even the qualification to approach Gong and Buzhang within 100 meters. That was the most glaring flaw in the story. Zhao Xinghe certainly harbored even greater secrets yet to be revealed, though they likely were not of a nefarious nature. Therefore, since Nan Sun chose to believe, she refrained from forcibly correcting her. As long as Zhao Xinghe treated Nan Sun and Nan Shi well, she held no objections. After all, Zhao Xinghe had managed to procure over 100 million to help the Nan family settle debts, return their small villa, purchase a new home, and even register that new property in the names of Nan Sun and Nan Shi. She could find no grounds for dissatisfaction in this series of actions. It was merely unfortunate that the new car had been damaged the very day after its purchase. The doorbell rang, and it was Nan Shi who answered. Upon entering, Zhao Xinghe immediately scooped Nan Shi into his arms and glanced over at the living room, where Nan Sun and Sun Mengmeng were engaged in conversation. "Sun Mengmeng, are you feeling all right now?" Zhao Xinghe inquired first. "I'm fine now, thank you, Zhao Xinghe." Sun Mengmeng responded with great respect. "It's nothing, just a small effort on my part, and I happened to be in the right place at the right time. However, we should be more cautious in the future regarding such matters," Zhao Xinghe advised. "What can I do? It's just the nature of my job," Sun Mengmeng replied. Nan Sun interjected, "Mengmeng, why not consider a change of career? Your current job revolves solely around drinking, or the journey to drinking, which is quite detrimental to your health. If this continues, even if your tolerance is high, you will inevitably face problems. I don't need to. I've become accustomed to it. If you insist on me changing jobs, I wouldn't even know what else I could do," Sun Mengmeng replied. Hearing this, Zhao Xinghe felt a stir of inspiration. He was on the verge of collaborating with a state-owned enterprise and had already made plans to register a company. He intended to invite his family members to work there under the guise of needing personnel. Salary was inconsequential, their capability to fulfill the roles was irrelevant. What mattered was that they could be together, looking after one another. Money held no significance for Zhao Xinghe personally, but it could assist his relatives, which rendered it somewhat. To establish a company, one needed a responsible individual, preferably someone familiar with the industry. Initially, Zhao Xinghe had thought to ask Wang Bin for a recommendation. However, at this moment, he found himself favoring Sun Mengmeng. She was well versed in the pharmaceutical sector and understood its operations intimately. Moreover, once they went public, there would be no need for aggressive marketing. The supply and sales relationship would reverse. Indeed, he could assign her to manage the company, and the family could reap the rewards. It seemed quite reasonable. Thus, he proposed, "Sun Mengmeng, how would you feel about a job opportunity?" Sun Mengmeng turned to him, asking, "What kind of job?" Nan Sun looked at Zhao Xinghe with anticipation. Zhao Xinghe replied, "I want you to be my general manager." What? Sun Mengmeng was taken aback, her expression one of confusion. Nan Sun's demeanor also shifted, revealing her discontent. Zhao Xinghe paid no heed to her reaction and continued, "I plan to collaborate with a state-owned enterprise to develop new drugs, which necessitates registering a company. I lack any management experience. You, however, have experience in pharmaceutical sales. Managing a small company should pose no issue." As Zhao Xinghe elucidated his reasoning, Sun Mengmeng began to comprehend, and Nan Sun's expression returned to normal. She had briefly suspected that Zhao Xinghe harbored ulterior motives towards Sun Mengmeng. It was understandable, given that Sun Mengmeng had a way of making men's thoughts stray. Nan Sun and Sun Mengmeng represented two extremes of femininity. If one were to describe them with a single phrase, Sun Mengmeng would be the alluring courtesan, while Nan Sun epitomized the noble princess. Both women were the epitome of desirability in the eyes of men. Upon encountering the two, men would first be captivated by the fiery rose that was Sun Mengmeng, only to later discover the elegant orchid blooming quietly at her side. It would take a moment for them to realize that while the fiery rose was indeed enchanting, it was fleeting. The tranquil orchid, though still, possessed the ability to flourish indefinitely. Sun Mengmeng wore a conflicted expression. Nan Sun encouraged her. "Mengmeng, stop hesitating and assist Zhao Xinghe in managing the company." Sun Mengmeng recognized this as an opportunity presented by Zhao Xinghe to help her navigate her previous professional challenges, yet, upon hearing Nan Sun's encouragement, she felt a genuine sense of happiness. All right, as Nan Sun suggests, I shall heed her advice. Zhao Xinghe, I grant you the opportunity to be my employer. With that, Sun Mengmeng burst into laughter. Zhao Xinghe and Nan Sun couldn't help but smile. Nan Shi, not quite understanding, asked, Godmother, what is so funny? Chapter 64 Sun Mengmeng, Wang Defer, I am resigning, get lost. Nan Shi's words elicited another round of laughter from Sun Mengmeng and Nan Sunday. Confused, Nan Shi turned to Zhao Xinghe and asked, Daddy, have Mommy and Godmother gone crazy? To her, the inexplicable laughter of Nan Sun and Sun Mengmeng could only be attributed to madness. Zhao Xinghe replied, yes, they are recalling something quite amusing. Although he was tempted to add, indeed, they are quite mad, he recognized that deceiving a child could lead to serious consequences if the child believed it to be true. From this day forward, he resolved to learn how to be a competent father, striving to become a good role model. He would not allow his image as a good father to suffer even the slightest blemish in front of his daughter. Promises must be fulfilled, and words must be spoken with sincerity. Nan Shi blinked her clear, bright eyes. Though she did not comprehend her mother and godmother's behavior, she chose not to interrupt them. Sun Mengmeng paused her laughter and said to Zhao Xinghe, thank you, Zhao Xinghe, but this time it's not for saving me. With that, she glanced at Nan Sun beside her. Zhao Xinghe replied, no need for thanks, it is my duty. And while you are Nan Shi's godmother, I am her biological father. The implication was clear, you may wish to express gratitude, but can you truly do so? In terms of relationship, I hold a closer bond. Sun Mengmeng tossed her hair and retorted, so what, besides contributing a bit of liquid, what else have you done? Oh, and you expended a little energy. From the moment Nan Shi was born, it has been Nan Shi and I who have cared for her. Nan Shi made a face of disgust, saying, Godmother, you are the one who has been messy. I am very hygienic, I am a little fairy. Sun Mengmeng's fierce facade was instantly dismantled by Nan Shi's words. Nan Sun covered her face, indicating that this was not her responsibility. Zhao Xinghe sneered, in front of Nan Shi, you both should refrain from telling lies, children have remarkably good memories. What you just said, was that not the work of Shishi's grandmother? Sun Mengmeng's expression faltered, her bravado diminishing once more. Yet, I have contributed far more. She had been deeply involved in Nan Shi's upbringing. When she wasn't working, she was with Nan Sun and Nan Shi. Despite her busy schedule, she could not allow her momentum to falter. However, her feeble resolve quickly dissipated. She resorted to wielding the absolute advantage of a woman, engaging in relentless banter. In summary, throughout Nan Shi's growth, her significance was undoubtedly greater than that of Zhao Xinghe. Zhao Xinghe, feeling disinclined to engage further, refrained from commenting, knowing that any continuation would reveal too much. Nan Sun, clearly aware of the situation, swiftly intervened to halt Sun Mengmeng's self-indulgence. All right, enough arguing, let us head back to the small villa, it's almost lunchtime. Upon hearing the prospect of a meal, Sun Mengmeng immediately exclaimed, I haven't had Auntie's cooking in ages. I intend to eat my fill. Just then, Sun Mengmeng's phone rang. She pulled it out to see that it was her boss calling. Nan Sun urged, answer it, and just tell him you're resigning. That company treats you like a workhorse. A beauty as delicate as she was should not be relegated to mere labor in the office. Whenever there were challenging tasks or contracts, they always turned to Sun Mengmeng. Even more egregiously, the company showed little regard for her well-being, fearing that she might fail to deliver. Nan Sun had lost count of how many times she had received desperate calls for help from Sun Mengmeng. This company had long prompted Nan Sun to advise Sun Mengmeng to resign. However, due to Sun Mengmeng's personal circumstances, she had persevered. Now, there was no longer a need to endure. She was now the general manager of a cooperative state-owned enterprise, wielding significant authority. With this reminder from Nan Sun, Sun Mengmeng realized and answered the call, intending to announce her resignation. Yet, without warning, her boss launched into a tirade. Sun Mengmeng, are you trying to rebel? I instructed you to accompany clients and negotiate contracts. How exactly are you handling your responsibilities? I heard that Dean Peng has been hospitalized. Do you no longer wish to work? Clearly, her superior was jumping to conclusions without grasping the full context, hastily attributing all blame to Sun Mengmeng. She chose not to interrupt his tirade, waiting patiently for him to tire himself out. Hello, Sun Mengmeng, are you still there? Seeing her silence, he assumed she was not listening, rendering his previous performance futile. Yes, Mr. Wang, I'm here. I'm resigning. I am done working. Please do not call me again. Goodbye. With that, Sun Mengmeng decisively hung up the phone. Mr. Wang was left in a state of bewilderment. Resigning, quitting, how could that be? Sun Mengmeng was his most valuable asset, the one who had tackled the most challenging contracts. To retain her, he had even refrained from applying pressure. Among all the female sales staff, very few had managed to escape his. Those who could not maintain their positions through sales had to endure other hardships. Sun Mengmeng, due to her impressive performance, had put him in a position where he had to relent after her clear refusal. Upon hearing that Dean Peng of the affiliated hospital had been admitted due to her actions, he panicked. He immediately called to confront her. This time, he intended to deal with Sun Mengmeng decisively. She would either have to obediently reclaim the contract with the hospital or accept his restructuring, becoming a canary in his cage. He was acutely aware that Sun Mengmeng's greatest vulnerability lay in her work. This woman, undeniably beautiful and alluring, epitomized all that men found attractive. The only drawback was her desire for wealth. Even more infuriating was her unwillingness to sell her body and soul in pursuit of it, which he found utterly intolerable. Having encountered such an opportunity, he could not let it slip away, yet he never anticipated that Sun Mengmeng would boldly declare her resignation. This truly placed him in a precarious position. Sun Mengmeng, oh Sun Mengmeng, did you not express the necessity of this job? Did you not claim that your friend was in trouble and that you needed to assist her? Did you not request that I assign you more challenging contracts? After all, the more difficult the task, the higher the commission. Now, this Mr. Wang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He hastily dialed Sun Mengmeng again. After all, young women were often prone to volatile tempers. This simply could not stand. When the call connected, just as he was about to speak, Sun Mengmeng's furious voice erupted on the line. Wang Defer, did I not say I was resigning? I do not want this month's salary. Go to hell. Heaven knows how much resentment she harbored towards the £300 Mr. Wang. Chapter 65. Jousting her. Or, do we still have to? If given the choice, Sun Mengmeng would have long since fired that corpulent Wang. In the past, she had no options, but now she can finally berate Wang without restraint. She has always wanted to tell him to go to hell. Ending the call and tossing her phone onto the sofa, Sun Mengmeng exclaimed, I have finally rid myself of that wretched fatty. Nansun, you have no idea how elated I am. I have longed to curse that disgusting man. Nansun understood Sun Mengmeng's excitement and fervor. She had previously advised her to resign. Unfortunately, due to practical reasons, Sun Mengmeng had persevered. Now, her wish had finally come true. Don't use foul language in front of 1111, Nansun admonished, somewhat exasperated. Sun Mengmeng quickly composed herself and said, oh, right, 1111, I'm sorry, your godmother was just too thrilled and didn't pay attention. You won't hold it against her, will you? Little Nashi, with a maturity beyond her years, replied, it's all right, godmother. I am already 3 years old and can understand that adults sometimes behave childishly. Sun Mengmeng felt a wave of frustration. Just as she was about to speak, her phone rang again. It was Wang Defer calling. Wang Defer, didn't I tell you I'm resigning, so you can scram? Having given up on even her salary, Wang Defer had no leverage over her. She felt free to say whatever she wished, without a hint of hesitation. When Defer's voice came through the phone, Sun Mengmeng, calm down. I know you've felt wronged by Peng Darhai, but in any job, who doesn't face some adversity? You can't let a little grievance send our client to the hospital, can you? Now that you've vented your frustration, I won't hold it against you. Just come to the hospital and apologize to Director Peng. The company will handle the issue. Sun Mengmeng retorted, Wang Fatty, do you have a hearing problem? I've already said I'm quitting, so why are you still talking? At that moment, Wang Defer seemed to grasp that Sun Mengmeng was serious about her resignation. Sun Mengmeng, are you for real? Of course. I have weathered the storm and found a new job. I'm done serving you. Wang Defer was instantly enraged. Sun Mengmeng, it seems you've grown wings and dared to speak to me like this. Let me tell you, in this city, with one word, I can make it impossible for you to find work. Just wait and see. Sun Mengmeng replied, oh, I'm so scared, Wang Fatty. Go ahead and try. Hanging up the phone, she felt a surge of relief. Then, a question struck her, and she turned to Zhao her. Boss, how much do you plan to pay me? Surely, as the general manager of a company, after all, this is the bustling metropolis. Wouldn't a figure below that make him blush? To her astonishment, Zhao replied, do we still have to pay salaries? Sun Mengmeng, Nansun struggled to suppress her laughter. Gritting her teeth, Sun Mengmeng exclaimed, Zhao, don't push your luck. Just after dismissing her former boss, the thought of not receiving a salary from Zhao left her feeling despondent. How would she survive without income? She had mortgage and car payments to make. Without a salary, she might as well leap off a building. Owning a home had always been her lifelong dream. However, given the exorbitant property prices in this city, only those who strive hard could afford a home. Yet, even so, the hefty mortgage left her gasping for breath. She had to outsmart and outmaneuver that wretched Wang Defer, fearing that one misstep could lead to losing her job. Now that Zhao Xinghe was saying there would be no salary, it was only natural for her to retaliate. Nansun shot Zhao Xinghe a warning glare, urging him to stop teasing Sun Mengmeng. If he truly provoked her, she might just bite. Seeing that Nansun was struggling to contain the irate Sun Mengmeng, Zhao Xinghe quickly added, "All right, I'm not joking anymore. The annual salary is 1 million, with bonuses to be calculated separately. Work hard." Sun Mengmeng ceased her struggle, her eyes wide with astonishment. 1 million, really? As a pharmaceutical representative, her average salary, including commission, was around 400,000 annually. However, after deducting her mortgage, car loan, and various expenses for cosmetics and dining with friends, during the recent family crisis, she had even contemplated selling her home. Yet, Nansun's words had silenced her. Selling the house would only yield a pittance and wouldn't change the overall situation. Keeping the house would still provide her with a safety net. After all, if Nansun ever found herself homeless in the future, she could stay with her, just as Sun Mengmeng had lived with Nansun during her own times of need. She had hoped for a salary of 500,000 so that after covering all her expenses, she could save around 100,000 a year. Perhaps one day, she could upgrade to a larger home. However, Zhao Xinghe had offered her a salary of 1 million outright. For those at the pinnacle of employment, such a salary might be commonplace, but for Sun Mengmeng, this was the zenith of her aspirations. Ecstatic, she hugged Nansun, bouncing with joy as she shouted, "Nansun, did you hear that? I just landed a salary of 1 million. I have a salary of 1 million now. I'll never have to scrimp and save again. I want to buy gifts for you, for 1111, for Auntie and Grandma." Nansun felt a surge of happiness for Sun Mengmeng. She was quite pleased with Zhao Xinghe's offer. With this salary, even if Sun Mengmeng faced a bit more pressure at work, she wouldn't have to worry about monthly expenses, fearing overspending. It goes without saying that although she had never personally taken out a loan to buy a house, she had still felt the weight of mortgage payments through Sun Mengmeng's experience. She never wanted to experience that kind of overwhelming pressure firsthand. Little Nashi was also thrilled, watching her mother and godmother celebrate, feeling as joyful as a little bamboo rat. Zhao Xinghe, sensing their happiness, couldn't help but smile. This was what happiness looked like. His role was to spread this happiness to every relative in their lives. As for the life they desired, Zhao Xinghe would not interfere. All he could do was ensure they no longer had to worry about financial burdens. Of course, anything worth having required effort. One must study diligently to gain admission to a good university, and one must work earnestly to earn a high salary. As for the elderly, they should simply enjoy their time at home watching television or chatting with fellow seniors outside.